little flame, now get out the way. Whole lot of change, still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That wind is the breeze, that kick back. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in a tomb. With a vengeance, killing the odds, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time that you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm nashed up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
See, I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and
don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Yeah. Yeah, look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never.
Ooh, you love the fame, you are not the same. Girl, when I was with you, strolling around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I you told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting, you play with my heart. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't real. It's like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it
down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now, yeah, uppercutยิงมา pow 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 pow. Pack it out, back it out กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุกnow out Pick a pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิด one punch. ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the road short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
It is a beautiful day here in EMEA with playoffs locked. The pressure is mostly off. Today is all about the fight for Seed 1, and I can promise you that the gameplay will remain spicy. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. I am your host Yingsu, and I'm joined by two people who embody the spirit of competitive Valorant. Dramatic, entertaining, and just a tad unhinged, of course. It is the man who treats every round that Spanish teams win like it's the final of the World Cup. And standing next to him, Miss Worldwide, who bleeds black and orange. And I'm not just talking about the hair. Welcome back, Meg and Uli.
Thank you. It's so exciting, but also a sad day because it's mine and Uli's last day on the desk. So we're going to make sure it's an absolute banger.
Don't go.
I'm so happy
Stay
to be
here forever.
Let's say last but not least.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. We're going to have a lot of fun stuff going on today. But first, let's check in with the standings. Like I said, playoffs teams are locked. So we're now fighting for seeding. And I want you guys to stay with me here because Na'Vi, yes, Na'Vi have a chance to get Seed 1, depending on what happens today and next week. And let me explain this to you because it is very, very complicated. So stay with me. If Na'Vi wins 2-0 today versus Team Heretics, then they beat Vitality next week and also have Fnatic lose 0-2 against Team Heretics, That means that Na'Vi could potentially come out with a round difference in a three-way tie between Na'Vi, Vitality, and Heretics, which will secure them Seed 1. I don't expect anyone in this world to remember anything I just said, but just remember that there is a chance. And Uli and Meg, that chance has me very, very excited, because how on earth are we arrived at the place where Na'Vi can be Seed 1?
Who'd have thunk, honestly, when you watched them on week 1, you were kind of like, yeah, they're okay. They're having a bit of a slow start, but I mean, they've really kicked it up a notch. And now to think that they could be the first seed, yeah, truly bonkers.
It's been a long time from the last time I will think that Na'Vi is gonna go first.
Have they ever been first seed?
Maybe on Initians when they were about to play against G2. And
Maybe
both
it
were
was
close.
FPX.
Yeah,
maybe.
FPX, not even Na'Vi.
Yeah, FPX maybe has been first seed in the past. We are going to play a very fun game with you guys here in the studio, and also with all of you guys at home. I would like to call Draft It or Shaft It. It is a very simple concept. I'm going to show you guys some comps, and I want you to tell me if this is the comp that you would draft as the coach or you would shaft it.
Okay.
And Kakuka's had these questions in the past, so I'm just going to set the rules that the players you see also matter. So
Okay.
you mean, we're talking about these specific players on this specific comp.
And you can't change a single thing.
No, you can't. So let's just kick it off with a very, very fun comp. We're going to start right off the bat. So tell me, if you're looking at this split comp from Foot, would you draft it or would you shaft it?
With regret, I'm going to say shaft it. The only person that I'm kind of like I could maybe stick with is Mr. Fallen on the Sky, because I don't know if anybody remembers Game Changers, Glance on the Sky completely changed my mind with Sky on Split. I would like to see Zeus maybe not on the Chamber, although we did see him perform quite well on the Split. I just think like the cracks on the Duelist, I'm kind of not into, maybe because Zeus is having such an incredible performance at the moment. I'd want him on a Duelist role.
I'm so sorry, even I like Chamber, and I like to see it played. I have to say no. There is no way I can draft this. I mean, I like Omen, I like Viper, but Sky on 2025 on Split, I don't like it anymore. And also, I mean, Race is great, but I want Crux to perform on other characters.
Do you know what? I'm a Cracks Raze enjoyer. So
You are?
this is actually one of the reasons I would keep this. But I agree with you. I wouldn't draft it, but not because of Cracks. More of the other things that you guys spoke of. Let's move on to the next comp. Everybody's favorite. I know Minnie absolutely loves everything that Na'Vi cooks. Of course, it is the Na'Vi Lotus composition. Once again, with a player who doesn't normally play Raze, playing Raze. Uli, I'll start with you this time.
No, there is no way. I mean, what is the next? Are you gonna play Brimstone on Lotus? Yeah, sure, Brimstone on Lotus will be a nice... I don't know. Hold on, they did it. 2024. Please, stop doing it. You're making them damage. Stop it, stop it. Okay, no, there's no... I was going to say it, but there is no chance. I can't.
Shafting.
I'm going to be controversial.
Oh.
Yeah, I've kind of changed my mind on this. You know, I'm actually not a Chamber enjoyer, and I don't think Koala Noob really is after that performance either. But I do think there is potential here. I love Shao on Astra. Angel on the Fade, maybe if he does die early, which tends to happen often, as long as he's thrown his eye, it's not too much of a downfall there. And I like Ruxic on the Omen, so I'm going to draft this one.
Yeah, I'm going to speak for Minnie and Minnie alone, which is draft. I know he loves his comp. You know, he's talked a lot about he wishes he was still a coach so he could still use his comp. So Minnie, I got your back, don't worry. Let's have a look at one more here. KC, who's going to be playing today in the first game, they brought us a very nostalgic, plus Yoru, Haven comp. Are we drafting this or shafting this?
I'm drafting.
Oh, double draft. All right, start with you, Meg.
I love Phoenix. I'm sad that they're not played more. So I'm kind of here for Arvez on the Phoenix role. We did see how aggressive that Martine and Arvez were on defense with this as well. And I'm here for these spicy games where people are just taking as much map space as possible on the defense and running it down almost. So yeah, I like this a lot.
Uli?
Obviously, yes. Why not? And we are playing on 2021. We're on Phoenix right now with us play. Bros, it's 2025 There is no way I can say yes to Phoenix. There is no way.
The double whammy. The double whammy. Is it
I mean, I like
specific or
No,
Phoenix?
I really like Abeth. I really like his Phoenix. But and not anymore. Haven is, you need Tejo, you need many other things, and you're playing with a Phoenix right now. I'm so sorry.
Don't follow the
No
meta,
way.
Uli. Don't be like the other girls.
Yeah,
Different.
that's
I'm
very,
different.
very.
I was baiting.
Yeah. Meg and I are known to be big pick-me, so you know, yes, definitely. I love this because how could you not be a fan of this comp with that Phoenix? Let's hear from the man who gave us this wonderful gift last week, Aves from KC. I'm delighted to be bringing you guys an interview with Aves from KC. Now, first of all, congratulations on making playoffs. Of course, you didn't have to play this week in order to secure that. Were you guys watching the BBL game yesterday? Were you rooting for them?
Actually, we were in the middle of prac when they were playing, but I was like sometimes in the middle of practice checking what's the score. But I know they're gonna win, to be honest.
What was the vibes like when you all found out that you've made playoffs?
To be honest, we were not like, I mean, it's normal, of course, we're happy that you can fight to playoffs, but anyways, I think we would have went to playoffs even without them winning. Like, I really believe in our team, so yeah. We're now right now aiming for the first seed, so yeah.
Oh, that's definitely going to be a very real possibility. And the journey to get here has been very interesting. I think your team is one of the most fun to watch, very entertaining. So, well, I'll ask you about the Phoenix. That was a very rogue pick. We don't see a lot of Phoenix. We don't see any Phoenix. So what was the reason behind that? Did you have fun?
Yeah, of course I had fun because it's one of my favorite agents, like Phoenix. Just Eng just said to me that you're going to play Phoenix, and I was very happy, to be honest, because I like it. I think I would have played a bit better, but yeah, it was still a very, very fun game to play.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned N because N has so much expertise, so much of his own way of doing things. How do you fit into this system?
To be honest, I'm fitting, I think, pretty well because I can play a lot of different agents. And I think this is one of the reasons why Eng decided to pick me and Dish as well. Because I can adapt pretty well, pretty fast, and I can play a lot of different agents. So I'm fitting pretty well with them.
And how do you find this requirement to play a lot of Valorant? Because when you're part of N's team, he's expecting you to scrim and VOD review and then play ranked. Do you enjoy this? Are you tired at all?
To be honest, like even from before, I was like grinding so much. I have like very high level in Valorant, I think 850, I think. So I'm playing even since before joining the team a lot. And Eng is also pushing me to play more and more when it's needed. So yeah, I really like playing a lot.
How much is a lot? Give me like hours, how many ranked, how many scrims, etc.
So for example, if we have default prac day, which is like 4 or 5 scrims, I can play after it 5, 6, 7, 8 ranked, depending on how much time I have. So
8?
Yeah. Sometimes I can go to 8 ranked games per day.
All right, so what time do you go to sleep?
I finish pracs around 8 or 9, depending on the day, and then I play ranked until 1, and then I go back to home and sleep at 2, and then wake up and yeah.
Wow, they must love you and must absolutely love you. But thank you very much, Aves, for joining me, and best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
You can't talk about KC without talking about N, but also we know what N likes and how he likes to run his team. Uli, surely he just loves Aves. Aves must be his favorite.
He must be. I mean, he's playing 8 rankeds after pracs. Are we crazy? I mean, it annoys me. I mean, I have to say that I used to talk a lot with one of his ex-coaches, Future, that was working with him when he was playing on Mina, and he already told me he's a hard worker. But
Right.
hard worker and playing 8 rankeds a game after pracs.
The mental resilience you need for that as well, to come off the back of the stage and the high stakes of that and then go into 8 ranked games, I would be smashing many keyboards.
I mean, I bet you some of his teammates do that as well, because you don't get a player like Martin without the hours he definitely puts in on that Yoru. Playing the Yoru before anyone else was doing it at one point, Meg. Is it too outlandish of me to say the best Yoru player in EMEA?
I don't think so, and I think Carmine Corp have recognized that as they have put him now on the Yoru for most games. I mean, we see the occasional Omen come out, I think even a Jet at points, but the majority of the time you know that Martin's going to be on this Yoru, and I don't blame them at all. We have seen such a consistent performance from Martin on this role, so I'm definitely a big fan.
And this is their win condition, right? Because a lot of these teams have their own identity, their own comps. We'll talk about KZ in just a moment, but they recognize that this meta with this player is just the perfect marriage. Why mess around and put him on something else when he's just the best Yoru player right now? Similarly, in that vein, what do we make of Elite's Vice and how they've been utilizing this meta?
To be honest, I think that Vice is the perfect agent to be working with Elite. Elite is not used to it. He normally was playing with that Killjoy, but Vice is having everything. He's having the agility to try to create a perfect scenario where you can face a 1v2, 1v3, and he's one of the best strongholders in the competition. His aim is sick, he's gifted, and with that, having a flash, I think it's a perfect gift for him.
I think a lot of people questioned his comfortability on the Vice in
Comfortability mentioned.
That was rough. But yeah, in week one, we were kind of thinking, is he going to come onto this role? So, and I mean, this play here on Pearl, I think, speaks for itself. He's definitely settling in. I still think we're yet to see the best Vice performance from Elite. That could happen today.
I agree with you, especially with the pressure off. You know, they're just playing for seeding at this point. And this is just what KC are so good at, knowing how to win. On the other side of this, a team that I still believe is maybe the favorite. You know, it is Foot. You cannot underestimate them. But Uli, do you feel like they've utilized their win condition appropriately? Could they do better?
I don't think so. I don't think so, because if we're talking about his players, there is one specifically we can talk about, and it's Krax. Krax has been playing for 3 years already, and he used to have one of the best KOs. He was playing pretty good, and sometimes he has to fail. If we take a look on his stats, right now we see a player that when he's playing on Fate, he's not that much, and normally he's playing a lot of Fate on this year. If we talk about 2023, his KO was nuts. And we talk about when he is moving into 2024, they got to fix it. Even the KO was not on meta, he bring out the Gecko playing really good. But what's now? I mean, KO is getting buff. I want to see Krax shining again.
We have such incredible initiators playing in the stage at the moment, and I don't think that Krax, even on the KO, those stats, they aren't massively, amazingly different. So in my opinion, I don't actually think that him going onto the KO would make too much of a difference. Yes, with his buff, it might help, but I have to say, like, the initiator competition is strong, and I don't think he's living up to that.
In which case, what are the win conditions right now for Foot? Because this is a crutch, right? This is an easy option they have. You put Krax on something that he's played 500 times at this point during a buff, because, Meg, they didn't win their last game. They're not looking as strong as they should be. So how do they win today?
I would say I've honestly been expecting a few more clutches coming out from Yetajay. I feel like we're so used to seeing him do these insane clutches, and I'm just not really seeing anything magical come from him. Zeus on ISO.
Oh.
Kind of controversial, but he spoke a little bit about how much he wanted to play the ISO and how he wasn't a big fan of the Waylay. And I feel like we see him so much on the Jet, and yes, he does perform, but I think why not bring him out on the ISO and do something crazy?
It would be a nice idea if they try to bring maybe these double duelists. You were saying that you like Krax on Race. Maybe we can see the double duelists. They have a good performance, and also they're gifted both. It could be working, but to be honest, I would like to see much more as a team and not that individually Foot.
I need them to remember that they are Turkish. Shoot! You're the best aimers in this league, for goodness sake. It's not that complicated.
Yeah.
But, of course, there is no pressure today. Both teams are already locked for playoffs. But Seed 1 and bragging rights, those are very much on the line. So, without further ado, let's bring out KC and Foot back onto the stage.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm that top notch on the block. Should've been slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bop. Can you keep up? Play ball, little Nita. Big queso, I'm born with the ether, but I still took a heater. No halo, I've been with a hit gun. I've been on the King Kong, come payload. I've been on. What? Check my pedigree,
now, both of these teams have already made playoffs, and you might think the stakes are not that high, but try telling that to the KC and Foot fans.
Whoa.
They're gonna want to win this today, and this map veto is gonna be very important because we want to see some depth here from these teams. We want to see how they're going to look as we go into playoffs in just a couple of weeks. So let's take a look at the picks and bans, starting with Foot taking away Icebox and KC taking away Fracture.
What?
And Uli, it's Foot that picked Pearl.
Pearl? You must be kidding me. I can understand why they pick Pearl. They should be preparing something against Karmine Corp. Karmine Corp already proved that they're really good on Pearl, and I cannot say just the same from Foot. Foot been playing on this Pearl. I mean, don't get me wrong, they play against Koi, and Koi wasn't his best. They were playing with a double tempo, executing in a second route with utility from Tejo every single time, and they never get punished. And I expect Karmine Corp to punish it.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this map pool actually, because of course we're going to see Sadak on that Harbor, most likely on Pearl and Lotus, and I'm a big Harbor fan. I think the Pearl matchup actually is going to be quite even, but the Lotus, I'm questioning Foot here because of course they got 13-1 by Team Liquid when they last played Lotus. So I think they're really going to have to bounce back and put something into this to avoid that again. And then Ascent is very exciting as we've not seen either of these teams play the Ascent in a very long time. So we've seen a few Ascents coming out this week. It's actually quite exciting.
I think it's because playoffs is coming up, right? You want to get some reps on the maps that you haven't shown yet. Limit test a little bit as well. I hope we do get to Ascent. This should be a very, very close game. But again, as I said earlier, as comfortable as KC could be with the map pool coming into this, I really don't think they're going to be the strong favorites going up against Foot.
Yeah, I'm not too sure actually, because we talk about Cracks being a win condition. Last time he played Pearl, he went 4-14 in the last performance. Whether that was because it was so dominant, but I think if we're talking about him showing up and kind of providing some extra stuff for this team, maybe Pearl, he's not super comfortable playing that. But again, you never know, it's Valorant.
I don't want to be funny, but no EMEA team is comfortable playing Pearl unless they got one of the Americas Donnies.
Or unless you're sociable.
Yeah, but let's take a look at Agent Soleil real quick because Uli, let's see what we're going to get. No changes.
No changes. They're going to keep everything, and I'm going to say something. It's true, the Foot should be probably the favorite team going into this matchup. But I'm gonna guess it's 2-0 for Karmine Corp after seeing this Pearl's first match.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think this is going to be a fight for the Sentinels here. Elite, whether he pops off on Vice or not, and Yettage as well, we've not seen massively unbelievable performances. I'm being harsh though, because I'm just used to Yettage literally hitting these insane clutches and being that Turkish aimer that we know he is. But I do think that it's going to make a big difference here, how Karmine Corp start off on defense with Elite on the Vice.
And I hope also the Karmine Corp has watched the last match that Foot is playing on this Pearl. They just should be trying to break this Tejo utility.
Well, I promised you guys some fun today. We got a party in the casting booth. Mitch bringing the energy, Tom bringing the sass, and my girl Kakuka holding it all down with that massive brain. It's time for a wonderful TriCast. Over to you guys. Kamito.
Whoa.
I'll take that.
Whoa. Okay,
That's
that makes a lot of sense. And now the Casey's on that.
I'm the sass.
She's good.
Of the three of us, I bring the sass.
I don't know how you've ended up with that tagline. That's tough.
This is
okay.
This is going to be a lot of fun.
Next up, I'm going to find out I'm bringing the hair.
Well, I've had the privilege of casting with both of you quite a bit in the past, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Which ones do you prefer? No, don't do
Oh, no. We'll wait for after the cast for that. Let's keep the morale high for now, as I'm sure the teams down on the stage
one of us is a duo.
are going to try. Whoa.
Yeah, but you just coming back
feeling
to
cocky
me.
today. Casey and Foot, they're facing off, and we're starting it out on Pearl. A surprise on the desk, as they saw that Foot chose this map.
Yeah,
Was it a
exactly.
surprise for you guys?
Yeah, I think that because of the performances, we can understand and expect Foot to be extremely prepared for this, especially thinking that this is both of the sides that are the strongest for each of the teams. As I said, with Foot peeking up this map and choosing it, they have to be very prepared.
Yeah, for sure. I think also it was highlighted on the desk that they were looking at the Sentinels. I'm looking more so at Cracks and Aves. I think they've been high peaks but low lows. Whoever's going to perform better on the day genuinely could end up being the difference maker. But already we're seeing a bit of early contention for this B long spot. I say a bit. KC have sent the majority of their team.
Yeah, they piled 3 players in early on. Remember, this is a map that, like we said, a surprise to see when KC have been picking Icebox, but that was banned out early. They'll be perfectly happy. Pearl's the only other map they've been picking in this stage, so somewhere both teams will be comfortable, as we said. The pistol didn't see that aggression on B, so KC have rotated over, ready for this A site hit. And this could be a problem. Icewall already going to cut them off, slow down the push slightly.
Sugetsu in position, starting strong. Hasn't managed to be isolated by the utility at the back. Keeping that position for the rest of the team to rotate into, but they do have to be careful because Anna Captain already peeking forward, and well, the defensive side just fighting from that back corner has done fantastically well. It's going to be an in-zone flawless to kick things off.
Yeah, to kick things off, and very, very good start for the side of KC. Kameto must be very happy today starting off things like that. And thinking about KC just wanting to go for that 5v5, and oh my god, guys, I was promised that it was Lauren. It was told to me that this specific color was only saved for Pansy.
Or maybe the TriCast. No, I think with the TriCast, we just always have to do round 1 twice.
Yeah, we're
right?
going to actually rerun pistol round.
Lauren.
Oh, there's Lauren.
Hey, wait.
She's in the building. That's
there's a 4th headset here, if you'd like. Is it on? That's the real question.
Oh, we can find out, can't we?
Oh, I can hear it. I don't know if the audience can hear that. Let's see. Can we, production, can we please open that? Yeah.
Oh, you're in the arena.
So, Lauren, what have you done? Explain yourself.
I was a little hungry. And on the way in, look, there was some cables. You know?
You didn't.
What did it taste
You had a nibble, didn't you?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Oh. You didn't fancy a Danny Dorito instead?
No, funny enough, didn't go for that, actually. I thought I didn't even go for a full snack. I just pulled them out of the wall. You know what I mean?
Save them for later.
Tell us which wall.
No, that will ruin the surprise.
Really likes walls as well.
Huh? No, we can't talk about that.
Not the blue wall,
Okay.
at least.
How is the tech pause, though? How's it going for you guys?
So apparently we can see that League officials are currently investigating what happened, but you have already told them what you've done. So could you point in the direction of the wall that you
that ruins
cables
the surprise.
Are you going to let them work for it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know if can the audience hear me? Because there's always that question of like, I know we can hear it here, but like at home, don't know. Maybe.
Can you hear her?
I almost hope that people at home can.
You can hear her.
That would be, I can't hear you. That would be better. It just sounds like we've lost our minds in the middle.
Yeah, I've just become the phantom of tech pauses.
Exactly.
Just like this.
She's here with us in spirit.
Yeah. Have I ever cast with you two properly? I've cast with you.
You've casted with me.
No.
Yeah,
but that was due to other people not being well most of the time.
not the illness sub.
Yeah,
that's right.
And also, actually,
There
back
was
a long time ago, we did cast in a different game.
Ooh.
What game was that, Tom?
Oh,
Dave,
be the
say
one.
it. Say it. Say the naughty word. Say the naughty word.
Oh, he said it.
Wait, that sounds like those little like radios. Like.
Security's on the way. I'm hearing the chatter.
All right. Well, are you getting updates?
No, they're still investigating. And now that they've heard that coming from you, I think that they have a lot more to investigate. You might be getting an email this
How did Lauren
afternoon.
get in that room? She hasn't got the right pass.
I'm turning around. Oh no, it's got to be related to the same issues we had yesterday, surely. Because like no one spilt anything.
No.
No one.
Oh, yesterday we didn't have issues.
Sorry,
An in-game issue.
Day before.
Day before.
We have an update. League officials are investigating an in-game issue. Now, I mean, the last, I don't know if you,
Wait, how
you
far?
didn't have quite the same.
They traveled so far. And you counted how far?
7,100.
From where? I need to know from where. Where are you in the
Second
audience?
sign?
Stand up.
Not
From
good.
Buff Razel.
Definitely not that one.
I don't know where
Put
that
that
is.
sign back down.
They're over there. Okay. We'll have to find out.
Get raised 2 nades.
Should we send Minnie in with a mic to just ask the people?
Hello. You new here? Yes.
That's a wonderful piece of physical comedy.
Yes.
Only the TikTok stream can
Did
appreciate
you call
that.
Minnie just generally physical comedy?
Yeah, I think
That's
just,
quite nasty.
Just
of you.
generally speaking.
That's quite nasty.
Also a bit ironic.
The claws are out. Wow.
Oh dearie me. Gosh. Well, what a day. What a start.
What a day. Indeed.
Are you enjoying the game so far? How many? You only got one
It's
round.
only one round.
To be
It was
honest,
like a 4v5 retake on the pistol. It wasn't even a
got an
retake.
in-zone flawless.
Yeah.
Sponsors are happy.
There you go. I've said it
Sponsors
twice
are
now,
happy.
so there you go.
There you are.
Hit the nail on the head. Problem is the last time when we had Pal up here for the, now it's a quad cast now. I mean, you put Danny Dorito in. I don't know what a scent cast, is that a thing?
I don't know.
Is that the 5 from
No, that's
scent?
not. That's 6.
Really close. But
so I don't know.
We had to restart the pistol round. We had to run it back. We told Pal we never really have.
No, that never
have
happens.
these sort of issues.
No.
Right? Certainly not a rollback.
No.
And then
The mic.
round 1 replayed, and I'm starting to get the feeling maybe we'll be in that same
No.
same zone here.
Nah. I don't think so. That's too juicy. That's too entertaining. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god, a full replay of a round.
We can't do the same script twice. We would never do that in VCT.
Never. The script writers are getting lazy these
It
days.
happened in the very next game. It happened in your game.
Yes.
Right after.
Yes. No. I'm acutely aware of the pain I was in. I don't know if I needed to be reminded of it, but thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Yeah,
You're
no,
welcome.
I love the stop and starts. They're my favorites because you kind of then lie to yourself. You're like, it's fixed now. We're fine.
We're back in.
Yeah.
And you're telling the audience, you're like, guys, don't worry, we're going live. I'm lying, by the way, audience. Don't get excited. and then there's that like, oh, the player's not moving.
Do you know what always makes me
When you
feel
see them
a
on
little
you-
bit better?
Okay. Okay.
Is that we're the first game. So no matter how long this takes,
Yes.
it always takes longer for you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rena, you come in. You come in.
boys. It's lovely to meet you, audience. Player.
You come
You're
in
my
here.
favourite.
Oh, you're my favorite.
Love you.
I think we knew that before you put the headphones on.
Oh. No. Just so you know, I'm taking this over from Mitch. He's probably heard this as well. We're not going anywhere, actually. These three are going to entertain you for as long as physically possible. Yes, the production said it could go to a break. I deny it, so I'm going to leave them to it. Have fun, guys. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
for that,
Lauren. We appreciate you.
Always great to have a helping hand from you.
I cannot wait to see you arriving back home at 1 a.m., girl.
Yeah, we have dinner reservations after this, but I don't think anything
We will
be
send
open
you
when you're done.
pictures of everything, Lauren, of every single thing.
It's all right. She was enjoying the potatoes in the studio earlier, so she can fill up on those.
How would you, as an Irishman, how would you rate the potatoes in the studio?
See, if you ask me that most days, actually very highly rated. I think they've been doing a great job. The mashed potatoes have been there. The
Do you
salt and
prefer
pepper ratio has
the
been
German
great.
mashed potatoes to Irish ones?
I did not say that for very good
That's
reason.
what I heard.
That's what I heard as
But
well.
considering the butter they're working with, the dairy quality they're working with here, I think they do a fine job. A fine job. Just a fine one.
Okay.
We'll leave it at that. Today, it's a different rating. We won't discuss it. But, you know what we will discuss? Nothing else, because it's time to toss this over to the analyst desk.
Oh, yeah.
Is Lauren there too?
I was just eating, and I think there's something in my teeth. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But this is just happens, you know. This is the joy of live broadcasting. And I just something's dawned on me. I've had a bit of a revelation in my mind.
Ooh.
Maybe it's not Lauren's fault. Maybe it's me and Lauren's fault, because I wasn't here yesterday and you guys didn't have a single tech pause. And I was here the day before yesterday and we had a 1 hour tech pause. So is it me? Am I the problem? It's me. Is it me?
I'm sure people would love anything to blame another woman for something.
Oh, okay. It's me and Lauren. It's Lauren and I.
It's you and Lauren.
For sure. Uli is like writing this down like, it's them. So I apologize. I can take it. You know, I'll take the blame. I'll take the blame. Doesn't matter. But let's quickly talk about what we saw at Agents today. There weren't any changes, majority, nothing like that. No big surprises. So I'll just go down the line here. Because Meg, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about the Tejo. We didn't get around to that before we went in game.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard Mr. Fallen, and I was literally just saying to Yinsu, talk about the Tejo playing that role, because I think was it Zoe that did the interview on stage? I can't remember who exactly
Probably the
it
day
was.
we didn't have a tech pause.
Yeah. And basically, Mr. Fallen was asked, does he think he's the best Tejo? So he does not. And whether that was him being honest and just being a humble king, or not feeling confident on the Tejo role, I don't think fills me with a lot of hope here.
Is he wrong? I don't think
he's wrong. There's definitely better.
Yeah.
But I think you've got to back yourself. You hear the way that we were, Kayak was talking yesterday on the post plant. Everything was, we'll take him on. We'll have him.
Do you think you are the best Pitbull cosplayer?
1000% yes.
Love that. Okay.
And I look better bald.
Yeah. Okay. Better than Tom. You surprisingly look way better than Tom.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Uli, do you believe that the Spanish teams are the best Valorant teams? Uli,
If you say
just
no, you're
heard
about
what
to get
Meg
flamed.
I
said.
do.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
There
I
we
do.
go.
They're the best.
You have to back yourself. You have to back
I have to back
yourself.
myself, but holy. I mean, they got both eliminated. They're not on playoff, two of them. But we got Heretics. The probably is hitting finals. I mean,
They might even
back
win
to
something.
back finalists, it's time to win.
Yeah, they might win something.
It's a good time for it.
As an analyst, I'm going to tell you right here, right now, stats mean nothing.
Yeah, that's true. I love this energy. In which case, do you believe that Zeus is the best non-opping duelist?
Well, it's hard to
Well, he's
say.
the only not-opping duelist.
I mean, he's the only one that he's not open, and it's true that for me surprised the most because you're coming from a composition where you used to play with Cinet, and Cinet is huge operator dependent. And now you're moving into Shoes. Shoes is really good, but I wish that he's improving into this operator and maybe bringing so much operator.
What do you think?
Nah, we've got too many op crutches. Let's have a Vandal crutch, right?
Yeah, but then he wants to play the chamber every now and then. That feels very conflicting, you know.
That is rogue.
Yeah.
And I do think, did I draft Zeus on the chamber? I think I
No,
shafted it.
you don't like
And
chamber.
Yeah, so I'm glad that I did because it's backing that.
I mean, I shafted for it. I mean, someone that is not playing operator and wants to play chamber makes no sense.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to play chamber, at least you should be able to be holding with operator every single time.
I almost feel like it makes no sense also to play Yoru without the op either. You know, you've got to, you use the word crush, but you're not wrong. You know, you got an easy way out. You can snowball yourself on days where you might not be feeling it. But also, if you look at the rest of this roster, they don't have a Nats where he could just pick up an op every now and then for the shits and giggles. Oh my goodness. And the I've been here too long. You know, players like Bosa picks it up sometimes if he wants to, because we don't see that from Krax or Atacaptain or Fallen or Yutta.
No
so at this point, somebody should do it, right? At least just one of them.
I think so, and I can try to imagine who could be, and I think on Krax.
Yeah?
I remember Krax to be playing Outlaw. I remember Krax to be playing maybe some Marks a long time ago, and he was good at it. Maybe he could be picking up sometimes when they want to play these double duelists you were mentioning. Maybe she's going into ISO. Shoes could be playing Neon, ISO, those kind of agents that normally should be played from rifles and something like that. And move this operator maybe on Krax?
You want Krax to do everything.
You do.
Uli's like, he should IGL. He should do this, he should do this. He should do my laundry.
Obviously. But I have a reason for it.
Hit me. I'm ready.
Okay,
We have
so-
time. God knows.
First year for him, it was 2023. And it's the same for some of them. And we're talking about someone who was a rookie. As a rookie, he came into the competition being one of the best. He was playing really good, and you can look at him and say, okay, he has a proper KO. He's improving. Into the second year, you become a sophomore. And as a sophomore, you have to be an extra. And he tried to play with Kiko, with Fate, and some extra agents. But this is his third year.
Junior.
He's a junior, he's a pro, whatever.
Senior next
I
year,
mean, I would like to see him playing something else. I mean, I don't see his fate of something strong.
Are you not counting 2020, 2021, and 2022? We just don't count those years.
I mean, I'm just counting all the time he hit into VCT EMEA.
Okay, because he's been with Foot for so long at this point, and he's been. I think he might be the longest standing. Someone check this. It's probably him, Angel, and Boasties. One of them. And he's been here for so long. I think I agree with you, but at the same time, he's one of those players I feel like does what he does correct and already is enough of doing what he does. I don't want to throw more things at him. I don't think he needs to.
Can I throw something at Foot?
Yeah.
We need to see more Sage from them. I miss their Sage days.
My God, Meg.
God, honestly, no, I want to just let everybody know I am
He's
mildly
lost the
rage
plot.
baiting. I did it a little bit with Harbour the other day and everyone was tweaking in the chat, but the one person I will never rage bait with Harbour is Sadak. And
I don't want Sadak to play Harbour. I want someone else to do it. Because on Loud, he didn't do it. He didn't have to do this. And he's so good at flexing onto other things. I remember even the grand finals. There was one grand final where he played 5 different agents across 5 maps. This is the guy that I don't want to get Harbour jailed. You know, on his old team, he could Harbour jail one of the kids. And that's what I want him to do. Because you have so many players that could do this. It doesn't have to be him.
but what if he's letting the others flourish? Because he's been there, done that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Taken the trophy, done his thing. Maybe he's like, this is
My theory is that the only way the N would allow this is if he did it.
Okay.
And kind of like, I'll give you the Harbour, but you're playing it, mate. It's your idea. You can't force Aves to play it. You can't force Sui to play it.
But if I look at every single name we have behind us, Aves is incredible, amazing, gifted individually. He's playing a lot also. Elite is much the same. Suigetsu, including him. Martin is the duelist. I don't feel that anyone is able to play that Harbour role. That you must be the support of the team. I seen Sadak as the only one. But also his IGLing is so hard.
Yeah, but I think people said that about Loud too, you know? You don't expect like Tui's and Kawa to come in to just...
Maybe we have to get rid of Harbor and not playing anything.
Maybe
no more
we should
Harbor.
just delete Harbor. Meg
Of all
will be
the agents to
devastated.
delete, that is not the one.
Yeah, I
Who will
agree.
you delete?
Nobody even plays him, so we could just sit there.
You want to delete Scream? That's what you're saying. You want to delete... He looks like Scream. I feel like we put Scream in the game.
Oh.
No, I cannot delete Scream.
Exactly, you can't do that. But what we can do is give you guys a wee update. League officials have confirmed in-game issues reported by players, and due to this, we will do a rollback around. And my prompter is having issues. So the rest of that, I guess you have to guess. You just have to guess what else is coming up. So give me your best guess in the chat. Give me your best guess. And I thank you for your patience. Let me know what the rest of my sentence were. What did you think I was going to say?
It's funny that Tom already predicted. Tom was saying, if we are making a tricast, we have to repeat the first round.
Oh, it's his fault.
It's his fault.
Well,
Tom,
I
what
can
have you
read the
done?
rest of the prompter if you want.
Yeah.
It says everybody in the chat has to put their karaoke song, and then we're gonna do it. We're gonna do karaoke.
Yeah, but you can sing. That's unfair.
No, but, no one sings seriously.
Can you sing?
Karaoke.
No.
Meg is a beautiful singer.
No, because now
It's
everyone's
true.
gonna be like, oh, she's plugging.
No,
it,
you're
she's
so good at
singing."
singing though.
Thanks.
I'm not.
I'm not, but
I have fun, but I'm not a
But
good
I am a
singer.
try-hard. As in, like, I'm not good at singing, but I max effort. You know, I'm not messing about.
Give it your all.
I'm giving it. Yeah, I'm
I need
trying to hit
hear
the
it.
notes.
Maybe she should just prove it.
Yeah, right now.
I don't know. Do we get DMCA'd for this? Are we allowed to
Maybe
do
if you're
this?
that accurate.
Yeah.
Maybe do a Valorant song.
Can I DMCA Sliggy as a result of this? Because I'll do it. I'll do it for that reason. Yeah, I'll do it for that reason.
You could whip out a die for you.
Oh, yeah, I could do the rap verse.
Yeah?
Yeah, but Boasties wrote a rap verse. Yeah.
Aww.
How's your rapping? Because I hear the streamer for Navi, Marcus, is all right at rapping. He can rap some Eminem.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see it on an official broadcast, to be honest. I think that might be the nail in the coffin, really, for the relationship.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, with the relationship with Navi, right? Yeah, him and Navi, him and Navi.
Yeah.
I
Not
understand.
us, not us.
I understand. Uli, what's your go-to karaoke song?
To be honest, I like to sing anything that is gonna be fun, to have some fun with the friends. Nothing
Yeah?
else. I'm genuine every
What
single song.
constitutes as fun? Because, you know, if you...
I mean, I have to say, last time we went into a karaoke was with Bea, Mitch, and I don't know who else was coming. Was here in Berlin. And no, that's true. Last time I went, it was on Barcelona, and I sing some reggaeton.
Oh, okay. I like
Uli.
that choice. I could get down to that.
Reggaeton is fun.
Yeah, I do like backup dancing because we went with Mitch and Tom as well, and they did Barbie Girl, and I was the backup dancer.
I'm a Barbie
Yeah.
I would pay good money to see that.
I did
think
some.
most
I
people would.
emoted. I was emoting a
Yeah.
lot behind them. Yeah, I didn't. I
great.
never thought. You know, Tom started off being like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna, not for me," kind of out of my comfort zone. By the end, he was the one that I think sang the most. He was out there doing his thing.
Yeah.
As you remember, we went in Istanbul.
That's a
I'll
throwback.
put you onto this because it was me, Meg, Mitch and Tom, Benji Fishy,
Pre-Valorant career.
Fortnite Fishy,
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fortnite Fishy, Talia Ma.
Yep.
You're just dropping some names out here. Connor from
Connor Ball.
Connor Ball.
CPK.
Yeah, CPK. Boaster.
Yep.
And there was a few more people. I'm gonna get annoyed if I don't remember this. Benji's brother Charles Fishy.
And Josh from the radio thing.
Oh, yep, Josh was there. We did karaoke.
And Marcus.
And Marcus. And Boaster had the audacity to sing a Vamp song in front of
Wow.
somebody from the Vamps,
Uh-huh.
which I thought was particularly brave.
And we did force Talia to sing Stay the Night.
Oh, it was great.
But
It was
Bolster
great.
sings pretty good.
Yeah,
He
he's a
does.
very good singer. Yeah, he's a very good singer.
He
You
used
know?
to do some kind of things with theaters and
Yeah,
singing.
before he was practicing his aim. You know, before that he was doing that.
But so it was in 2024.
Wow, Uli.
This year has been amazing.
Do we have a button? Where's my button going? I wanted to
Upset.
press the button. I want to press the button. Okay, we don't have a button, but we do have a wheel. So let's wheel it out.
Ooh.
The wheel.
As Durka once famously said, if my nan had wheels, she'd be a bike.
If my
But
grandmother
I
had
don't have a
wheels.
nan, so here we go.
Oh.
I have some questions I would like to ask the wheel. As you guys know, this is the script writing wheel. Everything that you see that you feel like, oh, righto, script writing, it is from this wheel. So I'm going to start off nice and easy. And I think a very non-controversial topic that should have been settled already, which is Mini Ginger? Because we believe he is. He will say otherwise. So this is the wheel of truth, of course. So the wheel is Mini Ginger. Here we go. We can't argue with the wheel. So if they give us what it is, they give us what it is. There we go.
It's set.
There we go. The wheel said it once and for all. Uli, it's your turn. Go on.
Okay.
What would you like to? What burning question do you have?
You asked me. I'm gonna ask to the roulette. It's the Spanish team the best one from the competition.
Oh. Oh. Okay. I mean, this could be a. Oh no. Oh no. Uli, oh no. Well, on that note, let's get back into game. And Tom didn't let me say he was sassy, so I guess he brings no sarcasm to this TriCast. Over to you guys.
Correct.
Oh, that was delivered nicely, Tom. I expected a snarkier response, but you're trying to shake the allegations.
How about we just start over?
Okay.
The game is starting over.
Welcome to KC versus Foot. Round 1 has not started yet. We're about to jump into Pearl and get our first look at how this pistol round's going to go. Now, Tom, something tells me at the start of the day, KC came into the building and they thought, let's push up B long as 3. But I don't know if they'll do that now. What do you think?
Just say, can we get the telestrator up so we can highlight it? They can't see it.
Not on the screen.
But it has been highlighted.
In the circle for
it
no
has been
reason,
highlighted.
She'll see
okay.
how things
That's
are
good.
rolling.
That's good. Okay, so Pearl, a very popular map in Group Omega, not a lot in Alpha, but definitely these two teams have some experience with it. The audience is ready, and so are the players. 20 seconds to the beginning of that first round. And Tom, you were speaking about something happening in B long.
Yeah, I was talking about that. Mitch definitely didn't say that.
Yes.
Sorry.
Great idea, Tom.
So I was talking about the fact that there's 3 people here.
You know,
The crazy thing is, there's a couple people here
I
as well.
said it. I will leave it.
Well, I don't think the read was there from Foot that there was that heavy of a presence, but definitely that there were players around there. We're resetting the pistol round. They've played it once before, and it is always interesting then to see if there's going to be a change of identity, but KC sticking to what we saw last time. Global control around middle, but 3 players looking for a fight on long. It's only a decoy that they run into. With the gate crash from Foot, they'll again set their sights on that A site. Without those tech issues, we'll see how these fights go down.
Yeah, it now almost just becomes a game of, do you do the same thing twice? Do you risk it again when it failed so miserably well, I guess in round 0 that we're never going to see, for now at least.
It's pretty similar, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is. We don't
Zeus
have...
going down instead of Jet-to-J.
I don't think we have Sugetsu yet in the pit, but I think he knows that there's a very high chance of the salvos going into that position, so just playing on the edge of the exact same spot.
Oh, they pinged the wall. They knew it was there, and still they didn't both make it through. But you can still jump over it, so ready to push on into the site. Now, the vines have gone up. That's going to slow them a moment. It's going to get the rotations coming through as Martin's making his way to the spawn. But the players on site have a bit of a fight. It was flawless last time, but now Foot are putting up a bit of a better fight. 4 versus 3 as the spike is going down and no contention possible. This is looked like a little bit of a better scenario until Sugetsu drops Zeus, and we're back to even footing with a snake in the grass of Martin up close, waiting to emerge from that smoke. Flank on its way around, but a little late from Sadek. Martin's gone early and he's been caught. The herd thinning out. Sadek's flank finally gets one. They know where the last player is, but it's Mr. Fallen. Salvo's online and he'll use them in a moment. For now, the time not really pressuring him, and he'll use them as the rotation comes around, moving into a new angle. The defuse started. It's going to be halfway, but here comes Mr. Fallen swinging in.
Is a little much.
He doesn't get the kill. The clock, what he's playing with here, attempting to run it all the way down. The shoulder peak's working. Sadek gets the kills, but the clock desperately low. Too low, in fact. It was flawless from KC last time, but 1-0 to Foot, starting off Pearl.
The duel of the IGLs right off the bat we see on round 1, and a different result this time around. When we speak about Foot and we look back at what they've done in the past, especially on this map, it was a lot about punishing the mistakes or any errors that the other team was making on the other side. We see a different footing against KC. You saw that? But we just have to wait and see how this is going to translate for the rest, because that was a very small show-in. Let's see if KC wants to apparently double down on this aggression on B-Long.
I like the fact that Foot were confident enough in their pistol round strat to almost run it identically. Like the same salvos were thrown in, the same util to the back of site, but this time winning the battles at a captain, farming up a few, but we're now looking mostly at Zeus. I can't afford to lose any more players.
It's going to start to get costly. Oh man, Aves even wins that fight. Onto Yedege of all people, swinging wide, and another opportunity to put bodies on the floor. Sadic's coming in, a classic in hand, half HP on Zeus, but an upgrade to a Bulldog at least. There is a real opportunity, especially if they go for this plan to 1v1, could be isolated. We'll see it here. Oh, it's Sadic getting the first and the second. Oh, it might not have been flawless to start, but it's pretty damn good in the second. And Sadic's laughing his ass off.
I mean, it's something to be very happy and something to celebrate at the end of the round. Again, he is the last one to be joining the party. And
KC went around challenge.
Yeah, you call it. Yeah, Mr. Fallen's like, that was not legal. That was not legal.
You see the script here, it says 2-0 to Foot, so we're just going to keep reset until we get there. Oh man, that's a tough way to come out of that into a pause, but hey, maybe that's good for Foot's mental. They'll need a moment after that. Sadic's on a 5-0 start. His classic's looking good.
Yeah.
Good signs for KC at least.
There's even a Red Bull clutch. There you go.
There it was, yeah.
Something a little extra.
To a Red Bull
I'm just here for the sponsors. That's my role for the day. I'm just going to be reading out all of the sponsor call-outs. So there you go. That was a Red Bull clutch. We saw earlier an in-zone flawless, but that round was wiped from existence.
Apparently.
But yeah, we'll wait and see, because obviously I'm assuming it's going to be a similar scenario with that being investigated. So talking about that round, it's got to be brutal, especially for KC, when firstly you take the pistol, then the second round, if anything, at times can be more valuable. You get an upgrade, although it's only one gun because only one player survived, but also you destroy your opponent's economy. You're going to get a few orbs along the way as well for that reckoning, which I'll be honest, it took me a moment to remember that alt's name, because I think this is the first time in an absurd amount of time I've actually casted someone playing Harbor.
You haven't casted Sadic this year?
No, I don't think we have.
I don't think we have. We've dodged him every step of the way somehow.
Or he's dodged us.
Yeah.
I
I mean, I can understand it from his side.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
I love you guys, but yeah.
Maybe that's what Sue meant when she said I was sassy.
Yes.
It's the board.
Wait, you thought she meant you were funny?
That's not what sassy means.
Well, it is to me.
Well, yeah, I agree with you here. There's a good chance we could be looking at the same issue. The question, I suppose, on my mind is whether that's going to be a rollback for KC. You put 2 out of 3 rounds on the board and they all get cancelled out. That won't be a feel-good man for the squad of KC, but the rules are the rules. Either way, Sadic's got to be feeling great, man. Comes in with the classic, walks out with 2. The fact that Aves was able to do so much on long as well, let's just hope they get to keep it.
Well, something that we have definitely seen this couple of rounds now is that aggression that KC is putting onto B-Long. When we were speaking about Foot, and I was saying the punishing the mistakes of their previous opponents, it was difficult for Koi to fight that space because they were doing it with the chamber. And actually, Mr. Fallen was brilliant in dealing with that and putting out a lot of pressure so they could control that part of the map. It looks like KC has a very clear idea on that is a part of the map that they want for themselves.
Well, I also wonder as well if it's almost just a counter to their own comp, because you're running a Vice. The classic Vice setup is you just have the wall on the cross deep within B, you abandon that side of the map, leave Vice there alone just with the vines, then you pop the vines when anybody crosses the wall. Well, if you're then pushing that with 3 players every single round, if you're Foot on that side of things, you're going, okay, but there's probably just a wall there, we get this space for free, they're putting a Prowler in, they're walking through, and then they're meeting a ton of resistance. So I quite like the idea of KC are doing that, just going like, you have an idea of how we're going to play, and we're countering ourselves before you can do it.
Well, I have some good news for you. Not only will we be getting back into the game very shortly,
Are we starting again?
No, we're not going to reset the round. So we're going into round 3. Everything's as it should be, 1-1. KC did manage to upset in that previous round. This fight did really happen. It wasn't just in your imagination. And Sadic can keep that smile on his face. They get that second round win, which, as you said, Tom, can often be more valuable than taking the initial. I believe they're still tweaking some settings, but it will not be as extended of a pause. We won't be keeping Lauren an extra hour.
Yes, that's the stage we want to see today. Definitely.
Eng almost smiled as well. He was very
close.
He was close. He was holding it. He was holding himself back.
You know, he's got to resist. He can't look too happy. You want to. It's only 1-1. It's only been balanced. Sadic doesn't look quite as happy right now.
He's meditating.
Oh.
He's keeping his mind focused. 5-0 start for him. That's not including the first pistol round.
See, I don't think he got anyone in the first.
Yeah.
I think it was Sugetsu and was it Elite or Aves? I think it was Elite.
I don't know.
Okay.
I can't remember. It seems like 10 hours ago, but I see a timer moving.
It hasn't hit 0 yet. We're gonna wait.
We're back. Just wait. Yeah, it's gonna go 3, 2, Red Studio.
Pansy will open the door on 1 and everything will turn red.
Well, we've kept her away. She's not chewing any more cables for the rest of the game.
She has the mood lighting for the room.
1-1 we go. KC, they get a lot of weapons out of this, a huge economic advantage, and a boost in the early half. Sugetsu already spotting a bit of contact. You can see that Foot are going to try to use this, the disadvantages that they've got. Try to make up for it with the numbers. Early fight on A, they don't get anyone there. Embed out of captain, he's going to be able to still use his stars, or what few he has, to assist the squad. And they'll again look to pressure up towards Art. They've seen that this is where there was a wall waiting for them before, but the setup has changed.
Yeah, very careful approach from the side of KC, just with those stars.
Okay, Martin definitely here to play. Moving towards his ultimate already. That dimensional drift will likely be online in the next round. Potential to fight for an orb. If so, and well, in terms of cost, or more importantly, in terms of finances for KC, this is as good as it gets. You get to eco a round, you win that eco, you get a free gun, and then, well, if this one comes out flawless, they're in a great spot.
I love the wall position as well. They've given up so much space, but they'll make up for it by holding the extremities, and then if there's a deep push down to the real danger, if they go water into your own spawn, the wall's going to catch them.
I put that down with a misclick when I start the round.
No, Tom, you were ahead of the curve, okay?
Yeah.
Cerebral gameplay from Tom the Biz, and Sadek picking up another, this time through the smoke. These one's a little easier than the fight he had last time, but he knows just how dangerous the classic can
flawless. There we go, we got it in the end.
We got there.
Good job, guys.
Does that mean that we get to see the next round is the question?
No, unfortunately, we're going to be resetting. No, I'm kidding. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't panic. Oh, the collat as well. 2 barrels, 3 kills.
I was saying, I really like how patient and how much space KC were given, just playing with those stars. Just, oh my God, why are we doing this? Is this tactical?
Oh no, I was joking, guys. I was kidding.
Guys.
I was kidding. We don't need the red LEDs.
Guys.
The timer's frozen in.
Guys. You promised me.
No,
I see Mr. Fallen smiling, and that usually makes me happy, but right now, yeah, I don't see anybody with their hands on their keyboards.
No, I'm panicking. This is certainly a bumpy start for both of the squads. And
there it is. There it is. Spoke too soon when we were speaking about having a next round.
Sue's never going to finish her food. She's having a couple of bites every few minutes.
Hey, I appreciate you guys in the crowd as well. We get a cheer for the tech pause. We'll see how long that stays. Oh, man. They can't catch a break.
We've got the let's go tech pause.
We made it, guys.
Mola. Well, a little break in the action. Certainly not the first time.
Yeah, Alice, you know what?
Getting our stretches in.
Yeah.
So Getsu's
side to side.
warming up his wrist.
Yeah. Keep that blood flowing.
At least it's not the winter. It's still warm in the studio, so no one's freezing up down there. But my goodness, it's certainly not an ideal start.
Buff Fade. I feel like we need to buff Sky. There's only
Mr. Falling begs to differ.
I would have said buff Harbor,
did they win?
I said Mr. Fallen begs to differ. I didn't say Mr. Falling.
You didn't say it was right. You
Exactly.
said he begs to differ.
Do you know, when I was having an interview with him and I was asking him about the compositions and thinking also about the Lotus coming up later after, well, if we ever finish this off. Thinking of the Lotus coming in later.
After the 6th pistol
After
round.
We'll get past the bonus eventually. If there is even a bonus. But as I was saying, after last week and the performance that we saw against Team Liquid, that 1-13, maybe that Jet does not come back. Maybe we go back to the Foot that changes composition after this work.
It's a
Wait.
quiz.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with number 3. I think it was Indiana, purely because I don't know anything about Indiana. I want to learn about it.
New York, United States, Indiana. She's very pretty, so I'm gonna say New York. You're gonna go for Indiana?
Well, I'm guessing I'll go Singapore then.
Yeah, I guess. Can you find the correct one? Which one was the correct one? Indiana.
was it?
Let's
Yeah.
go for the first time.
I don't know anything about Indiana except that person is from there. So there we go. That's the first fact I've got. Perhaps we'll learn more as time goes on. League officials are swapping the stage PC. Which one of those pesky PCs?
It's Sadax. It has to be Sadax.
He's 7-0 at the moment. I don't think it's
7-0.
Sadax.
First with the
Someone
classic, then with the
accidentally installed
Bulldogs.
Bullhacks on his one.
Yeah. Whenever he clicks, he's on someone's head. It's a unique problem to have. Yeah, and again, I think one of the things we'll clarify as we move on is whether or not that's the 2-1 will hold its water or whether we'll be back to even footing. Either way, it was a round where Foot didn't have a lot to work with, but it would be a shame to scrub that collab.
That'd be a shame to scrub the end zone flawless. That'd be the second one.
It looks so bad on us because it's been only after like the sponsors, and it makes me sad.
So,
yeah, that's true.
A little update for the folks at home as we will move away from the caster desk. League officials have confirmed a hardware issue on stage. So while we wait for the PC to be swapped out, could take a moment, we're going to go off to a break. So we will see you after this.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. 'Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough. I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. 'Cause I've had enough.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man on my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put soul on the beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes with this money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just tasting my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if...
Welcome back, everybody. It looks like the Reds disappeared from our studio, and we'll be jumping back into the game in just a couple seconds. In fact, even quicker. We're already back in the game, ready to roll. League officials have swapped out the PC, and hopefully that's going to be the end of our troubles. Perhaps not the end of Foot's troubles. They're 1 round on the board out of 4 played so far, but technically 3. And the barriers will go up with KC playing a bonus, but a pretty powerful one as well. Martin's been dropping bodies with that Outlaw in play. Ult used by Zeus right away, and he's going to be clearing a lot of space down here on B. Already found that Vice Wall as well, so some of the danger we're already well aware of. A late play by Yedege, very much expected. Martin still shredding on the Outlaw.
This is a dimensional drift and a reckoning now for a post-plant. This is as good as it gets for this retake utility. The setup could be sublime, but then you look at the other side, Teo online could be perfect and exactly. They're going to use it early.
K-Crush used by Zeus, he's back on the site. Evaded that early danger. Mr. Fallen picks up one decoy and flash used, and Martin gets his reward. Low HP on Mr. Fallen, but he's getting some of it back. Abez quickly dispatches him, and Cracks doesn't last much longer. It's all down to Adacaptain, and the spike already being diffused. He's gonna pop the stun, and it's beautiful! Denying with the shot just in time, and that'll pull it back to a 1v1. So desperately close to taking it across the line, but the defuse under his nose. The spray gets there. A Red Bull clutch for Adacaptain. No trouble for Foot.
And we were speaking about the amount of tools that KC had to stop that from happening to have a very good retake. We also saw Foot already battling against what was happening on B at the beginning of the round. What a beautiful play to close things out in round 4.
I think just normally in those cases you want to have the grab well. The stun not particularly useful in many occasions, but just expecting them to be stood bolstering that player is enough for it to be taken over the line. Up until that point, a decent round for KC. But you now look at the purchase, they've got plenty. Operator in hand for Martin. And they now go back to that slightly more classic setup, but the B site is open other than that singular wall. It's there for information. Other than that, there is nothing behind it to slow them down.
It's KC right up into mid, and now they know where Yedege is. He could be in trouble, has some support on the sideline, but he's caught off by Sagetsu, and Adacaptain just fades away. They try to take control of the space on A as a result, but the op is waiting for them. Martin upgrading his sniper, and this time to great success as Footer left with just 3.
Yeah, different approach coming in now, but of course, Foot have already acknowledged that maybe there is some freedom to be had on B since the operator's playing on A, but watch out, you never know with that Yoru.
Break past the wall, which is going to pull the full rotation. The majority of players making their way back through the spawn. Everything available for this defensive side. And with 30 seconds left, are they giving up the round? That's the only assumption I can make. There's no way they're going to run all the way back towards the A site, try and make it through the vines and whatever, other info they'll have. So that is just going to be a full-on save from the side of Foot after a round victory off a clutch. I guess the problem is, the finances won't be there in the next round.
Yeah, exactly. It was so important for them to have won that round number 4, because otherwise that financial problem would have come much, much earlier. But the approach from KC in this round, looking for something different. We were speaking about leaving B open and having that double push on from B. Having the harbor, one of the tools that you can use is those cascades to open and create those situations and more favorable duels. So KC is very aware of where their winning conditions are, and it's so good to see that from the defense we are going to see this proactivity coming in from them.
Yeah, and like you pointed out as well, just cutting up that push and allowing the rotations to come back through was the Vice wall, and I feel like Elite, it's been a real pain in their side. You can see Foot in some of these rounds pinging out where they think the wall will be, but it's changed, it's art, it's water, and this time, and the last round, it's on B long, so never really knowing where they have to apply that pressure to take the information out of KC's hands early. Harbor wall used as well at the start of this round to block off any mid control. And it looks like again we'll see KC looking to pinch into that angle late. The retake on mid is a nice approach, but Foot have gone the other direction. They're sending it all down through A long, blitzing their way into the site. And because they had set up for this mid take, KC are all close by, but mostly locked out from one angle inside of Art.
They have the stall. The Foot have decided to go for something far more direct based off having a few weaker weapons. They're being slaughtered though, not able to get past that cross whatsoever, and it is all too easy. This wasn't an eco round. This wasn't a weak buy. If anything, they still had those 3 guns and they get absolutely nothing.
Much more frontal, right? We were seeing a Foot trying to test the map a little bit, and KC having, again, a different approach. You move Martin with that operator onto Art. You live Suigetsu, trying to get that first pick, trying to be that first engagement, not only because he can retrieve his stars and just create a segue for himself out, he was also 1 away from his ultimate. So if he got that first kill and got out of the fight, they could play for a full retake. They didn't need to. So now they're going to have a couple of ultimates to work with for this round. And as you were mentioning, Tom, Foot not having the best economy for round number 7.
No, it's been utterly obliterated. 1 player alive, saving guns for the next, and then only getting a singular kill. This is about as good as it could get for KC. They are flying high. And I'm a bit concerned. Like the last round, you're trying to go for these all-in direct takes, but you give up a lot of space. And with what they've already seen, with aggressive pushes coming through from KC quite regularly, they had to know that quite quickly they were going to figure out where they were going. But they still took their time. They were still quite slow. That's why there were so many players there in the last round. I think that could also come off the bat of Yedajay's having a very quiet start. I don't think he's got a single kill on the board, and if your lurker's getting wrecked, you group up.
I was a little worried early. Minute 30 on the clock, and you see KC, where previously they had this anti-eco wall down in water, and then a lot of players playing the extremity, just containing the control that they'd given up. Well, they were playing a little bit more aggressive. They were fighting for that middle control. And up against the eco, that gave opportunities to Foot. There was a moment where 4 players, or 3 I think, were stacked up on Art, ready to push in with 1 on long, and an op that they were up against in one of those fights. It could have presented an opportunity, but KC fell back. They gave the space, and they're confident that they can just chip away at whatever site the push comes in on. And you can see there is no worry. So far, we're on track for an in-zone flawless, and with a stunned up Mr. Fallen Classic in hand, there was no other conclusion possible. KC, 5 players alive, in-zone flawless, and 5 rounds on the board. This defensive side is looking very hard to crack, but let's not forget that that is Foot playing an eco.
It's so important what you're saying. It's difficult to crack. Every single round, we're seeing a different default played in by KC. So if you're Foot, if you're trying to see any gaps, anything that you can exploit, if we speak about the individuals, we see a Mr. Fallen that was super, super successful and that can take advantage of those cracks, but by KC just doing something different, just having different setups for the Vice, putting the operator at different positions, but still putting that pressure onto them, Foot have to go back into the drawing board and trying to condition the opponent to follow their plan instead of just being second place to them.
And it's even the harbor walls are changing up. And I mean, we can look at almost every piece of utility now. This same one that we've seen in the previous round up against the Pistols is used for this much more passive mid control. You're denying that burst aggression from Foot.
And now Elite is the one having the operator. With Martin having his ultimate, he knows that he can have more impact with that.
Oh, they've utilized the salvos already just to destroy some of that early utility that's been placed down by the Vice. That's gone in through to middle and has given them some extra space. They're not really finding any resistance. It's a passive hold on one side and then an incredibly aggressive push on the other. A lot of information already garnered once again for KC, and they may start rotating a player back towards that B site.
Oh, the gate crash. Look at it going through. They're not going to trip the wire instead. Going to allow this deeper rotation from Martin. Whether he pops the ult first or not, I suppose, remains to be seen. If he gets contact, possibility to fall back. But the fight coming in on the B site, gets the TP in. Zeus with a double opening. And now, well, have whatever flank you like, KC. The site is there for Foot. The plant secured. And indeed, you can see that Martin is going to go back towards middle, perhaps into the waiting arms of Yedege.
Yeah, he's got incredibly deep control, even has a cam to play off as well, so any surprise factor will be gone within a second. And the second he turns around, a really nice little setup for Yedege to just get an easy pick. For the remaining two, they have unlimited credits. They are literally at the peak, so the idea is to, well, not even get the ults online, it's just about doing damage, as both are already available.
Do you want to, as we're saying, you know, like you already have your ultimates. I think it's time to maybe like remove yourself. Okay, there is some damage if you're a Vest.
But it comes at a cost. Weapons on the floor, Aves with a 3-piece, but no time left to defuse that spike. Running for the hills is his only option, and he'll make it far enough away. But for KC, that lead enclosed in on Foot, now just 2 behind it, proving that they can take that more direct approach with great success, denying the angle of the operator early on. Salvos coming in from behind the smokes, and the TP in worked wonders.
Yeah, we were speaking about the TP coming in from our team, but it was actually the one from Zeus that we should be paying attention to when we're speaking about Foot. Come on, you need to make them play your game. This kind of executes, this kind of putting all the pressure onto them, finding that gap, spotting where their operator is not in play, and just taking advantage of that, also thinking about the ultimates that you have to work with to make things easy for you.
I think the surprise factor as well. This is what Zeus and Mr. Fallen have always been able to bring as a combo, those explosive plays, and that's what worked for them in the last round. This, well, it's an aggressive one that fails miserably. The rest of the team not even able to capitalize. Sugetsu coming out with 2, but Yedege and Mr. Fallen have evened things up.
Oh, the cage as well on the cross. That's going to keep Elite guessing whether he's already made it through. Prowler is sent in to confirm that information, and Martin realizes the ult isn't needed. They've already read that the rotate is underway. Yedege trips the wall as well, so there's no late round security for KC. They have to be worried about all of those angles, but they have made it here ahead of the push. Foot a little late, bringing the spike to sight. And if it's a 1-by-1 fight, Elite may have a real chance to just end this round here and now, but the ult is sent in, and he's sent out of elbow, out of the round. Still one watching from up above. And what do they have to deal with it? Can't put a smoke in, instead just having to swing in, but luckily Aves was tight in the corner, not able to pick them until the plant is already down. A 2 versus 2 as a result, and Martin putting the dimensional drift into play to try to find these last players.
They have the info on where the majority are for one side, and he's trying to garner it for his squad. 2 versus 2. Both players spotted, but it seems like both players are going to end up losing their fights. Foot climbing back into this attack side, and well, they've made a dent, but KC will still be able to buy comfortably again.
And what a way to turn things around. I think that JTJ, we were speaking about him not being able to get the kills, even getting that one onto Martin a couple of rounds ago. And I think that it's given him the confidence back. And also, Mr. Fallen is making sure that playing backside is just not an option this past 2 rounds there on B. And we absolutely know that when we're speaking about Foot and speaking about being confident, being comfortable, everybody is going to be cheering up each of the players.
Yeah, I also want to talk back to something that was mentioned on the desk about the best Teo player within our region. And I will say for me, utility-wise, Mr. Fallen actually is my favorite. I think he's so incredibly good at putting players into position, but also making things very awkward for other players. I think we go onto the defensive side of this map in particular, and he was the guy that proved to me that Teo was going to be a game changer because of his plant denial, because of how much space he's able to take. And I think you're witnessing it here. In both the last 2 rounds they've won because his utility has given them an advantage from a position where they were at a disadvantage. That's something that I think you look at any other agent, there are times where that's possible, but to do it consistently is so much more difficult. Is he 4 and 9 on the board? Sure. But 3 kills have come off his utility alone.
Yeah, and I think we saw that as well in a lot of the games recently. Looking at Lotus especially, you'll see Tejo's not having that much impact when it comes to the individual duels in some of the games recently. But it's not about that. It's the control of the map. 007, well, Elite, not quite. He's got some assists.
Oh yeah, I think Yedajay was closer, but has stepped up over the last couple of rounds. A quiet start.
Elite would have wanted a little more when he pulled that operator through. It's back in the hands of Martine. And again, we're seeing the same setup from KC, but this time it's not just the Vice Wall towards B. Having that gate crash to escape from Martine means he's going to get that little bit more aggressive, find some information. But that info is going to be obtained across the map as pressure is applied on Art and through the double doors. But at this point, there's no real space for Foot to take without a serious brawl.
With all the things that we have seen happening on mid, they decide to double down and just try and see if KC want to go back towards those fights.
Already forcing back the angles. I like what we've also seen from Sadak, utilizing all of that harbor utility towards the door. So if you want to try and aggressively swing into it, you're going to get slowed. And even though that slow is not much, if you're trying to swing as a team, it just makes it that little bit more disjointed. He has used up the majority of it though, but that delay puts Foot down to just 40 seconds as they look to build into a site where all of the thorns currently lay. They're going to be slowed down a lot on this entry.
Especially late round, that gate crash from Martine's usually allowed for early rotations, but it was still in the elbow of B, so he's not going to be here to back up the troops with the op and all those smokes down. Maybe it's for the best. He'll be in the late round if needed as the plant comes in from Foot. Mr. Fallen previously got shredded as soon as the spike hit the ground. This time, he'll be able to retreat and set those salvos up. KC want to get ahead of the problem. Already picking off Zeus before he can fall back. Spotting order. Oh, spamming in fact, but Sadak gets nothing for his trouble. Up goes the Cosmic Divide, but that's the signal for Yedajay. He's going to start his flank, wrapping his way all the way around, and all they have to do is delay, but they can't! They're all in the ground! Oh, the spam's giving Yedajay away, and he can't stop the defuse from there. That could have been the flank that changed the game, but instead, the round was already lost.
Again, I love the way that they combine their utility to just make all of these fights so awkward. An abundance of smokes, an observer's nightmare, the Cosmic Divide to force them forward into positions where you're going to battle from, the Cove to make players have to go in towards that spike, and by that point, well, you're narrowing things down to 2 or 3 angles that need to be held rather than an abundance of them as you would normally in this site retake.
I love the awareness that we're seeing from KC. This is probably what a lot of what we were seeing on that first round that actually was never the first round, but it happened, but it actually never happened.
Imagine that.
Yeah, because we saw a KC that was very passive, that was already expecting of all this utility that we're speaking, the smokes, the plan coming down, and already thinking of how to battle from within the site. And even though Foot have requested here timeout, there are things that they have changed that they're doing better. For example, we were speaking about them going on to Art, and even when they're looking back, when Yedajay was going to put that camp, Mr. Fallen went with him. Taking those 2v1s, potentially always having a refrag, is definitely a good sign that we expect to see from a team like KC, from Foot. But then when we look at KC, we were speaking about Yedajay already, has that flank. The only reason why Sadak looks and is able to move away is having that Cosmic Divide. They have every single tick in their box.
I'd say as well, one thing with KC throughout this season is I don't think there's been too many games where we have the majority of those superstars. Like, they picked up a lot of players that were very good in their own positions, obviously swapped a lot of roles around to try and fit things in, but you look at the scoreboard right now, and other than Elite having a bit of a quieter performance,
he had his
everybody
first
else
round.
Yay!
Yay!
Yeah, okay. But everybody else has been really good so far. So it's a dangerous time for Foot. Obviously, we talk about the value of trying to get first in that group, but more importantly, the burden of being in fourth. It's a single elimination match if you finish fourth in your group. Whereas everybody else gets a couple of chances.
Immediate breakage of that drone. Presence spotted towards Art. It's the same old default from Foot. In fact, looking a bit more towards the extremities this time. Seeing Yedege inside out of Captain. It's just a few pixels away from being picked off by Martine, but it's Zeus to give away the opening duel. Sadik clean in that shot. Martine gets an opportunity of his own. Doesn't land it this time, but he's sticking around. That gate crash, even faked in case one of his teammates could maybe hear,
another one.
could make that call and force Ada Captain forward, but Ada won't fall for the bait, at least not for now. No, it's the rotate back.
They still have the issue of delay though, 40 seconds. They haven't been clearing out any of this Vice utility from Elite, even if he has been having a rough game statistically. Every time they enter this site, they're met with Thorns, which do damage and delay you severely in terms of that time. 25 seconds to make their move. There's now 3 players on this side. They also have the stun, potentially even the grab one. They're going to try and swing off the back of it. Elite does well. Sugetsu in tandem, and that clock is now ticking very fast against Foot, but they find the openers. Both kills incredibly quick. They're going to get the spike back. Reckoning already in. It'll reveal them and stun them up. Somehow Yedege survives the shot from the operator, so desperately low, but he'll come out with 4. I don't know how they've won that round, but they did.
Unbelievable display from Yedege. Yeah, they're down to the last couple of seconds. A reckoning put into play against them. One of them has to plant, and Yedege even steps behind the wall for a moment. You think that's the opportunity, if not to catch him going back through.
He also got hit by an AWP.
He got hit by it as well?
He got hit by an AWP.
Yeah, but it's the fact that he didn't die. He felt invincible.
There you go.
Yeah. For him, it was absolutely nice. I mean, he was almost stunned also when he peeks for the last one, and of course...
I didn't even realize that shot hit him. Unbelievable.
Wait. You thought Martine missed?
That's a good point.
Doesn't happen a
I'm
lot.
sorry, Martine. Please don't watch the VOD back.
He will.
That was Tom speaking. This is Tom. I'm Tom. Be mad with Tom.
I'm Mitch.
It's weird, Tom. Your voice sounds a lot lower than normal, as in from where it's coming from.
Wow. Well, there was absolutely no need for that at the record show. That violation was unprompted. KC, 6 rounds. Let's see if the Foot can equalize by the time they close this one out. Half has one more round to play with Aves tagged up already. The defenders of the B site could be in trouble. The Arsenal being brought over to Elite, and the weapons out of the hands of Foot. They're not able to stand a chance in that first fight. You've still got the wall to break on through. That's going to isolate one of these players, leaving out a captain on his own.
Still, we've already seen massive rounds from him already, and the 2-for-1 making a third as he swings back around, leaving Sugetsu standing alone. Back-to-back 4Ks from the side of Foot. And well, it's been clutches that have got them close in this half, but they go in even.
4 out of the 5 last rounds, especially with how this map started. Foot is definitely showing that they have the resilience and they have the individuals to be popping off in this moment.
Unbelievable. Ada Captain was thrown to the wolves there, but he came back leading the pack. Phenomenal. That's going to get the spirits of the Foot fans high. And let's actually check in with our Foot co-streamer Rage as Yinsu's standing by for a halftime interview.
Great time to be a Foot fan, of course. I'm now joined by Rage. Now, you had a lot of energy just now. The last couple of rounds from Foot were absolutely fantastic. So tell me about that first half. How you doing? How's your heart beating?
I mean, my voice is already broken almost. I'm already shaking. You can see my head. I'm already shaking. The match right now is beautiful. I was waiting for a long time, Carmen Corp, to play against them because they're my friends. We know them, all together. Carmen, tourne ensemble. And yeah, playing against them is always nice. It always feels bad, because I feel like I'm betraying them. But it's all.
You gotta back your boys.
Of course.
It's your boys.
Yeah, of course, all day. But yeah, it's nice to play against them. I'm very happy to see, and it's very tight right now. So
yeah, and speaking of your boys, I know that you're a bit of a jet opper yourself. You like to pick up the op. You like to play duelist. Now, your boy Zeus doesn't really do that. So what are your opinions on them picking up a duelist player that doesn't op?
Yeah, honestly, I already asked him about it, and he just says, I want to headshot, I want to aim at the head, but I'm like, if you play OP, you can also be annoying. He knows how to play OP, but my dream is to see him being 50-50. Like headshot people and play OP as well.
A good balance.
Exactly, yeah. But the way she's doing right now, it's very good right now.
But on the other side, the Martine op on that first half was kind of destroying them, right?
Yes, I was talking about it. Like he has a big impact. Wherever you go, like when you see an OP, you're always scared to fight against it, right? And Martine is doing insane right now with the OP, so.
Yeah, we'll see maybe Zeus surprises us, because if you play Chamber, you gotta know how to op.
Absolutely.
So he probably does know how to do it. Now, we heard from Mr. Farland previously, he doesn't think that he's the best Tejo player in the league. What do you think about Mr. Farland's Tejo?
As I said to him yesterday, personally, I think he's very humble. Very humble guy.
He's too humble, maybe.
Too humble, yeah, he's very insane. Like right now for me, he's like top 3 aimer in the world as a leader.
No. Oh, 100%. OG fragging IGL. Yeah, he was doing it before other people.
Insane, but his Tejo is very good. But I love the fact he's so humble, you know.
And lastly, and not least, there's a lot of Foot fans in the crowd as well. We've seen them. They're very hyped. So could you help me hype them back up as we head to the second half?
Okay, sure.
Give me some energy.
Okay. Hey, Foot! Foot, brother! I want some scrimmage, guys! Some scrimmage, come on! Some scrimmage, guys! Whoa, whoa!
That's how you do it. That is how you do it. Let's send this back to our casters and see if Foot can close us out.
Well, that's the question on everybody's minds here. Neck and neck coming out of the first half, but what a resurgence. Like you said, Bea, 4 out of the last 5 rounds falling into Foot's grasp, and well, it has looked very good, especially out of Captain popping off like that. We thought he was isolated, left for dead, but he came back and clutched it out. Now it's KC's attack side though, and this can be a terrifying sight to behold.
Yeah, exactly. We were speaking about the harbor. We also saw there in fact, yes, Sadak knows a lot about the harbor, knows a lot also about micromanaging it, but it was not before EMEA. Before EMEA, he had not played it himself. But now we're seeing a different phase. We already saw a little bit of utility, but no movement on the side of Foot. I promise you guys, the pieces are working.
Is that a promise you can keep?
Yes. For now.
If this studio goes red after this, Bea, we're going to be having words.
Yeah,
please.
I'm going to start questioning if Pansy has paid you off to just curse our cast.
I have the spike.
That's not better. I'd do it for free. Thanks, Bea. I appreciate that one. That makes me feel so much better about myself. Nonetheless, Mr. Farland already spotting that additional pressure. Has the salvo online, has the stun available as well to slow them down. And they're both going to look to sit towards that backside position. There you go. That's that additional delay. 35 seconds left on the clock. A rotation already coming in from Zeus to join them. But Mr. Farland wants to try and be the hero himself. They're not expecting him within the smoke. It's the surprise factor of the leader. He may not think he's one of the better aimers, one of the better Teos. Oh, I question what KC think at this point.
Well, they think the round's gone. 12 seconds.
They have a spike to retrieve in 10 seconds, Mitch.
4 players to run past, and one of them is Mr. Fall, and he's got his own 4K up on the board.
That's 3 in a row.
Yes.
Got jealous of Ada Captain in the previous round, and you know, the best part is, a humble guy that he is, he's probably going to say, that was all Ada Captain, great smoke.
Yeah, from 3 different players, so the 3
Yeah,
back to back to back.
Then Ada Captain, and then Mr. Farland.
Yeah.
That's absurd.
Yeah, exactly. And we were speaking about the harbor, right? And we saw that wall, that height being used from Sadak, and that was the trigger to send in the salvos, and also for him to also just put himself in a situation. You're mentioning the smoke from Ada Captain. He has the balls to just go, this is the play. This is exactly how I can get the most out of this situation, and definitely a 4K is the most.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of IGLs at the moment that when things go bad, will try and put the rounds on their back. I think Mr. Farland is one of the few I don't mind, because he genuinely has the individual skill to back it up. I'd say Mini does as well.
But he's a caster now, so...
Yeah. That's the Mini I'm referring to.
You've not seen him in ranked at 4 AM.
You're correct, I haven't. Neither of his opponents either. He always goes missing.
Until they're 11-3 down. 7-6. Foot on the defensive side. They put a round on the board, and now it should be the easy conversion, but this is where KC were able to disrupt the flow of the game in the previous half. It was Sadak popping off with a little 2-piece to finish it off. Aves getting more than he should have over on long. Now they're on the attack, grouped up. Safety in numbers, perhaps. Spams don't land on anyone. A decent start. Sadak up to his old tricks, but he's only good for 1. And it should be housekeeping from this point. I like the little crossfire that they were attempting to put into place. Getsu and Aves.
Cracks, give me a 4K.
enemy remaining.
Nice from Sagetsu. A little more of the damage would be felt, and it got a little bit closer than I like to see.
Only 3.
Oh, Lord. But they survived.
All I'm going to say is the KC classic stonks are going through the roof right now.
I don't know what they put
I
in
might
there,
have to
man.
get one just to see if it works.
I think it might be more than just the skin, Tom.
What is it then?
Yeah. What are you trying to say?
It's the players. It's the skin.
I told you.
Are you saying we should not buy the
Did you
Absolutely.
forget?
That's not what I said.
I was
That's not what
sat
I said.
here. I said I'm working for the sponsors today. I do something that, you know, try and sell some bundles. And comes in and goes, well, it's not the skin. It is the skin. It's the skin. Buy them all.
100%.
We're speaking about the bonus now for Foot, Mr. Fallen,
Let's go.
with a Bucky
Let's go.
and a Dream,
keeping it.
and 1 away from his ult, so
Hey, he's hiding in smoke. What other gun would you want?
exactly.
Probably a Judge, but
Based.
Oh, they're coming his way. Chance! Mr. Fallen with one. Stun up close and a fallback. Salvos to be sent.
got his ult.
It's going to be sent through. That's going to force them forward. Right into the Bucky. Mr. Fallen. He's not even taking the weapons on the ground. He knows what he wants. And it's another Bucky kill. Decoy sent through on the flash, but Mr. Fallen. He's got
that might be the greatest play of all time.
If that is not our play of the week, I will quit. Of the week? We have a sponsor at the end of the day, Thomas. I thought that you were
We
aware of
got to
this.
change it to play of the year or something. Week doesn't cut it.
the ult in the middle as well. He took the decoy and the player out in one. Oh my!
Yeah, but he's definitely not the best deco in the league.
No, guys.
Right.
Overrated.
He gets the first kill. He backs off. Uses the ult. Gets now.
Can we just move on to map 2?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone recovers from being aced by a Bucky.
I am not recovered.
Well, 3 back-to-back 4Ks is bad enough, but an ace with a Bucky then.
They have remembered that they are Turkish. Yinsu had that question. You guys can shoot. They definitely can.
Supposed to get an ace.
Yeah.
Mr. Farlin has to up him with an ace from a Bucky. Martin, well, he was going to try and bring something back. 4K maybe? Add a captain, try and add another to the tally. He's under serious pressure, going to run out of bullets. That doesn't help. Prax is there to try and react, but they've got to be careful. Maybe getting a little bit over-zealous in this round, a little overconfident, and well, they've swapped places.
Gotta commend KC for bouncing back after that previous round so quickly. We're into a 2v2. Rifle for Aves, but low HP. Elite just on the Sheriff. But honestly, post-plant here, great potential with 2 Razor Vines still online to play with an Aves. With low HP, he wants a bit more. And that was deathly close. Grazing the players, but not quite dealing the damage he needed to. They'll fall back though. And like I said, a Haunt as well online for Aves to play behind smokes. Well, there are none either. Foot have to just step out in the open and both Razor Vines on the spike. It's going to be time delay, bleeding that clock dry before they'll have a chance.
He could seize them both behind the pillar, put them low, but it's just down to time. No, he's going to check close. Was a little bit nervous about that position. Spike tapped, Haunt utilized, nice shot from Elite. This is going to be an immediate swing back, an important round to take. It would have been the mental completely obliterated, but an immediate response and a pay save card. Thrifty. We've hit them all this game.
Very important for KC, yes. We've hit all the sponsors, but very important for them. After the round with the Bucky, after us going insane, it is very easy to lose your mental and to think, what the hell was that? It is so good to see that the response from that is being very fast, even though they have that weaker weaponry, to see if Foot are still celebrating in their heads.
I need to know if it was Mr. Farlin who swapped PCs.
No, I think it was because KC all left the stage, so I don't know.
But would they have left the save because it was a problem on the other side?
Who knows?
But if it was Mr. Farlin, check him PC.
Yeah, whatever, whoever swapped that one in.
To be fair, it was all on camera,
jersey
and
on?
we saw it. It was a Bucky, and you know, like, we saw everything. Do you think?
He's got some sort of an implant in his brain. I don't know what's happened, but the switch is being flicked. But for KC, an immediate response, a necessary one after losing that 3rd round and a half, and a timeout called here to steady the ship as they attempt to push right back up into the lead, but 2 rounds between them and Foot.
Can we change his name to Sir Fallen? Because I think that deserves a knighthood. If I'm honest. I think that's...
Maybe if they win. Maybe if they win the map.
Yeah. You get 5 kills with the Bucky, you get knighted. That's what it is.
Okay.
I'll make sure to
Pull out Charles.
Same
Get
round.
Charles out.
An ace.
Yeah, it has to be an ace. What, just 5 kills in a game? You could just
That's what you
end
said.
your whole game.
I'm just double checking if I can be a knight as well.
I'll make sure I only get a 4K with the bookie then. 9-7. 2 rounds in it as we get right back into the game.
Ace with an Odin, what did you get?
Deported.
Exiled? Is that so? That's why Mitch is Irish, right? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
He was sent to the north.
Need that back.
Whoa.
Covering it.
Oh no, I wouldn't wish that on anyone. My watch has started. As KC make their way towards the B side, already blitzing through the double doors, and the B side under threat. Rotations from Foot will come in, perhaps a little bit too late. This is a pacey take that KC are going for. The pressure then applied onto Zeus, a flash around the back and a spam from Yedishe. That's done quite a bit of damage, and they're just waiting for that wall to fall. Zeus gets ahead of it. That crack stepping in is put in the dirt. Zeus wants to keep control of the back site, but a swing in leaves Martine on 5 HP, but it's enough.
Reckoning. I was going to say it will hold them back, but it's more so just Yedishe dancing. The Astral Wall utilized to divide them from their opponents, but it's Foot. You know that there's going to be a temptation to play through this. The problem is they can't hear the spike being planted. They'll get the information from the top of the screen. But they still have an awful lot to do. Luckily this time, Anna Captain is still alive.
Very easy to play for this post-ban. Yetijay had also used his camera to get some information onto site. The 3v3 in all the positions are favoring KC for this post-ban.
There's nothing left to block vision once the smoke goes down. Mr. Fallen's got one through it. That's a good start. Off the spike as it's already gotten to half. They want to force the fights, and out of Captain claiming head. Sagetsu tries to deny, but doesn't get there in time. Without a Captain closing that one out. Foot push up to double digits. The gap back up to 3. And they are on their way to closing out this map, Tom. Damage done to the economy of KC.
Yeah, the scary prospect here is the amount of ultimates that are already online for Foot as well. We've seen the impact that can be had with a Mr. Fallen, Armageddon. Dimensional Drift as well would be the perfect combo. And a lot of close ultimates for KC, with orbs being in fairly favorable positions, especially on the A side of the map. But because of that, it seems like Foot want to try and face them on it.
Slowly but surely, again, starting KC, taking up mid, using that Harbor utility to get some pressure, maybe for some of the fights. But Foot have not been very eager to engage in these early duels. Happy to do so on their own terms, as you were mentioning, Tom. Cracks and Ada Captain already pushing through it.
And also, you know, if you're Foot right now, Ada Captain having the ult, Mr. Fallen in the same boat, I imagine retakes would be a serious option. But they go fighting, looking for those duels, and Sagetsu, sure, he goes down. But with the weaker weapons, one-to-one trades, especially when you're on the attack side, you're not going to turn your nose at that. It's a decent start for KC. See if they can make a little bit more work.
I wonder if they got rid of the gun. I'm sure they did. Or
I
can hear it being juggled. Okay, they did. That means it can't be retrieved. And already spotting
oh my God, he has
that
ult again.
push through art.
I'd be so scared if I was KC. I see Mr. Fallen and I'm like, guys, run.
Would he even bother using it here? You already have a player advantage. Sure, there's a single gun. Okay, well, there's no opportunity now. And Martine's found an ultimate of his own. That'll be information.
Shoot me.
Trying to get his teammates the kill, and that's exactly what will happen. Another advantage found. In fact, Elite's still going, and the only man left is Zeus.
1 against 3. A lot of clutches for Foot. A lot of big plays. His teammates have led the charge in so many of them. This one looks so difficult, even getting rid of some of that utility. Look at what's waiting on long. 2 players stacked up, and it's Elite to claim another. He had a very slow start in that first half, but heating up just in time. The gap back to 2, and KC climbing back into it in a round I didn't expect to see much from them.
Yeah, absolutely. The purchase was not the best for them. We were seeing some sheriffs, some stingers, and we were also seeing, getting rid of the gun, making sure that they were not going to be able to play with it. In the meantime, Mr. Fallen did get that kill. But as I was saying, KC baiting that plan, trying to bait that ultimate so they could work against it. It wasn't even needed after getting the kill on the Turkish IGL. And that didn't look like Sanak was very happy after getting that round.
And does he know they won? Is he aware of that?
I feel like Foot so far has been incredibly poor versus low buy rounds. A lot of their individual prowess, fighting things on their own and not necessarily having that synergy and retakes has cost them so many a time. Wanting to get ahead of things, maybe even getting a little bit cocky. And I guess when you see how many multi-frags they have, you can kind of understand why. But versus the pistols, value really doesn't seem to be there. In this round, ults are very good. That's the main thing we're looking at for Foot. And of course, that singular invested rifle for Zeus. Of course, the benefit of him not playing the operator so much is he can afford to do this without losing too much.
Very quick rotations also on the side of Foot because of having that weaker weaponry. And of course, with all this noise, they need to do something.
Yeah, they've made the right read. Prowler catching one. KC may look to pounce on that.
Well, that's not going to do much.
No, not taking anything away. I'm
Oh,
really
that's
not
a
sure
spike.
the logic there. Spike goes deep and gets dropped. Now they go jumping through. This is messy from KC, a team that's looked controlled so far. But now they're being controlled. The ultimate of Mr. Fallen sends them back, runs this clock down, 14 seconds, spike behind enemy lines, and a cosmic divide blocking them off. There is no way in. And so all they can do is look for a way out with these two weapons. I am at a bit of a loss for what we just witnessed. If this was an eco, I don't mind that from KC. Flood in, go back, whatever, but Spike leading the charge, weapons up against pistols, and ult that removes rifles when they don't have any.
And a pay safe card Thrifty. Don't forget that.
Thank you. Well, that's I wouldn't want to take your job.
No,
Tom.
of course. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, but of course, as we see in the replay, I want to see is Sadak going in on the push, him with the spike. Also thinking about Mr. Falling maybe having that ultimate again, trying to bait the plan, but leaving that spike there. Also trigger Mr. Falling to use this ultimate. All the utility falling in. Also Sui gets to using that cosmic divide to make sure that that spike was actually for the defenders.
They even prowlered Yenege. They saw he was on the right, and then Sadak looks left on the way through. Madman.
Hello. Martin, though, already kicked this round off much better than the last. Zeus gone from action. Looking like they're not going to try and commit off the back of anything, just falling back with the advantage they've had. I'm going to be honest, it seemed like that last round was just a mass misread. Like, I think the use of the Steel Garden as well was just them thinking maybe there was a full investment there and there wouldn't be a gamble.
They were scared of the bucket.
I think that when it's that close, no, maybe not the bucket, but when it's that close to
Hey, it would take it away.
I don't know, that's the kind of thing that you can misread.
I think Mr. Fallen's on the site. Quick, use the Steel Guard. It's a low buy. That bucky's gone. Easy round, but well, it didn't prove to be.
He at least can't ace us with a shorty.
Well, that's what you think. You might regret that. Sadak, this time he gets the better of them inside the cove. Inside it, not outside. That's the key piece of information. Dive back from Martin. Spike down. Oh, okay, but Mr. Fallen's baited into using his utility, so that one doesn't work out. And well, KC look a lot better in this round up against what should be more resistance.
Spike planted. A little bit more of the same plan, right?
That was it. It's the synergy. The difference in synergy there was huge because before, I think just when you're up against a low buy, your opponent's much more likely to be within your smokes, around the coves, like in odd positions. Whereas when you run this strat again and again and again in your pracs, you're going to have a rough idea of where people are going to be when you push this through together. So
like the pistol?
Sure,
that they
why
got
not?
to play
Which
twice.
one? Yeah,
like they got
yeah.
to play twice. There's not many options. There's not many times in life that you're going to get to play the same pistol twice. With
Then
a
again, I
different
say that, the second one went much worse.
I was curious as well, they used the same utility. I suppose not many teams go into like, what do we do if we have to play this a
They just
second
want it
time?
to be fair,
How should we
you
swap
know?
it up?
As in, we want clean and fair, you know?
Well, they didn't, but they got the second, and that's put them in a decent spot in the first half, but now they're climbing right back up after a big response towards the end of the first half from Foot. 4 out of 5 of the last rounds. KC putting one on, losing the next. One on, losing the next. It's been back and forth for the last couple. But they're 2 behind. We now need to see them start streaking rounds together. Sadik Reckoning, his ultimate online for Harbor.
The only one.
That's the only one on the server, indeed. So perhaps that can bridge the gap slightly between the two. Foot have looked good, though. They've always been able to fight back in these rifle rounds.
But they just disrespect that ult completely. Like, the amount of times I've seen someone just step and jiggle back into the same angle. I think it's one that's great for information.
I mean, if you're playing against KC, it's something that you need to be prepared for, right?
Yeah.
And only KC.
Immediately used, actually more so towards the spawn, but that does mean it's given a lot of a gap over to Zeus. This is not a player you can let go amiss, but I think they've utilized it just to try and clear some of those mid positions that they've had problems with, already getting full information on where this guy is, but he still manages to take down Sadak.
It's at least one. The numbers on site, though, still going to allow a plant. They tap it to bait the fights, and the trades are at least found. KC doing well. The spike finally finds its way to the floor. The spams through the smokes in return. Not going to land anything. Sugetsu does well to provide that bit of cover. But the spot that they've planted in, it's not going to allow them to fall back to long. That's why Sugetsu's keeping that control later on towards the laneway. He'll have a crossfire here with Martine. Once they step their way out, and it's looking clean. Ada Captain finds one, knows Martine is close, but can't deal with him. And now escaping back with the gate crash. Ult online, and a gate crash sent back into the elbow. That can be used just to cause a headache for Yedege, who even now is clearing out those angles. Good swing from Martine. Great read on the timing. And with a 3-piece, he's put them down to a gap of just 1 round.
Yeah, double digits for them. And Martine also one of the players that throughout the year we were speaking about him being in this Yoru jail. I mean, I would say most, if not all of the matches that he's played with this agent, and him being able to find a couple of kills here and also being able to retrieve play from a much, much safer angle. Speaking about the layer and also of utility after that spike goes down, they're being very, very cautious, both of the teams, onto when to invest what, because of how close every single one of these rounds have been.
I want to ask, who's the sort of prison guard at Yoru jail?
What do you mean?
Like, who would be guarding the Yoru jail?
Cutting through.
You mean like the ultimate Yoru, or?
No, who's locking them up? Is it Eng?
Eng. Yeah, of course.
Eng has him just trapped in.
Yes, of course.
Could I play some Jet?
No.
Get back in there.
Yes.
Just banging on the bars.
Does Jet have a gate crash? No. I like the wall used here by KC. Just trying to rob that information, and on a round like this, you mentioned it earlier when Foot were on that low buy, you're likely to make those over rotations, you're likely to move as a pack when you see that contact. Wall goes down, they're ready to pounce on these players on A. They're expecting Sadik to come running through a cove any second. And instead, KC have gone the other direction. They've already taken backside B control, and the plant should be easily secured.
Sugetsu has gotten that orb. If he gets the spike down, he will also have that cosmic divide in case they need it for that post plant.
Oh, I have a feeling they will not.
Yep.
Weaponry not the best, and Foot's plan is to try and get ahead of it. They know that if it gets into a post-plant scenario, they don't have the utility or the weaponry if those players are all sat back towards long. So they try and play in front. It didn't work this time.
Ada Captain good for 1, but it doesn't change anything. Well, Sugetsu, you know, he will have the ultimate for the upcoming rounds. Good to see that the rest of the players in KC now bringing things very, very close up together. 11-11 on this pro. Guys, I know that you have had a lot of overtimes this year, have you not?
We've had quite a few. We've had some lengthy ones, your 18, 16s. That was good fun.
Normally on split, though.
On split, yeah.
It's normally split where we
get
these.
That's always been on split for you.
Oh, well,
or Bind.
Oh, Bind. Yeah,
Bind
was still the longest one.
Bind was a pretty decent one.
Thank you, Angel. I know you're probably here somewhere.
Yeah, he's really hearing this.
It looks like we could be on track for another, you're right, 11-11, but the winds have changed. Now it seems like it's KC who are on course to close this one out 3 rounds in a row. Their struggle was to connect consecutive rounds, to get a follow-up, and they've done that now with 3 in a row. It's Foot calling a timeout, realizing that this map, a map in which they led for quite a while, since that end of the last half gave them that little bit of a boost, closed the gap. Well, now it's slipping from their grasp, and they're none too happy about that. As the timeout comes to a close, we see the last words of Geis uttered to the boys. The fist bumps are in, and the timer in game already ticking. Barriers will go up 2 more times. We go the distance, OT or not. But who takes it in the end is anyone's guess.
I'd say what we've seen so far is KC on average have looked like the better team. Foot have had way more hero plays and set plays. So I wonder if the pause is for some sort of set play, because otherwise I'm a little bit nervous for
It's
them.
guys, right? Like,
you look at the amount of players already building up outside A. It's looking like at least an early fight for the orb once again, but that is just to get Zeus at Dimensional Drift.
And an immediate rotation. The pre-round gate crash had been put into play, so that was going to be a pacey rotation. Unless they saw some serious contact. For KC, no control over A long, B long secured, even the laneway being watched by this camera. So the side of Foot have quite a bit of map control to work with, albeit they don't know about B long necessarily, but that'll be spotted by Zeus in a moment.
Same start that we've seen from KC, right? Or right again, just putting that hover utility onto mid, getting that control, and then making a decision after that. But they've already lost over 40 seconds of this round.
How nervous do you think they are stepping through this door? Just having flashbacks every single time. Zeus instead is going to claim an awful lot of ground. Now think about the KC post plants. A lot of it has revolved around sitting back passive in these positions. It gives up that control though and looks to try and support Yedajay.
Yeah, it's a problem that both players are going to have to fight from off-site. And indeed, that resistance seen KC wrap all the way around, but Foot have realized it just in time. They've come back into the A site. Mr. Fallen will still be close by. In fact, he's already past that Cosmic Divide, destroying some of the utility, giving away his position. Out of Captain close as well. Now 4 players with a quick rotation from Zeus. The ultimate had been put into play. Information found earlier, but they could definitely use it now. The decoy will be the one to try to claim it. Mr. Fallen, good only for a trade. And look at the position. Oh, out of Captain. The position of Aves, though. This was what drew my eye, but Krax has caught him around the edge of the smoke. It's been round after round put up. KC seemed to have full control, but now locked out by a Cosmic Divide. They know exactly where Sagetsu is. He hasn't got a star on, so he's got to peek his head through. And Ada Captain rips it clean off with a 3-piece. Foot are up to 12.
And love to see that, of course, Foot still has it in them. I feel like, especially once he gets to puts that Cosmic Divide down, the first move from Fallen is actually push. And the moment where Ada is like, no, I don't have a clean slate, he goes back and wait until everybody's ready to make this kind of plays. Also, the position that Ada Captain had to be making those kills, to put all that pressure at once, was so favorable for them. And then when we're speaking about the overtimes, if Foot had not won that round, of course the economy would have not been the best for this one. So this is the only way that we could have had to the overtime.
Ultimates once again are close. Martine's Dimensional Drift has garnered them so much space throughout these rounds. That's where I'd expect the orb to go, but Aves being able to get that Nightfall as well may mean that they'll look to fight for the second. They won't be able to, though. Mr. Fallen has already picked that up. Armageddon. You talk of impactful ults, that's definitely been number 1.
Well, it's been a while since we've seen the Pearl from Foot, going back to week 1. For KC, they showed their strength on it just the previous week, dominating mates 13-2, but a bit of a difficult finisher up against Foot this time. 1 round to bring them to overtime, or to bring Foot. KC's map choice with a map under their belt. It's Martine who's going to try to be the difference maker up close. Good spray. Catches out of Captain, the hero of the previous round, and tucks himself in close, but it's suspected. Zeus receives a shot through the wall. His head barely hanging on. Asatic is down to 6 HP, and Mr. Fallen on 30. Everybody's tagged. It's going to be a narrow margin by which we decide if this is OT or map 2, and with Zeus falling, it's looking more and more likely that we haven't seen the end of Pearl yet. Yedajay late, making his way through Art, but they're ready and waiting for it. 20 seconds. The plant needs to be secured, and that means a cross for Sadik, but he's found one, and Elite will finish it off, bringing us to round 25. We're going to overtime.
So it was true.
Good call.
With you, it just goes to the overtimes. You do the sponsors. You're in charge. We are here forever.
Let's be honest. A few scripts have been flipped today. We normally get the OTs, and Lauren normally gets the tech pauses. We got the tech pauses. Maybe I thought we wouldn't get the OTs. You know,
we ticked all the boxes today.
Yeah. That's where they're going to break records later today.
Oh, yes.
I'm not saying what records. Something will be broken.
Oh, listen, I'm chewing a few cables on my way out. Let me tell you, getting back at Lauren for that one. And yes, we're back into the fray with Foot moving back to the attack side. We'll see if they can find the same sort of spark they did towards the end of the first half. It was 4 out of 5. And a lot of KC's game plan was around either deep control on B or leaving the Vice Wall there, and then this mid re-aggression.
He's almost got
but
two
this
there.
time, it's a spam through the doors for 1, and as you said, Tom, Zeus is down to 35 HP. A phenomenal start to this round for KC.
Really couldn't hope for much more, just with a seemingly almost random spray through the door. I guess got a little bit of information, maybe off the back of a Prowler, but not a lot to go on. The defensive side are going to continue this aggression. I don't think the Prowler actually cleared out Yedege, and for that reason, he's now going to make his move. Start pushing up towards A. This is a lot of information to be had for this attacking side. Now, there's still defenders in this position, but it's whether or not maybe they turn their tail and run.
On cooldown.
But with the spike so far committed, I'm not sure they will.
Oh, I'm seeing Yoru walk that way, add a captain down. The spike needs to run for its life. Mr. Fallen barely making it out. Yedege needs this space. If they go down here, it's done and dusted, especially with Razor Vines blocking them out and actually dividing the forces. Zeus won't be able to make it onto Yedege to help him out, secure that back site, and with 15 seconds left, KC know what's going on. They've seen the cam. They know the contact is coming this way. 10 seconds left, and that's it. There is no way for Mr. Fallen to get this plant in. With 5 players, he'd need a god-tier spray. He'd need a bookie to make that round work. It's 13-12, KC with map point.
Maybe a little bit of an overcook. We saw the first kill, right? Sadak taking down Cracks. Maybe not having that initiator utility change their plans for what they wanted to do on that. Yeah. Change their plans completely onto how to take the sites and how to approach this space. Maybe too many cooks in that kitchen because...
I think it was just a giga misread.
Yeah.
Like, I think that they thought the fake they'd sold had moved everybody off of the site. They had absolutely no idea that Sugetsu was still in the pit.
Would you consider that a fake?
Well, they threw in Ada Captain, threw Util, and
Mr. Fallen
put everything onto that side. So I think it was an attempted fake. It just didn't work.
Not a very good one.
Like, okay.
Not a very good one, but...
I didn't consider when the spike is moving towards that side, you know? As in, you are trying to cause a reaction, you just don't see it.
But I also wonder if Mr. Fallen went deep to put the salvos in, because if he does it from further away, they would know.
It's obvious. Either way, whatever the plan was, it certainly didn't come to fruition. KC, again, taking control of this mid space. You see it a lot in their defense. This is what they hold on to passive and then push back into late. No surprise on their attack. They still focus around that part of the map, splitting back out towards sites. And we've seen the fakes too, often moving up, breaking any utility that would be protecting that B push. I'm a little nervous to see Sadak this far up on his own with the spike. Especially with a man like Yedege on the other side. There's a good chance he swings through that smoke. And even now with backup, Martin could have his work cut out for him if Yedege does decide. They both got utility in their hand. This is really stressing me out. Nice decoy usage though, as Sadak finds the pick. It's only going to be Zeus. Typically he's TP'd back. He's played from their spawn. But this time he sticks around and notices that they've left B. That gets Mr. Fallen going back to the A side. And a captain with the double, and Foot still have a chance.
Sugetsu in position. 12 seconds left on the clock. They need to get rid of this man before they can do too much more, and that's exactly what Martin will do. But now Mr. Fallen in position as well, battling versus Sugetsu. It's Zeus still on that long rotation, trying to sell the steps with the fake out, trying to give the idea that maybe he's gone a different way. But look how passively the attack has moved. Look how far back they are sitting. Sugetsu has been spotted, but a move here is not going to be possible at all, and Martin will be there to close it. They had to battle versus the crazy clutches that were thrown in from Foot, but they weathered the storm.
Yeah, there was some small mistakes, but it does not matter. This was Foot's map pick. Next will be Lotus, and they will have to win this if they want to take us to a third map right after this break.
I'm trying it, Bobby. I'm trying it, Bobby.
Holy.
If I kill 30, I'm gonna f***ing buy it, bro.
But if you kill 30, you have to kiss me because...
No, if I kill... Okay, let's more realistic. If I kill 10...
If you kill 1, you kiss me.
If I kill 1, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Let's leave it all behind. Think about aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi, be my, the only one I want, be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi, be my.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done.
Don't you want me like I want you, baby? Don't you need me like I need
What
you
she say?
now? Stay tomorrow, but tonight.
When we start, she said?
No. Stay tomorrow, but tonight go crazy. All you're gonna do is just meet me at the Apache.
Yeah! I love how he's like, when Anne's trying to say something, he's like, don't interrupt me. I'm singing right now. Vibes.
I'm having my moment.
Yeah.
Let me have this.
And also Eng like, okay, I take my headset off.
We don't often
Enough.
see Zeish do that though, because he's normally stressed, you know, really stressed more often than not. I think he would have been stressed with that one. However, they did win, which I think will make him feel a little bit better about the 2 5v3s they threw. Did you believe in the KC win as we came back into this?
I did. I do think it came down to who had the better reads in overtime, as they were both aiming. The amount of multi-frags coming out from either side was kind of astonishing. I also do think the Martin Outlaw found so much, not just the Outlaw, but the op on defense. And I do think if he hadn't picked this up, we were kind of talking about this earlier with Zeus maybe not utilizing this, but if he hadn't picked this up, I think their defense may have not gotten to 6 rounds.
What surprised me the most is that the team that got plenty of multi-kills only got to an overtime.
That's crazy, right?
It's crazy. I mean, it's the only reason they are on overtime, because if we figure out on right now, Enk is asking for a timeout. He's fixing the defense in order to try to play around what Foot is doing, and every single plan was correct. They were well doing the proper shoots, but every single multi-kill was getting the round.
Yeah.
Back-to-back 4K.
I mean, I think that tells the story of that, but also for Martin, 8 kills, I think, in the end with the sniper, which is, like you said, ridiculous and something we expect to see him do. Now, it's such an unfortunate situation because Foot could have had this. They could have won this, but the good news is, as we head to map 2 in just a moment, is they're back. They remember they're Turkish. They remember they can shoot. They can pew-pew Uli, and they looked so good doing it. I hope they can reset as we go to the next map, because if they shoot like this, we are going to see map 3.
Let's hope it, but I have some my doubts on it, because we are going into a strong map. They have to be making much more multi-kills. They will have to be pretty strong in order to avoid facing a Carmine Corp that is just trying to adjust at every single time that they're playing against. Checking every single play. I mean, I'm seeing all the highlights and I'm getting motivated. I want to play VALORANT right now with a Bucky, like Mr. Falling.
Yeah, I slapped the desk so hard that my hand was pulsing after this ace. It was so enjoyable to watch, and I think all Bucky users out there will rejoice
The
in
3 of
Mr.
them?
Fallen. The 3
Yeah,
of
the
them.
3 Bucky.
Feel free.
Yeah, the 3
Oh.
Bucky users. Let's not set a precedent though, because you're going to go home tomorrow and everybody in your rank is going to be using the Bucky.
True. That's true, and that will be very painful to experience in the elos that I play on. So yeah, I'd rather not have to do that myself.
You're not Mr. Farland, you can't do it. So yeah, don't be doing that. But let's look ahead to the next map, because KC, they have a very good opportunity to perhaps bring this into a 2-0. But what do you want to see from Foot here? They will be starting on the defense.
Well, actually, I can remember the match they played against Movistar Koi, and his defense was pretty okay. They were pushing out, getting information, trying to always adapt what they're playing, and also making flutes every single time. But if we know the term flute on VCT EMEA is because Eng bring it last year, and trying to play the same playstyle that the other team is gonna play, I don't think it's working. I mean, for me, Foot has to do plenty of shots, plenty of multi-kills, and be Turkish.
Do
That's
we
all thing.
like the Jet? We like it.
I do. I think for Zeus, that's a very comfortable role. I think we questioned this before, maybe seeing the Jet come through from Zeus, and they were like, just trust us, trust us. But I do have to say, when you said, what would you like to see from Foot? More than 1 round, because the last time they played this, you know, it was a 13-1. I also am very excited to see Mr. Fallen hopefully back on that breach, because you mentioned coming off the back of Pearl that he got 0 kills with his ult, right? Like, yes, it did help the flood into the Bucky, but his utility on the Taeho wasn't great. And there were points, there were standout points, but I do think with the breach, you cannot mess that up. Like, he's definitely a seasoned breach player, and I think it will be a lot better than him on the Taeho.
On the other side of this, a back-to-back Harbor potentially. Meg, I know you're such a Harbor enjoyer, but on Lotus, How do you feel about this?
I like it. I feel like it definitely showed in Pearl how you are able to kind of use his utility, Harbor's utility, to sort of freeze in moments and then wait for it to regenerate and go again. There was a round, I think, that we saw him ult into CT and they didn't utilize anything off it. And I was like, what are you doing? Why would you ult? And then they basically put up the wall and just went again after that. So I do really, really like the Harbor, and I think it allows them to kind of maybe do similarly to what we see the Viper do normally, where that wall goes up across A, allowing them to cross, create that pressure, take the space on rubble. It also allows them to rotate as well, and then reuse that wall again in post plans.
I see Meg so passionate around Harbor.
Oh,
And
you just want to kill it?
No,
Stomp on it?
I don't want to destroy his feelings.
Oh,
thank you.
I don't like it.
Okay, I'm gonna be in the middle. I like it, but not with Omen. I want it to be with Viper.
Okay.
I want.
Viper is
Can
a
you
must.
just old school, loud shenanigans, man? If you're gonna run the Harbor, Uli, could I convince you a Harbor Viper instead?
If you tell me a Viper Harbor, I will say yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right?
I like it. They used to play it also on Breeze, and I really like it. And I think that it could work because you cannot get rid from Viper. Viper is a must. You need Viper to set the wall when you're attacking in order to create a space where you can be lurking, trying to deny information, and forcing them to waste their utility in order to get rubble or to get any information on main. So Harbor could be helping if it's a Viper on top.
I want to counter that though and back up the Omen Harbor combination here, because if we're talking about the controllers on defense, we see so often that Omen taking that space on A rubble and TPing on top of the statue thingy-majiggy. I don't know the formal name for it.
I like statues thingy-majiggy.
Yeah, and kind of creating that pressure, working around that. And I just think that the Omen allows you to get yourself into these aggressive situations and get back out. We've also seen clutches with the Omen TP Boaster, for example.
Can I counter that?
Okay.
So we get to Viper.
Can I counter that?
Yeah.
Can I counter everything?
Astra.
Okay.
Oh,
No?
okay.
I'm gonna give you something else.
I F with that.
Okay, I agree. Omen is a must on this map. Omen is a must because it will let you to get info on June. You can just get some
Are you
info
going
on
to say
C,
no Harbor then? You're
And-
going to say Omen Viper?
and then you can get rubble. Omen is right. It's nice.
Yeah, Omen
but
Viper.
We saying we could get rid of Harbor. Makes
Well,
nothing on
Let's
this
see
map. I don't
if
like it. I'm sorry.
KC are going to listen to you, and they will
Thank you!
not. However, Zeus is going to play the wheeler. I'm really upset with myself because I actually wanted to say this.
No, because Zeus literally mentioned that he was not wanting to play the Waylay.
Wait, players lie? No way.
What?
Shock.
Maybe he threw that in there to put us all off. But yeah, this is crazy. He's clearly seen Camo on Lotus doing his thing on the Waylay, and he wants to recreate that. So it'll be interesting.
Something that I really like from this new competition that Foot is bringing is not only the Waylay is able to bring some space and at the same time don't sacrifice himself, is that they bring Breach into Mr. Falling. They're so used to always try to make fast executes on a second cycle of utility, and I think this is the correct moment to do it.
Well, Zeus, he lied to us, but here are 3 people that will never lie to you. It's back to you guys, Kamito.
Well, thank you very much, Sue.
Is that it, Mitch?
Didn't get a cue. I thought I was just waiting. I thought you'd have more to say. But yeah, diving into this matchup, it's pretty interesting. Zeus taking out the Waylay. Excited to see what Foot can do. I mean, changes had to be made after last time. What was it, 13-1?
Against
they lost last
Liquid
week? Yeah,
that
against
was
Liquid.
playing with the Waylay, so probably, I mean, we're back to the Foot, probably, that they've tried a composition, worked a couple of times, didn't work. Okay, we swapped things around. We saw something on the other side that was actually pretty strong against us, but the things that Liquid were doing, yes, it had to do with the Waylay, but it had to do also with all the setups that they had to make Camo look very, very good on that H. And let's see if also Mr. Fallen with that Breach is going to have the same impact.
Well, they got Giga countered. There was the double Sentinel. They were pushing up and just taking all the space away from them. I don't think KC are going to play quite as direct in terms of countering their opponents, especially because they probably knew a change was coming. Interestingly as well, it gives more of an opportunity for Zeus to actually take these fights, but still have a get out of jail free card by utilizing that refract. For now though, it will be KC kicking things off over on that attack side. They definitely look good in map number 1, but struggled against some of those individual plays. And well, they're going to match up very early on versus Zeus.
Oh, the stun didn't quite land. Martine able to grab himself one, and it is Zeus falling by the wayside early on. Gives KC a lot of options now, denying that B aggression. They know that they can put the pressure on to C with that door opened as well. It's going to be in the back of Yedajay's mind, but he's got quite a passive setup indeed. Cage is there to cover on the cross, a trap to potentially catch them, maybe even a wall bang that could come through. And it looks like his setup will be put to the test, as we can see KC gravitating towards that side of the map. But we also see a little rotation from Krax and a reveal that's going to get them that info early on.
It's broken maybe a little bit too fast by Aves. We also saw Sadak get in that orb early in the round, building towards that reckoning. Walking onto side already.
They'll head
30
into
seconds left.
Cracks in the Yedajay. 20 seconds left, so they are going to be making their move into this side of the map. Sanak wins his battle, and Cracks so desperately low with the remaining players not quite in a spot. I was going to say to fight this one, but Mr. Farlin will try. Had a captain. Always been very good with the Classic, but 4 players.
Maybe if it was the KC Classic, it would be a different result.
They got a lot of 4Ks, but this would have to be a pretty big mistake. Don't think there's going to be one made already. First kill does go his way, but getting back out of this is not going to be easy. Very nice attempt from Adacaptain. It's not going to be the round going their way.
Yeah, good attempt. Also, love to see KC just making and taking the best out of that harbor, using that cascade and the high tide also to just focus on killing the players that are going to be coming from cascade, which we know if somebody's coming from B is going to be the easiest way to get back onto the side. So pretty good round for KC to kick things off and maybe on the path of closing this on a 2-0.
I have a question. Has anybody actually played Waylay well on their first attempt? I feel like everybody in their first attempt has sucked, and then like Camo came in and then with one of the later attempts was really good. Miniboo had a decent start to a game, but then it really fell off. But it didn't, they ended up getting banged on that map. So I don't think anybody has come straight in, picked Waylay, and been very good, at least in EMEA. Like, obviously not including Jorgamo and like...
For next week, not that down, because we'll definitely be speaking about this.
Let's take a look at the stats. You know, the other interesting thing about KC is that most of the time, these first kind of 2-3 rounds, they play out as a formality, right? Like, we will even have games where we're talking very generically, talking stakes of the game and what we'd seen last week, and especially in these rounds where you've got classics, it's always interesting to see what KC have planned because they're bringing this harbor in. So it's almost like we are seeing things, if not for the first time, I'm sure for much of our audience for the first time. You probably don't see the harbor in ranked, and if you do, the other team probably surrenders. So 1-0 on the board, and KC, again, housekeeping. You're up against classics. You shouldn't be losing that much. They've got a margin for error, which has already been pushed with Elite falling down, but Sadak can recover any weaponry that goes by the wayside if Aves does end up falling. Carrying those 3 rifles through to the next round is all that really matters, and that's why Zeus is trying to make this costly. Those shots don't quite land. So 3 weapons in hand, 1 player to take down. Adacaptain, how much can you get done?
It's Aves that he's looking for. That's the freest of the kills, and mind you can see where Aves currently is. He wants nothing to do with it. He's all the way back towards the spawn, just watching in case he's trying to trap them in. It should be a relatively easy exit, and I think from this stage, Adacaptain was just hoping that they'd go in his direction. Falling to the spike, of course, you look at the ultimates on the other side. You don't want to give Sanak an opportunity to get that reckoning early. So he's just going to die to the spike instead.
Yeah, and as you were saying, Mitch, we do not see the harbor being played a lot, obviously, and the EMEA here is mostly and only KC. But if we take our heads back to when they played against Koi, it was actually on that seaside where they found a lot of success. Yes, they were playing up against Device and actually a double Sentinel, and they were playing around it very well. So just at the beginning of this 2 rounds, we see kind of like the same plan, the same execution onto the site. And what we're seeing right now, it's the part of the map that they want to fight early on.
Last place. Not ready yet. Good hit.
The other kind of interesting thing in this series is we'll see that buy up from Foot and aggression on A, but KC moving in the other direction, so missing each other ships in the night early. Is it this Vito? I mean, you're playing out week 2, Lotus 13-2 to KC. Week 3, Pearl 13-2 to KC. They're happy to play both of these maps, and for Foot, feels like they've been on the back foot, especially now having lost that initial map. A lot of questions around how this Lotus can play out, bringing in that new agent of Waylay, but like you said, Tom, it does feel like Players often struggle to get it done with that. Ada Captain and Mr. Fallen, though, no struggles here. KC walk in, take control over the site, but they want that little bit more. They get punished.
I think maybe they expected one, maximum two players to be just waiting around that corner. Instead, I think it was the either jump spot or jump fake from Martin, like trying to bait them into taking the fight versus him, and instead they end up just spraying down the majority of the squad. With how much space was taken already, it was that attempt to make it through and just ended up lining up instead of creating an awkward battle for the side of Foot. Still though, it was a bonus, a piece missing or two, and I now look at that dimensional drift because I think that we see a lot of teams find value from this ult, but I think KC is so good at having a set play around this ult.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, we also see Sadak at the beginning of the match. We were speaking about how he's grabbing his orb. He is always most likely going to be the one planting the spike, one away from that reckoning. We see the TP, the Cascade, and Dimensional Drift is on play.
It's not intended to be that A site that's the final hit. Players grouped up outside B. Shorty in hand, and Martin! No! He's got a little more, but Zeus is holding tight. Brings it back to equal footing. Cracks and Ada Captain. They can even play this one together if they want. This looked like a lost round from the get-go. A huge play coming in from Martin, but now Foot stand a chance of picking the pieces back up. I believe that door is still shut, so you're giving away your position in the process of breaking it. Paranoia, though, opens the door for Cracks. He's seen one, doesn't know. He's seen the player close, but Sagetsu caught him as well.
How's that a headshot?
They're both sat within a similar position. This is not going to be an easy spot to clear. Maybe not even one expected, and just slightly lower in that high-low. Martin is going to be the one to take home the round, but what a damn good try from Zeus. Like, he was in no man's land fighting the entirety of the squad. And you have to think back, sorry Koi fans, to that comeback, that crazy defensive side. But there was a reason that they won, and it was because of Zeus.
One enemy remaining.
Absolutely. We'll have to go back to check the numbers, especially after this match ends. But something that we can always take into account, and every team should consider, is Martin coming out of his ultimate with that shorty. I think that he has a success rate of doing that is out of this world. Very key to that round, which is still being played.
Out of this dimension.
Yes.
I see what you did there. Very good.
Thanks.
Very good, Tom.
Thank you, son.
I suggest you move. No problem, Dad. Well, a push towards the A site, and it seems like free space with the Reckoning. Plant will be secured. Gedajay waiting around the door. So often you'll see those rotations back to the B site, but that's not the case this time. Deep smoke as well. A one-way for Martin to play around the jump through. Dangerous, and Zeus is punished immediately. He goes back for more! And through the smoke, he's dropped Mr. Fallen! I don't know how Sagetsu saw Cracks, but this round, oh, it has quickly come to a conclusion. All KC colors on that feed as Gedajay runs to the C site and attempt to save this weapon, as that's the only small victory they could claim.
And we were just on the previous round, number 4, we saw Martin and that dimensional drift that we were speaking about. He's only 2 away from getting his ultimate. Again, that's probably where we see him trying to hunt down wherever Gedajay is playing on the map. He's not going to be finding him. But speaking of the win condition for KC, having all of these ultimates to start off the round so strongly and conditioning your opponent to just playing for the retake almost.
Well, the thing I like about it is they're very good at cycling them. So you're only really seeing one ult being used to get you into the site, get you that post plant.
Is this a get-to bullet?
Pixel.
He had a 52 headshot percentage coming into this week. A 52!
Well, I'm no surprise then that he's playing that angle.
How many kills did he get?
4.
Sui?
If it's 52 with 4, I'm seeing a few issues there with the math.
The numbers aren't adding up. They are, mate, Tom. Numbers aren't adding up.
Well, he's currently 62.
It was such a good headshot that it counted as an extra percent. It's all right. At least nobody started a
Guys is on his feet.
Up. I absolutely love Guys because he's so expressive. Jesus.
I don't think I've seen this man that fired up at all.
He's injured himself.
He's hitting as hard as he sits back down. Relax. Oh my goodness.
Oh, there you go. He heard you. He is
needs to
relaxing.
kick back in through the nose, out through the mouth. It's all going to be all right. Well, Geis has given his words. He's obviously seen a lot of problems.
Did anyone tell him that he's already qualified to playoffs?
It doesn't matter for
He wants that top seed.
Okay.
He wants it, Tom, and he's not giving it up. Not here on Lotus, but KC. It's not about giving it up. They're not getting it for free. They are taking the lead, taking the reins of their own fate into their own hands. 4-1, and facing a very low buy. It's going to be that rifle saved by Yedege. Nothing else to help them out. Some ultimates they could lean on, but honestly, in a round like this, I think they're better off saving them for the next.
Another start just taking control of Mount. That orb that is also going to be taken by Martin. Some damage done already onto Zeus. And it looks like there's nothing that can stop the KC roster right now.
Yedege with a rifle will be the one to try. The only real danger in this round other than the flank, and he has managed to take down Sanak, but I think after the gun was spotted,
Give me elite.
it will be an immediate return towards the B side, which is currently completely open. The only danger was the flank. That's not going to be spotted. They do still have a cam within the site, but it's not going to be an easy retake with the weaponry that they currently have.
Far from it. Stun could help. The old one by Zeus. I didn't expect to see it here. Saturate even, but the rifles are down below. Martin, it's not quite an opening duel, but he's been flawless in those so far. 4-0. 2 more to take down. And the ult used, but Yedege, he's sneaking his way around the door. Great reposition. He was spotted. Elite caught him. Yedege's the one to land the shot. Martin comes out of ult, pops in. Best ult in the game, of course. Of course. And he manages to grab the plant. Coming out of the ultimate, no more utility to fall back on. Martin's going to have to do this. Just a man and his rifle.
He's out the steps. He may have been close enough. He's going to go looking and finds the kill onto Yedege. Maybe a little bit worried that there's still a second player around this position, but instead, he's going to go all the way around. Might get a little bit nervous, but he's just going to play the game. Realizes, okay, maybe my opponent could have been sticking this. I have to go for the run. I have to sprint into this one. Flash, dodge, can't quite land the shot. Mr. Farlin will have enough time to get that defusal over the line. It's a second for Foot, but it is desperately close.
And in those last 2 seconds, we were seeing Martin actually getting ready to dodge that flash. Not very sure. You saw Mr. Fallen already just peeking up with his flash out.
Don't forget, it was a pay save card Thrifty as well.
It was a pay save card Thrifty.
Card Thrifty.
Why are you so keen to get other people to do your job? We gave you a role coming into today. Gotta do what it says in your contract.
Sorry, I'll stay in my lane.
Now I gotta say that Martin, like I said, 4-0 in opening duels, 12-4 on the server as well. Sugetsu's been heating up, but you add up all the kills on KC and they're still paling in comparison to what Martin's doing. 2 ultis so far.
From Aspas go kill to Martin go kill. Sanak truly is a mastermind.
Oh no!
Oh, he needs a new strat this round.
That'll be 4-1 in opening duels now. Great shot by Mr. Fallen. And that's now 2 kills in a row for him up against good old Martin. Site take attempted, but the Rolling Thunder back in response. Great delay. Sees, lands. They know there's a player trapped up close. Paranoia catches one, but that's not the player. They've got to deal with Aves, and they do. That's the spike now on the floor. And Sadik and Elite in a 2v4, spread out, surrounded, and not even close to the spike.
Still moments of diciness. Sadak trying to take this round into his own hand. The problem, though, is where the spike is.
Does he know?
I think he's just going to go ramping back around instead.
Really?
Realizing that the picks are far more important in this case, especially when he's so low. The element of surprise with Yedege is so aware of this position. Good read from Yedege. More importantly, another round on the board for Foot.
Much more reactive. I think that we saw it also on the previous round with Waylay ultimate used onto the side, trying to prevent that plant from even happening, not having to play for the retake. At the same time, here with both Ada Captain and Cracks playing together, yet getting the most out of that paranoia, the most out of the utility to get the most out of those duels when you have the advantage.
I want to know what guys said.
Me too.
Did he come back, win what was a pay save card Thrifty?
Thank you, Tom.
Good job, Tom.
They're managing to double that up with a very quick opening kill. Maybe told them to stop dying to Martin. It's definitely a good strat. But already a much pacier looking hit straight in towards C coming through for KC, or at least it seemed. Just selling it as somewhat of a ruse, maybe trying to pull rotations, but Foot have not overplayed their hand. They have kept their positions.
I wouldn't quite call that pump fake in-zone flawless. There's a couple problems because Foot still have some control over B. They've still got that push up on A with Zeus keen to just jump spot and keep the information late. We see a ping go down from KC. They're looking to retake this control. They're going to smoke it off, rob them of the information, use the cascade to do the same around Rubble. In goes the Prowler. 3 players putting utility down in this angle. It gets Paranoia out of the other side. But you know that they've retaken the control now, but you also know there's 2 players towards A long. At that point, there's either a rotation off C or a push up, and they've learned it was the latter of the 2. With Yedege taking only 1, the C side seems to be up for grabs, but great ultimate to contain that info.
Now there's 30 seconds. They don't know if they're running into a stack of players because they've been delayed. It would be foolish to try and play through a site with no sound. Zeus about to lose his weapon, but that ult takes a long time to activate. That's enough for him to get 2 kills off the back, and up close and personal. It seems like Foot are the new kings of the shotgun, as it'll be another round won by that gun.
Well, Vice said adapt or die, and they certainly did, taking out those secondaries. But actually, you notice before the ult even went down, they wanted to use that shorty up close to the smoke. So playing into their hands almost, and 4-4 now as a result. That's 3 in a row for Foot.
To activate.
Yeah, but you think of the position, like from the beginning of the round, we were speaking about them maybe being more eager to take those duels. The moment the KC puts a little bit of utility onto C, we see J ready to take on that first fight. You also have Cracks with his ultimate that can be reactive with it, help him with it. And throughout the rest of the round, that's what we see. Foot playing to the most of their advantage, always taking 2v1s, 2vx's, and probably that is what puts KC in the situation of taking a timeout here. Taking a lot of time to make those decisions and trying to prompt some reactions onto Foot that are not really happening.
I think Zeiss has been watching Barbar demos because he decided to take things out on the table. Or maybe he's been watching Alex, you know, the fellow Frenchman.
Zeiss watching Barbar, Geist watching Pipson. It's there's a lot of inspiration in those coaching booths right now. With the 9th round set to go fairly soon. I mean, KC, they've called this timeout. When we saw Foot do it, it's 3 in a row. It was big resurgences, although I'm not sure you could have communicated much of what Mr. Fallen ended up doing. The Red Bull clutch alongside the phenomenal opening pick he got right afterwards. Put Martin in his place. He was 12-4, now 12-6, stalling out in a lot of these fights. No doubt that's what they're going to look to put an end to. I mean, all the success they've had so far has been off that man.
Well, the success versus Koi as well was based on the attack side for KC. Now, I don't think we can really use them as a litmus test, but kind of have to hope there's going to be a little bit more here. The setup from Yedege has just garnered 2 easy picks with the weaker weaponry. He has no plans of trying to be a hero anymore. This comes down to Foot just playing the advantages.
Yedege has been such an annoyance, the way he's putting down those really passive trap wires. Reality is, though, for KC, this isn't a round that they should be winning. They've got weaknesses. Even just look at what they've got in the late fights after players have fallen. Still, a Stinger and a Sheriff, and I was going to mention what Elite had, but he's already gone, dealt with, as Yedege storms the site. And Sagetsu's left to do it all. Foot continues streaking rounds together. And it's Yedege streaking kills one after another, a 4-piece to take the lead.
An in-zone flawless. How did I do?
That's
How did I do, Tom?
job.
Aw, don't be sad,
I can
Tom.
just leave.
No. Stay with us. Stay with us.
Nothing left.
He has 3 more call-outs before he gets dinner.
Oh,
yeah.
I see. Sorry. I was going to say, you were speaking about and highlighting Jeteje's utility, and of course it's going to be brilliant, as we know, but probably one of the things that was said in that timeout is like, you know, they want to fight. You need to fight up against them. If they want to take on those duels, let's duel it out. Probably that round wasn't the best example because of the weaponry, but you see that Foot is going to be ready.
Not ready
and
yet.
now the aggression coming onto Rubble. A place in the map that KC has not been eager to fight at the beginning of the round at all.
They just left Zeus in position. Now, though, with the Reckoning, They know that they can force Yedajay out of position without too much trouble. Now, they've always wanted to fight forward, and this time they're a little bit more aggressive with it. Even still, though, Aves bites a bullet of his own, and it will still be even on this retake with Zeus Ultimate online. This is not going to be easy.
Martin's caught stepping forward. A player down now for KC. Time ticking and Elite with a double. They're right back in it. The walk through the smoke gets nothing. And Mr. Fallen, he's all alone. We've seen him win clutches. Oh, that was desperately close. A headshot, but the wall got in the way. KC right back into winning ways. It's 5-5. The lead won't be held for long.
Damage onto all of them. Just KC going back to what was working for them at the beginning of this map. Those very frontal C hits. Very quick, get the spike down, just work through the post line, work to get the best out of the positions that you have, and for Foot to be working against the clock, Tom.
Yeah, I'd say as well, it's another scenario. I can think of at least 3 rounds where they have either the Reckoning or the Dimensional Drift, and that is the pinnacle piece. It's like, okay, that gives us sight. In post plants, we can be a little bit cheeky with our plays. And well, I think you're pointing to it now.
Whoa.
They've got the Dimensional Drift again. I don't even think Zeus knew where he was.
No, he's like, oh, they put a box here.
I can do this?
Wow. Floating in the Luckily, it's a trade out.
No Sadak to get in this time, though.
Yeah, you're missing that utility. Martin's going to bridge the gap already, seizing so much space out of Captain, though, picking off Sagetsu. Couple taps through the wall. He's landed lots of damage, but a few shots fired back at him will send them away from the C site. 3 players have been rotated in. Yedajay in the spawn. There's nobody. In fact, if they go to the A site, there's no one anywhere close by. For B, there's no one to deny the plant. It could be found. Just moments from now, it will be. They're tapping. They're tapping to draw a find out. The rotation through the door, perhaps with Elite set behind, but no, they go back into the B plant. And Elite, I'm curious to see what he does. He was up close on the boxes. His teammates now leaving. He's vulnerable to 2 angles. It's not an easy position to play from, and they need to win this fight against Yedajay in the spawn. They do not. A first pick, but no follow-up. He dodges the flash that isn't there.
Yeah, I think it was a team flash that was about to come through. Aves looking for the fight and will be gone at it. Even goes back for a little bit more. Maybe having the expectation that somebody was down below on the plant, a little bit nervous that things could run away from him. Instead, though, it is Foot to climb back in, and I really like their almost pre-take. Like seeing that initial usage of the Dimensional Drift, mentioned it. When they were giving up the site and playing retake, they got owned. So they don't give it up. They fight for it before their opponents can even take it.
Yeah, and even though Zeus was only good for 1, it literally goes against what KC has been doing at the beginning of almost every single round.
Nice!
Reach is living it. I don't know if it's getting through the mics, but sometimes he's screaming, he's giving it everything.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can definitely hear
You might have thought it was only Yedajay, but no.
No. They've got consistency in their signings, I'll tell you that. 1 round left to play for KC. On the attack and sending it in quickly. Aves already using his ultimate to clear out that right side. And they'll grab themselves a plant nice and easy off the back of it, but it will be returned. Foot sending theirs through. It's already being used as the Prowlers track down these players, but the plant's secured, and they're looking for control up in heaven. They've got it too, but then using it as an extra angle to fight from the Cove, blocking off some of the players. In fact, Foot are able to float back in, isolating duels, and it's Zeus taking them all. Martin, he's locked out.
It's done.
There's nothing he can do about this unless they make big mistakes. And Zeus, well, he has no blemishes on his record there. 4K to close out the half with a 2-round lead.
Really impressive stuff from Zeus. A couple of big rounds on that defensive side, but that's where he had that real prowess last time out. We'll see if he's still going to be able to do it when they switch to the attack after the break.
Well, this game has been a treat so far. 7 rounds for Foot, now stepping onto their attack side, as we're going to see KC put to the test on the defense. It's been a while. In the last series they played, they didn't get too many of these rounds up on the board. Wasn't too much to play with. I'm excited to see what they can do.
We're seeing a reflection also what we saw on Pearl, right? KC start off the map very, very strong. And then Foot come back to life, maybe because of those tag passes called by Gaius, but they're definitely having the effect that they need. Can they now start this half getting the pistol on the board?
Yeah, I think it's important for both sides. Foot have struggled in the past when it came to the attack. They've been in a position where they're not really able to get too much other than just these sort of individual aggressive plays. And then on the other side of things, well, you mentioned that coin match. There wasn't really a defense to be played by KC. So it's definitely much more unknown territory. But I think I'm actually more focused on Foot because they are one of the few teams I think we've seen on this map who've been poor on the attack.
Yeah, and I want to see if bringing in that waylay, changing a little bit of those executes, we saw some aggression from the defense, but we did not see how it would clash against KC, sorry, because all of those A rubble control were most of the times not fought for at all. So I want to see now that they have the ball in their court, that they have to be the ones making the plans and executing onto the sites, how this waylay, that currently is sitting on a 13-9, leading the board for Foot, is going to look on the attack.
And again, I got to call back to how this map started out. It was very early doors when we saw Martin 12-4, dominating with a 4-0 lead in opening duels. Everything was going their way. And of course, how couldn't it? Then things tapered off. I think that was round 5 that I'm referencing when he was 12-4. And since that time, it has been a stall out as Foot were able to deal with almost every piece of early aggression, every piece of late aggression. Well, let's go tech pause. Yes. Let's go tech pause. I gotta give it to you folks for being good. Keeping the spirits high.
Making the best out of the situation.
Good sportsman, even in this trying time.
As we can see, a player has reported some audio issues, so currently investigating, but we'll get back to you. Sue is also chanting with us. Let's go tech pause. Let's go tech pause. Lauren is back also in the casting booth. Lauren, would you like to have a headset?
Your headset, madam?
Can you tell us
what
cable it is? Chewing this time around?
Hold on, let me hit the button. No cable this time, actually. Just sabotaging everything.
Did you? Have you
yeah,
poured
just
water on
really, well.
It's audio this time.
Yeah.
Audio.
It's an audio. That should be fixed soon then. Right?
Right.
Well, I hope so.
Why would you say
to
that?
put a little timer
Because
on it,
every
you know what I
time you say it'll be done soon.
Yeah.
It's never
very
done
true.
soon.
Yeah, but you put the pressure
You're
on
doing this on purpose, aren't you?
Well, if I must suffer, so must you.
I have to say, Lauren, I was taunting you over the tech
You
pauses
were,
you guys
you
have
were.
had.
I see your little
I was
grin.
rubbing it in. Yeah.
Every time.
But he always does that. You know, whenever we're on the desk and they're outside because they get the first game and they're done. Or like, I open my Discord and it's just pictures of them having food.
Going on with dinner.
It's like,
Nice
oh my God,
time.
how's the show going? I'm like, oh my God, I hate you so much.
Little chicken sando, something like that, but...
Oh, it seems like they're ready.
Is that... Are you sure?
I mean, she gives the
Are
call
you confident about that? You've said that with some
know.
confidence.
It's still red.
I don't work here. You know, I don't work
We heard you, Evan. We heard you.
Well, thank you very much, Lauren, for dropping by. She's going to go down and get that server started herself if she needs to.
Please, Lauren.
It looks like we will be diving back in fairly soon from what I've heard. And indeed, I'm excited to see the second half, how it plays out. We talk a lot about the pistol round, the first 3 kind of not mattering that much, not being able to read too much into what the teams are doing. It's a different game to what you see later on. And as the red fades from the studio, we will get right back in to Lotus.
Moving.
Half number 2, pistol number 5 of the series. And if you've just joined us, that's going to be a very confusing statement.
Oh, yeah. Even I was confused when I was here.
Gonna put a focus on Elite. Again, he's had a bit of a quieter match, but we know that
he's a second half player.
If he can have that C-site hold on lock, it really does change the game for KC. That's not the start they were looking for. Paranoia utilized, but after the pick has already been found by Zeus, that confidence on the waylay seemingly there. Still have some delay, U2. In fact, they've thrown the thorns in towards tree on A. to help out. It does leave Elite with a little bit less on that C site, but will mean if they go towards A, a lot of potential to slow things down. In fact, they put the wall there as well. It is basically just Sadak playing around the full setup.
Oh!
And he's out.
Oh, the refract used to get him right back out, but the spike down on the floor, the wraparound coming in. Sadak's not long for this world with Mr. Fallen roaming around the back site. A third map that they're hungry to see. It would be Ascent. And for KC, they may be able to climb back into this, but surely not in the pistol. You mentioned Elite has had a slower start, and indeed, in both of these maps, the first half has not been kind to him, but the start of the second doesn't look to be any gentler on KC's hopes and dreams. 8-5 now with a pistol under Foot's belt.
It made it look a little bit easy. Having the waylay just going onto the side, even if you don't get the kill, it doesn't matter. You can always just go back. And even Casey getting that opening kill, doesn't matter, the rest of the flood was already coming onto the side. Easy fun and round for them. Probably within the preparation for KC. I would think that Waylay was on the books.
Well, this is the problem when you run so much sort of util and delay. If somebody disrespects it, a lot of the time you're not ready for it. And that's exactly what
Oh
Zeus
my
is
god,
gonna be
Sadak
doing
with the classic, Tom.
the entirety of the match. I can only assume that Sugetsu hit the shot first, and that wasn't just, was that, or was it just the smoke assist?
No, but there were 4 players lined up at the Classic, so yeah, I'd imagine there was a few shots landed to allow that headshot to be so deadly. A firing squad that...
And the rotation is instant.
Yeah, the big rotate, 4 players in the spawn. If Foot get aggressive and try to take extra space, they'd be in trouble, but still having Yedege alive, they've got their back secured. There's no need to go walkabouts and take that extra control. Cam destroyed, trap destroyed, but Sadak on a wrap back towards the B site. They'll burn the clock down a little bit. And to be honest, even getting a few more kills here is going to be worthwhile for them. But 3, really, they got to make it close. But if they can contain them to go down to that spike, could definitely leave Foot in an awkward position for the next.
Yeah, Foot doing well, though. Managing to isolate a lot of these battles, stun coming through to help out. Sure, it's becoming costly, but the main thing is that they get this round over the line. A 9th onto the board for Foot. 2 rifles retrieved as well.
And I think the other thing is what they had 2 rifles, 2 pistols, and that weapon there.
Yeah.
Your Marshall. So realistically, 2 Bulldogs coming out of that round, that's, we talk about this a lot in the games. Some teams will go for those buys, some teams go 4 rifles, and you can see just how impactful it would have been if they had that kind of an investment, but they gave themselves a margin for error and operated within it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see Mr. Fallen just with the ghost, but it doesn't matter. He has a lot of utility to set everyone up. And it looks like KC now, even though they were not very interested in ruins and rubble, when they were on the attack from the defense, it's a different story.
I like this, though. They show the flash on one side of the map, sells the idea that there's 3 players there. You've seen the smoke go down. You've seen the Harbor util. And, well, they've now seen Elite as well. Zeus has been on an absolute tear, even going into this attack side. I was going to say that allowed Martin to quickly get into position, but he was not ready to help out his teammate. And, well, Aves wasn't ready there either. Luckily, the IGL of Sadak has brought this into contention. A nasty spam, which will get him the reckoning. That's all the information they need.
Yeah, they know exactly where both players are. Flooding back into the site at a captain, staying up close, will grab Sugetsu and another. It's all on to Sadak. We've seen an ace already, but Mr. Fallen wants to be the only one. He shuts down Sadak and puts another round on the board for Foot, now double that of their opponents. Hell, there's a world where we could see this being Foot's pick instead of Pearl, and maybe it should have been.
But again, we're going back to a Foot that has a new idea for a map that they have already played. And this round, even though very, very close there at the end with Sadak using that Reckoning to be a little bit faster. You know, as you were saying, you know where the players are, but you need to be fast if you want to actually spot, maybe catch some of it. But with that plant onto C, the Cascade is not going to be enough. Maybe a Cove could have done the trick.
They've upgraded their spam. Maybe the Sheriff's doing the majority
and that's
of the
why they
damage.
didn't get the kill.
Oh, over the top he goes again. Paranoia to support, even leaving him blind after the pick, but the pick was all they needed. It does seem like that extra distance on the dash, now moving away from the jet. If anything, make Zeus look even more dangerous. They're just putting utility in to make that player have such an awful time when he comes flying through. Well, for the remaining 4 with only Sheriffs, you can't really expect much here.
No, you really can't. At least getting an ult out of Cracks, it's some sort of a trade-off, but when it comes to the fights themselves, it's nothing but victory for the attack side, with Sagetsu left alone. An 11th round about to be connected on the board. Good shot, and that's about all you're gonna get. And with that, Foot continue this streak here on their attacking side, putting KC to bed and putting Ascent as the next battleground, most likely on the board.
Actually very excited to see this, and if we get there 2 rounds away for Foot. That first map, everything came down to that overtime, but KC walked out with the victory. Foot with this new plan and this new set rounds.
The funny thing is the Paranoia didn't even reach. Like, he was so quick to get over that position that the Paranoia actually only ended up blinding him. But that's sort of been the problem, is I think a lot of teams will come into this and you'll have expectations of, okay, I've watched a team literally counter this composition with a Jet. How different can the Waylay be? Very, very different. Like, not only have we seen just the distance he can get into sites, but more importantly, he can literally set himself up with stuns. Like, throwing in all of that extra utility just to help him out, it has truly left things in a horrible position. And now, well, Zeus 19 and 11 is the only player even close on the server. I think this one is done. Unless we're going to see the stand-up of Aang and maybe having to go at his opponents, because, or at his team, because since that pause, there has only been 1 round going against Foot. I don't know what guys said in that moment, but I want to know.
Since even before that, Martine's now 2 and 10 since round 5, somewhere in that ballpark.
You're becoming obsessed
I
with
love
this,
Martine.
Mitch.
Well,
But you have
see so much more.
Point.
I want to see so
And
much
is that
more, and
right
I think
now on this defense, he's not finding impact.
no. Well, the same on the attack as well in the second quarter, kind of. And like the Yoru was working well when it was catching them off guard. Think back to the ult and the shorty play coming up behind them, but from that point, Foot have had all the answers, whether it was on the defense or here on the attack, taking the hyper aggressive stance.
He's pie. Yeah, he is. He is pie.
No,
sorry, looking sad on the KC side.
Well, he heard you. That'll do.
A bit more of that.
Just running, sprinting headshot onto Mr. Farlin. Why didn't he think of that one earlier?
Exactly.
Now wants to look for a little bit more, trying to get ahead of all of this utility. Let's be real, they've had to switch up their setup because Elite has been getting wrecked. He has been having a horrific time trying to hold down C with players diving into his position, killing him off multiple rounds in a row. So they have put big boy Martine in his place. The question is, can the other gaps be exploited by Foot as they move elsewhere?
Moving a little bit everywhere. We see Jet2J making some noise here, but he is by himself. Rest of the players now we see Adacapta moving away from Mount. I don't know if that Prowler got to spot him. But right now, if you're KC, they think they're everywhere.
Void of info being filled in at least. In just a moment, that swing is going to come round from Zeus. Sagetsu's holding it, but the crouch into the angle. Masterful stuff. Sagetsu can't respond in time. Zeus now takes his fight elsewhere. He's looking into the spawn with the ult's being thrown in and having to break the haunt. It pulls Elite's crosshair off the angle. Zeus with more, and it's already 4. Foot already have an ace. And looking for a 12-5, hammering it home, but Martine's running. He doesn't want to give the ace away, or the weapon that's in his hands. As this may have to be 7 in a row, a huge resurgence from KC needed. As Foot, well, they are just 1 round away at this point from taking us to Ascent.
Funny that you say that. 7 in a row is what they need, and I think 7 in a row is what Foot have right now on the board. 1 more, and we go to Ascent. Again, a Foot, it doesn't matter that they have that 1 player down. I feel like for KC, they're struggling a lot setting Martine up, right? Because while on the other side, we see that the Breach is going to be accompanying Zeus on most of these plays.
Not in this round, because he died within the first 2 seconds. That's been the crazy thing about Zeus is I genuinely think you might talk about like teams that are the best on this map.
Oh my God, Mitch, look away.
It's a handstand. It's beautiful. Taking the turn foot fan to another level.
I think that you look at this and go, okay, Foot probably aren't one of the best teams in EMEA on this map. Zeus might be the best player.
Yep.
Like, genuinely. He just has a field day. I think it was 33 kills the last time they tasted victory on this map, or maybe the time before. And well, I don't think he's going to beat that this time, but just because of the pace of that victory, they finally managed to deal with him. Might be a chance. Somehow the captain has got completely caught.
Not bad from Sadik. Going straight through the wall as well for that spray. Couldn't see him, but took him down anyways. For Foot, 12-5. They're not giving up on this one. They've got plenty of runway to work with. Yedege already claimed the A side as well. The spike on its way and no one to interrupt it. It's Yedege going for that deep aggression. Cam online in 4. No real traps to work off of here. Their back is secure at least.
Stefan's smart. Will have his ultimate after this plant if they want to use it, even in a 2v4 situation. This could change the game. This could change the round.
They've been able to win any round they wanted. Yeah. Like, look back to the previous map, the amount of 4Ks, aces. It was absurd. With Rolling Thunder ready in place, this could catch almost everybody. Immediately thrown through and separating the players. Decent use of the cove, trying to keep one alive, and that will at least put it all onto Mr. Fallen. 1 versus 3 to try and end this map here and now. First goes his way. Spam doesn't quite connect, but he has been able to deny that defusal, at least for the moment, expecting them to let go. Another kill goes his way, and he will get them all! A Red Bull clutch to close it. 13-5 for Foot.
Do a handstand, Tom. Do a handstand. Come on.
I'm doing it.
Oh, wow. It's incredible. They can see us on one of the streams, but the others don't know. They don't know. The next map up will be Ascent Bay. I saw in the game y'all played yesterday. This is a map we haven't gotten to see a lot of. The least played here in the EMEA. Well, let's add one more to the tally after the break.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called a ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you asked for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
confident and dominant response from Foot on map 2. We will be going to a map 3. I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Uli and Meg. Now, we've seen Waylay on Lotus before, but very different comp this time from Foot, and Uli, a very different way to approach it. How much did you like what they brought out on Lotus?
To be honest, I like how they played. I cannot say anything bad. I'm so scary of they're seeing the reaction after every single match. But being honest, Waylay performance on the first half was a bit shaky because sometimes they were trying to get rubble, get information, but just if Carmen will wait 10 extra seconds, Waylay's rate of TP and maybe was stuck into the rubble and can only get one fight, one and done.
I do think on defense, like you said, Uli, the attack start was a little bit, just there wasn't much happening really from the Waylay, but on defense, they came alive. I think it was their bonus that Mr. Fallen set up that breach stun on the C site and caught the guy as Zeus dashed, is it? It's a dash, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
In,
yeah.
Double dashed in and absolutely went feral. So I'm really here for this, and I do see Waylay coming in as the meta, potentially, for Lotus in future.
And I like the difference between this one and the Liquid one. There's a lot to talk about, but more importantly, we've had some incredible coach reactions in VCT EMEA, and this one from Gaius, maybe this is what Pipson thinks he's doing, because it worked. It worked. After this, Uli, Foot just, I don't think they lost a round after this.
No. They just went into, I mean, I would like to, first of all, know what he's saying, know Turkish to understand it, and know if he's feeling okay, because he was giving his hand to the heart like he was so passionate, giving a message, and it works.
I think he's saying like Buneya, and then a little bit of like chocolate.
Come on, Kankas!
Maybe.
Well, Mitch was telling him to calm down.
I don't think he needs to calm down.
No,
although for his own health,
I like
maybe.
it.
Maybe, but obviously whatever he said in this timeout, it made Foot come alive, and you could see that in the passion, you know, that great starting segue into our gorgeous analyst desk of them screaming in slow-mo, I think summed up how hyped they were to come back on Lotus.
This is a team that is quite a bit higher on the decibel level, you know, it goes like normal comms, them, and then Uli at the very top when it comes to the screaming. So I think maybe the shouting, they can absorb it. They absorb the shouting, and then they project it back out, and it works really well, especially for Zeus as well. I mean, we talked about this Waylay already, but let's take a look at him back in action here. And does it inspire you at all, Meg, to try this out yourself?
I mean, absolutely not, because I don't have the Turkish aim to go with it, to be quite honest with you. But it was just so amazing to watch Zeus come alive on this Waylay, and it was definitely something that was lacking maybe on map 1. So it was really nice to see. And again, a duelist is nothing without their support, and I do think everybody in Foot was doing their absolute utmost to support Zeus on the Waylay.
It was a great performance from him individually, and also the team was bringing. For me, one of the important things I seen from this Lotus was also Mr. Falling on Bridge.
Yeah.
He feels much more comfortable than on Tejo. I mean, on Tejo he was playing really good individually, but maybe the agent is not feeling that much. Probably, I mean, the last interview he said that he didn't feel uncomfortable. I can understand why.
Look at that glow up. That is a way slay if I've ever seen one. Does it kind of make you think that Cracks could play the Tejo and they could just run the Tejo breach in that setup?
I mean, we've seen Cracks trying to adapt one more time. It could be working. I mean, I think he did it with Gecko last year. Maybe the agent he's lacking this year to pop up and be the Cracks from last year could be playing Tejo.
We could be, but let's think about it as we go to Ascent, because this is the map that we haven't seen all too much from the teams in general, and especially not these two teams. The obvious, I guess, choices you could look towards is obviously the Turkish Jet. You know, the Turkish Jet on Ascent. We love a Turkish Jet on Ascent, but what about the rest of the agents, and what could the players choose here, Meg?
I think we could see the Cracks coming out on the KO. Previously, Narrate did play that and fill that role for them on Ascent. So this could be kind of what we were mentioning earlier, maybe the time that they do bring that KO out. I do also wonder with how Apex previously played Ascent, are we going to see that kind of deadlock Cypher combination coming in, maybe some interesting Sentinel role switch-ups, and again, the Tejo maybe in replacement for the Sova?
I was thinking maybe on Mr. Fallen playing the deadlock. I remember him to playing later in the days. Maybe there's a chance to play both Sentinels, J2J playing Vice or playing Cypher plus Deadlock, something close to Apex combo.
I completely agree with you guys. Maybe we could bring out a Sova here. Mr. Farland's played Sova here like a bajillion times. Aves also a very, very competent Sova player on this map as well. I want to know what Sadak could do here. You talked about Narrate already. I think the Sadak Narrate 1-for-1, it makes a lot of sense. Sadak playing KO here, he's very, very comfortable. Yeah, I like that.
Do you know who he should play?
Don't say Harbour.
Harbour.
Shut up, Meg.
No.
Meg, actually, go to your naughty corner.
Okay,
Go
off
to
I
your
go.
naughty corner. But what I don't want to see is, I can't believe I'm saying this, is Zeus on anything other than the Jet.
Agree. I mean, Jet, Omen for attack captain, KO on Grax are a must. The other two agents are my biggest up. They should be going Sova or Tejo plus a Sentinel, or they should be playing Deadlock plus Spice.
All right, what about Sui and Elite? Do you want to Sui smokes here? Because Sui's, but Sui's Sentinel on this map is legendary. So many of Na'Vi's wins back in the days on Ascent was because of Sui.
Well, maybe we'll see. I don't know, because with Foot starting on defense, do you really want to run a double Sentinel on the attack? Yes, maybe with the Deadlockers, they can help benefit you on the attack side. I don't know.
It makes me kind of mad that they don't do that, because they have 3 Sentinel players on KC. They could literally run a Killjoy Cypher, anything, a combination between Sadak, Elite, and Sui, and we wouldn't be mad about it, would we?
No, we won't. I mean, I would like to see Sui playing Vice.
Oh,
I
like that. Good
I mean,
shout.
one of the best strongholders. It fits.
Just to let you know, the last time that Foot did play Ascent was Split 1 in 2024, maybe? No? Stage 2 2024, and they did run the old meta, which was the Killjoy, the KO, the Sova, the Jet, the Omen. And I know so much has changed, but I wonder if they're kind of going to do a Fnatic and be like, we're going back to the old meta.
They're Turkish, it's Ascent. I don't even think they need to prac this map, they just wake up and play it. And looking at this, oh my goodness. Okay, everything's been turned upside down. Let's start with the Foot one, because that's the easy one to explain.
Okay, the first one is easy. I mean, we got the Jet, the Omen, the KO. We predicted. Sova and Killjoy were the missing ones.
Yep, and then on the other side?
I like the Elite on Deadlock. I think this is going to be super, super helpful, like we just previously mentioned on the attack. It's also really fun to see Elite on the Deadlock after seeing so much Vice from them. And as you mentioned, Sadak on the Sova, tried and tested, and true.
For me, the biggest issue is that I'm not used to seeing Ascent double duelist. I mean, I like Abeth and Martin playing both a duelist, but Race and Jet? Am I crazy?
I think you're not crazy at all. And you know what's even crazier is that I know our casters had dinner reservations. What's dinner? Because I think you guys are going to have to cancel it. We're going to be here for a while.
Yeah, it's looking like we're not going to make it on time at this point.
Yes, we will make it. We will make it.
Oh, it's going to be a quick one, is it?
No. What do we think, though, about the double duelist? They were saying on the desk, we're not very used to seeing the double duelist. For the people watching at home, Aves, we saw him a couple of weeks ago or last week playing the Phoenix. He has a lot of experience on the race, not count him out. With KC starting on the attack here, you know, I like the approach. And on the other side, Tom, you have a Foot where everybody's just playing comfort roles.
Yeah, I'd say the only thing that's a little concerning is the lack of the second initiator, that lack of info, but you can also get that with the recurring gravity net that you'll see from Elite. So he's going to have to be quite a bit more proactive with where he's placing those nets, because they'll need that extra information.
Well, it's time to get into our final map of the series, not of the day. There's still another one coming up after this.
I can't believe it.
Hopefully a long one.
Yeah, hopefully a long one. A few more tag pauses, why not? But not in this one. Not yet. 0-0 as barriers go up. We're starting Ascent, and the defensive side for Foot will be put to the test. But the B side, it's not a passing grade. It's already been overtaken by KC with a post plant imminent before even a lick of damage is done.
Thinking back to old school Sadak deadlocks, it was some of the sweatiest deadlock you're ever going to see in your life. So expect cool setups, cool ideas, already the wall going over the top to block players as they attempt to try and rotate in, and giving this agent a post plant is always pretty terrifying. A lot of damage done initially, and Martin thought maybe he was going to be in a sneaky spot, but gets nothing done. Luckily, his teammates are doing a fantastic job, even if some of them are low.
Well, that frenzy could clean them up, but the shots don't land, at least not for Foot, as KC claim another pistol round. That's 1-0 here on Ascent, and well, they got a pretty easy site take, but I was worried about the retake, especially with that low HP. Cleaned up nicely in the end.
Yeah, there was a lot of damage being done there by Foot. So you were saying at the beginning of the round, decided to stack more towards the A site, playing that B fully for retake. Sadak, of course, in charge of planting the spike is something that we see in every map. We also have seen in every map today that strong start for the side of KC, and especially having this double duelist with them on the attack is more of what we can expect. Now, those two duelists will be waiting outside of B. The rest, battling it out here on A.
Not a lot of expectations. You mentioned that a lot of teams will go for the 3 rifle, 1 pistol, or sorry, 2. But this time they've gone heavier on the rifles. So for KC, they can only afford 1 player to fall. Anything else is a mass amount of cost and will be a gun that's missing for the next round. Of course, on Ascent, there are a lot of longer range angles, especially if a battle comes into mid, they'll have a pretty hefty advantage, but it seems like they've missed the timing, as the duelists will now look to group up with the rest of the squad, and Foot are not just sitting back. They are taking an awful lot of space, but if anything, the timing couldn't be any better for Aves. That's just as he rounds the corner.
Now looking towards the A site, you know, spamming the cross. You can see a lot of damage done with that in many games, but when you've only got the classics, it's a bit harder to do anything meaningful. Sugetsu decently low, and talking about the margin for error, we touched on it on Lotus in both of the follow-ups, and there was always like 2 rifles in play, maybe a Marshall, but they could afford to lose so many players before they felt the sting of that damage. This time around for KC, not the case, but they've done this wonderfully, getting the 4 rifles into the A site, and a little bit of a risk being taken by Elite, but of course he is the player that can fall, but playing just with the Ghost.
But he didn't start with it. That's the interesting thing. It was Sadak, so what they did was they sort of swapped it over so that he could farm orbs and try and get towards that deadlock ult, which of course is very good for takes, because if there's a solo player, you can basically pick them out of position and then fight onto anyone else at the same time. For Foot, not wanting to overextend, so they're going to make sure that they go down to the spike, don't allow for any more orbs to go into enemy hands. That will be a clean enough round for the side of KC.
Now's where things should start to get interesting for the side of Foot. That full buy coming alive for all of the players. Cracks, I hope that you buy some form of shield. Eddie will be good. No?
He's thinking about it. He's got time. Okay. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
Ooh, all right, 2 seconds left. That was a little sweaty, but he got there in the end, and I think he even went for full shields, popping it out at the last second. So KC, attack side, decent weaponry, very good weaponry, in fact, for any fight they go for, and being able to move as a unit always has its advantages. But Mr. Fallen, good to find the opening. They know there's a second player there now. And the net that's spread by KC across the map looks to catch any extra aggression. Footsie players pushing short, maybe they push up B, maybe they try to take some space on mid to catch them off, and that's why you've got Elite waiting outside B, you've got Sadak on mid, and then even Sugetsu creeping his way into Wine. But Foot have an advantage, and they know they're up against some form of a weaker investment. There's no risks being taken just yet.
Something I want to bring up as well is when I think back to this map for Foot, maybe not one of the strongest overall, but for Mr. Fallen and his aggression, he was always so awkward to play against, especially pushing short, spamming smokes. The man really does have no fear. With the amount of damage he's already done, this is looking a bit rough for KC.
His push comes to shove. It's out of Captain, who's caught in the corner. Good for 1 and fades his way back out. Beautiful stuff with the Shrouded Step. Zeus with a real opportunity. I think the Paranoialis just blocked him from vision on the first fight, but nothing stands in his way now. A clean little double to close out the round. and very little damage taken by the defensive side. Again, this isn't a weak follow-up round from KC. They had weaponry here.
Yeah, absolutely. And even though that was not flawless, it was pretty flawlessly played. It's not like Foot did anything that was completely out of the box. This was a very simple round of Ascent, just playing your positions, trying to get KC onto taking a step in the wrong direction, just playing with the timings of everything, your own smokes, the control that you have over the map, and just being confident in the angles that you're guarding.
Turns out Yumpy was Turkish all along. We just never knew. He would fit right in down on the stage with the volume that he brings to the screams.
Next week, we have the Foot BBL on Wednesday.
Yeah, we're just going to mute all microphones.
Okay.
It's going to make comms a little bit more awkward, but, you know, it will just go off feeling, which I think for the Turkish players sometimes can be enough. The feeling that guys is watching.
My Paranoia is thrown through, but players already wrapping. Mr. Fall in the first to fall. Out of Captain grabs one, but the wrap up behind him has dealt with him indeed. 33 HP left on Zeus, but he's got 2 skulls on his belt. It's Aves and Martine that are the last ones standing, still have to go back and grab that spike. And it's going to buy time for this rotation from Yedege. Nothing to watch their back on KC either, so with just a raise and a jet left, the 2 duelists, it's the perfect time to go for a flank.
Yeah, they're trying to bait out players to fight before they plant. But if anything, Foot want that extra time. They're trying to sell the idea that, oh no, nothing's coming in this direction, keep focusing on us, and while they do eventually find that flank, but there's so much more they need to get. Cracks does actually take that one isolated. I was a little bit nervous for him there, but he's on his agent of choice. He's feeling confident, and they're level.
Yeah, and I love to see the Zeus is keeping up with his performance coming into this week. One of the top 1 in ACS, if I'm not mistaken. Now playing from a jet, something that he should be extremely comfortable with, and in a map that, even though hadn't been in the pool for the year, and is the first time that they play it, it's a map that everybody has played. Everybody is just going back into it. So important for him to even things out, because we were seeing KC with that double aggression. Usually you would just see the jet dashing in. Now you have that double menace having with the race as well. So they're going to give it another try. Weaponry is going to be a little bit weaker this time around. Oh, bye.
Well, the early duels was a big conversation on Lotus for Martine. Not getting off to a good start here, without a captain firing back and taking another. It's Aves who is able to claim Zeus in the end, and that's been a big troublemaker for them. Even last round, 33 HP after the first fight, still gets 2 more. Now he is in the dirt, and another hero is needed. Thing is, Foot, no shortage of players that can step up in the moments when they're needed. Nice connection by Sagetsu. Elite finishes off Mr. Fallen, and now it's looking a little dicey. Showstopper. Maybe it does need a buff. It finds nothing but Yedege! The spray for 2 has left Sagetsu with it all to do. Both players tagged at least. Maybe a chance. His ult online with the plan, but what's that going to do for you in a 1v2?
Oh, they're grouping up. Potentially lining up his TP. Couldn't have been worse time. I don't know what he was expecting to happen, but that couldn't have gone any worse for Sugetsu.
Is it disparity, right? Like you see, for example, Aves using the showstopper extremely quickly once he gets it, because he knows that Foot is going to fight this tooth and nail to prevent that plan from even happening, even though they have already gained the control over sight. And then so he doesn't expect that they're going to flood quickly, even there's a 2v1 and he just planted this spike.
It's in the process of even using that showstopper that pulls them into the open. It being fired up top is exactly when the player takes their timing. Yedege with the double spray down, and then to finish off on reposition. Cerebral play from him.
I feel like Mr. Fallen has quite an evil laugh. It's almost like a Count Dracula.
Yeah, but he's so sweet.
Oh, here we go. Zeus is out here looking to claim some scalps, but it's Martine.
He is out of here, I agree.
Fighting back. Nice opening duel for Martine. Punished in the previous round, but this time he's delivering.
Aves down low, tags on multiple other players. Seems like there was some connection, even if it wasn't a pick. Well, information to be had. Eventually they'll shoot the drone, but too many walls between Mr. Fallen and any additional damage. Of course, we were all happy to see that the Odin doesn't have anywhere near as much play on this map.
Especially you, Midge. Yeah.
Were we
Over
all
the
happy
moon.
about that?
You were celebrating. Now I can play Ascent again.
No, I don't think that's what I said. Look how they massacred my boy. Still see the same Killjoy setup over on B for the information. That turret, although the spams won't follow it up, at least gets them the info that no one is there at the moment. Content to perhaps send extra bodies towards the A site if they had them. Already losing Zeus in the early round leaves them limited for options. Now the wrap comes around though. KC making noise, and you know what they say. Put a drone and Boombot in on A. Put it on one side, no follow-up pressure. You know it's fake pressure. Now they're on their way to B with a TP used up by Captain. There are numbers
So much damage.
That shock dart has done damage, and now so many of them low. Abez and Sadik barely holding on, and another spray down from Yedajay. Sagetsu, no chance but to save this weapon for the next, and that round falls firmly into Foot's grasp.
Sagetsu, only hope here is to just try and hold on to the gun.
There is one thing that's caught my eye and probably has to do with this timeout as well. We were seeing Elite, right? He's just waiting outside of B, yada yada. After that initial aggression coming in from Foot, when Elite is going to go onto the side, we still have the full pack of utility. It looks like they were just literally waiting around to see if Foot was going to double down on the aggression. And even though it was a 5v4 situation, it didn't feel like it. It did not feel that there was an advantage in this round going in for KC. And the read from Foot was just picture perfect.
I think the thing I enjoyed most about that round is what you were doing, though. I'm sure the TikTok stream would have really enjoyed it as well. You definitely forgot that was there. It would be a shame if someone showed a replay of that. It would really be sad.
I'm not going to move.
You were sort of like almost doing a rap along to Mitch's casting.
Because I was hyping him up, you know?
Some would say hype him up, some would say mocking, but you know.
No, that's what you would do. That's what you would do.
Correct.
In Spanish we say, se cree el ladrón que todos son de su condición, which means a thief thinks everybody steals.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
Kinda. It's a very weird translation, but it's, you know, you get the
It makes sense. It makes sense.
It adds up.
4-2. Foot with a streak of defensive rounds, and so far, this double duelist has maybe not had the impact they were hoping for. The surprise factor of aggressive takes is being dealt with comfortably by the side of Foot. An immediate pop of the Hunter's Fury, and it may not have got a kill, but it has done damage, and while the disruption has also allowed for Captain.
Oh man, Zeus in there with the Outlaw too, and he's got a chance onto every remaining member of KC. One bullet. Only one bullet in the chamber right now. He's going to pop the reload, but if he lands one shot to the chest, Sagetsu, Martin, and Elite will fall by the wayside, so they move away from the Outlaw, but back into the waiting arms of Captain. Paranoia off contact to the cam, repositions, and cleans Martin's head from his shoulders.
The rule about picking Ascent into Turkish teams.
They must have forgotten.
Yeah, it's been a while. To be fair to them, the map has not been in the pool for a while, and not many people have been playing it, so they are the team, unfortunately, look like they are getting punished, because even just on angles and individual duels, it looks so comfortable for Foot. They're not losing a battle in the early round. And when you're running a double duelist, there's a limited amount of things that you can do on this map. It's why we see so much investment into initiation, so that you can get that info, you can find that space, you can force people into awkward angles. Well, they're the ones being forced into awkward angles.
And this round was so well pre-planned, right? You know that their economy is not going to be the best. We're speaking about Foot coming into that one with a 4-round lead, 4 rounds in a row. You can't expect to have those light shields, and you also know that Mr. Fallen is going to be using the ult. So doubling down with the Outlaw just gives you such a good perspective.
That is so much info. It's just making things easier and easier for Zeus. We talked about the setup that this man can sometimes need. Well, that was pretty much a Zeus, they are there. Do what you want with that information.
You know, a long time ago we had those conversations about this map, about it being what the Turkish teams called the 82nd province. And it wasn't that anymore. Teams caught up, teams figured them out well. It looks like this might be a return to form with a...
In zone, flawless.
Foot are looking good, 6-2 in the lead, and that's 6 in a row. KC won the pistol, the follow-up, and nothing bar an opening duel or two since.
Oh my God, and Zeus 10-4. You know, we've heard it a lot, and he has played the operator. We were very surprised the first time that he did it because he wants to be that headshot machine. But he's so efficient with this outlaw. He understands and he fits into the mold, he fits into the plan and what the team needs. And right now what they need, apparently, it's an operator. He doesn't really need it, but just in case, there's some
outlaw.
heavy shield here. There's some full shields here.
I mean, there's 3 full shields. So
He's gonna be like, I cannot spam with this. Where's my second shot?
Can't move quite as quickly either. It's not
Too
zoomed
heavy.
in either, so it's harder to see where you're aiming.
Oh,
just a terrible gun.
spot it there.
Right, this is the difference. Right? The value is there for free. And knowing that 4 players are there, Zeus is feeling confident enough to go walkabouts into middle. Shot will be missed. And actually, Captain's the one to bite the bullet. Sacrifices had to be made.
Unfair.
Might be the right sacrifice. The man's 10 and, what was it, 4?
It's disrespectful to add a captain, Tom.
Look, I'll sacrifice
think
myself
so.
so the star player on my team
You're
can
not-
do well.
Do you remember when Captain was moved from the 6th player onto the main roster? This was his first map, actually,
Nanos.
playing the race. Oh my God.
Nano's active. They're going to push them forward. Great setup from Yedije. That gets Mr. Fallen an easy duel reveal on its way. Didn't get a pulse out. Martine and Elite. Oh, they're overrunning the B site. And now Zeus, the man who has had a captain's blood on his hands. Well, he's going to pull off a 1v4 with the op. More likely, he's got to save this for the next round. They've got plenty of cash. Well, they know where he is now.
Sugetsu not wanting to let him run away with that operator, and he won't.
Honestly, I think Zeus has learned the lesson. Just not the op. Just not the op. He was doing just fine with the outlaw. He was finding a lot of impact just following around, but I think that one of the things that was said to KC on that timeout is once you get the advantage, you need to be faster. You cannot freeze the round for that long because it was allowing Foot to get in such comfortable positions that at the end, that advantage looked like nothing. This time around, they just go in faster onto the side, full execute. Just rushing onto B.
It was a nice trap setup that Yedije had, but yeah, it ends up being KC springing the trap on them. 3 rounds in between the two, still recovery in the half, very much possible for that attacking side. So it was 2-0 to start with, went 6-2, but a response, a resurgence at long last. Focus towards this site. Drone's already gone. I didn't see Yedije, and now he's filled in the space, but they're ready, they're watching, and Martine's the one to pick him off.
It wasn't really a bait, so that angle was comfortably cleared. Zeus in position though, rifle back in hand, push through the smoke, flash, actually, I think left Mr. Fallen completely blind. These flashes are just not working.
Whoops.
Maybe the update has thrown him off a little bit, but whatever it is, that has not gone well, even still. They've managed to even things back up, turn it to a 3v3.
Real chance. Zeus has backup on the side, and a captain's just outside. The shots don't land though, and that's a heavy price to be paid. 2 versus 3, and KC are not in a rush. They're waiting for that extra player. They know the rotations will have come through, and as the smokes come back online, they'll still hold the line.
30 seconds left.
Just expecting that retake, but eventually, well, time ticks away. They have to make a move to the side. They have to walk into Cracks, who's found one already. Waiting for that re-swing, and lines them up for the 4K. Foot, they lost a round, but they answer back immediately.
Sometimes the Cracks KO is not about the KO, it's about the confidence you get along the way, because his utility in that round sucked. His aim, however, was wonderful.
Lack of practice, lack of practice. We've all been there. And I was saying, like, Sugetsu had the spike, had his ultimate at some point, and after you've been brawling for such a long time on B, you decide to just, you know, TP away. To go on to A and just think of easier and smaller paces and what is going on?
They've thrown the net immediately.
Ultimate ready.
They've managed to catch that player up top, but
there.
hasn't been able to do too much. Sending that boom bot in close this time, making sure nobody can be in position. The knife will delay any further utility, but that showstopper will be retrieved. And that's what we're looking at in this round, the stack up of ults. Of course, so far that Hunter's Fury has been used as a deterrent. They've not been able to utilize the lockdown, so I think both of those ults will likely just stay until necessary. But the Annihilation alongside a showstopper, that should be enough to clear any site.
Deploying drone.
Retake possibilities for Foot. They could give up the space. They're sticking around anyways. Zeus was spotted. In comes the showstopper. Dash up top. Good angle. Door closing as well. And Zeus picks him off from above. With the showstopper, it gets them at least that little bit of space with the player falling and the trades coming in. Hunter's Fury post plant possible. That spam's not quite going to work. The Jenny is quite a thick
He knows.
box. Shock darts fired through, but dodged as well. The reposition perfect. The plant down below found in time. The Hunter's Fury setup. Not sure that they'll be able to get to a position to use it. It's instead going to be kept to be fired in. You would imagine.
That one.
I thought it was going to be fired at the ult. Instead, it's sent straight into heaven. An attempt to drop these players. A very early ultimate put through by Elite. With his teammate seized, there's only one player they have to focus on. And that looks like a bit of a mistake from KC. Success for Foot, now 8-3 in the lead.
I think there were... I understand the logic. You're thinking that with a few seconds left, they're going to try and get close to that wall and you want to pick a player off. I think the better timing, though, was when Mr. Fallen was in the drone. It was just that you didn't know that if there was two players behind, maybe you don't get the kill, but instead, the ult misses. Oh, that's such an easy final pick onto Sadax. More was needed from Elite in that moment, unfortunately, and it really hasn't been his day today. It seems like playing versus the Turkish brothers has left him out to dry a bit.
Absolutely. Last round of this Foot defense. Doing pretty well. 8-3 on the score. And Zeus definitely finding a lot of impact. Will have his ultimate to play with. Same for Mr. Fallen, who's been very, very successful with that Hunter's Fury.
But they used 3 on the other side in the last round, so to not win it,
yeah,
it's going to put them in a pretty nasty spot. Had a captain again set up ready with that paranoia, likely to potentially put a couple into play. No, he's putting himself into play. He's going for it alongside the Hunter's Fury. It's all too easy. The second that ult is online for Mr. Fallen, it's used as disruption.
Yeah, they're caught looking the wrong way. Heavy traffic creeps up on him. And with just this being the last round, there's not a lot of hope.
He's rung the bell.
Versus 5. Low HP on Sadik. He's down to 25. That turret could have put him in danger.
Unlucky Timmy.
Timmy's going to be wiped out. Couldn't quite get the pick. Still a Nano. A Nano standing in their way. It's been heard. But the second he spams at this, he better hit it. He gets it. Okay, that's something to start with. And knows there's a player close, but didn't know about Zeus up top. 9-3 at the half. Neither of these teams have played Ascent this stage, but I got to say, that looks like a pretty hefty advantage for Foot.
It seems like the Turkish map is still going strong, but we have always seen those strengths show on the defensive side. Do Foot have what it takes to close it out, or is the KC comeback on? We'll find out after the break.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Well, it's time to get this second half underway. 9-3, the score that we step in to half number 2 with Foot moving on to the attack side. 20 seconds until we see those barriers go up. It's actually a little bit more than that, I lied, but until we see the in-game clock start to count.
I think you have PTSD. It's moving.
Oh, thank God.
Everything's okay, Mitch. Everything is okay.
Thank you,
13 seconds to the round. Let's see what KC can do with this double duelist now from the defense. We see a clash. See Elite using his utility at the beginning of the round and the impact that he can find.
Yeah, of course, the net now recharges. He's already going to get the information on one. Paranoia immediately thrown, but I think Zeus was a little bit delayed to try and make that move. Over the top he goes, but he is left completely blind. I wonder whose flash that was.
Yeah, it's not a track record that's looking too clean so far. Elite down below, still to be taken out. Cracks just don't want to do it, but Aves straight back in there. Martine in the same boat as the defenders flood back into the site. And KC will claim the pistol round. But let's not forget, this is the very same thing we saw in half number 1. They went 2-0 up, and well, that was their 4th round.
Yeah, they only managed to win one of the rifle rounds, as you were saying, Mitch. Quick round for KC, quick on the reaction, quick on stopping. Foot on their feet.
Have you replayed him flashing his teammate?
There was
Andy?
That is toxic.
Andy, was that you? Say sorry. Right now.
Let's go, boys.
Type it on the screen.
Come back, right here, right now.
Okay. Martine, you know, he knows what he's doing. He knows what he's saying. He says that the comeback is on.
Oh, Timmy's just tanked the shock dart, but fair play to him. Saved the rest of the squad from being electrified. Lots of utility that they'll be running into here, and you can see there was a trap setup that Foot put into play with the nano swarms. Same thing's going to be in play with these little sonic sensors.
As well, that they are setting up the orbs for the null command. It's not normally the ultimate that you go for. Maybe you look for a Hunter's Fury, but clearly just realizing, okay, their opponent's setup, Elite more so, it's definitely going to be more awkward to face into than most setups you have if you're dashing in. So if you can just remove all of that on your way through, that could be huge. For Sugetsu, fairly easy kill to start things off.
They'll have the ult online for next. If Cracks can just get away with a 4K, he'll get nothing now. Put to bed right away, 3 orbs away. Coming into the next, and they can try to farm those in the rifle round, I suppose, for KC. They know exactly where Mr. Fallen is. It's a classic in hand, and really no challenge should be presented. Big investment from the defenders, 2 kills, and they'll feel the pinch, but where's Elite? Yeah, he's there to pick up the weapon. All good. Nice, clean follow-up round from KC.
Yeah, now is when things start to get serious. We heard Martine. Yes, the comeback is on. Is it really? I think that the bonus is almost compulsory in their current state, as we were speaking about the double duelists coming in and what they can do in this defense. Elite maybe not having the best day today.
Nice, let's go!
Feels like they're getting pumped up at least, but yeah, I think this composition, you look at it on paper, and it definitely seems like it would thrive a lot more on the attack, or should have done. But again, this is where you look at Elite as one of the players that could potentially do that damage. Martine already going to be forced out. Sugetsu was the second layer to that mid push. And we'll get rid of Ada Captain. That's the smokes out of the round.
Such a performance that we're seeing from Sugetsu today. Leading the board. Martine with his outlaw. He was successful the previous round.
So just about snuck into this corner. They have no idea that he's here. He can't even wait out the paranoia and claim a clean double. Now they'll know. Now they'll turn to deal with him, but it's Zeus on the back foot as Sugetsu easily deals with him. The reinforcements all over the site and the spike down in the open. 10 HP for Mr. Fallen. And KC, well, they had Martine calling for the comeback, calling that it was on. And it certainly seems to be the case. 9-6, the gap down to 3.
More down to a mistake than anything else. An angle not checked by Foot on the way into the site, which when you have that double initiator, you kind of have the expectation that they should be able to garner a little bit more info. But I like that, a little bit of a trap play. The initial setup as well was fantastic. Just having that immediate sort of fight within mid from Martin to sell the idea that there isn't another position you need to check. And then Sugetsu just sat back. And I'll be honest, considering how far down KC currently are in the match, or have been in the match, Sugetsu is still right up there at the top of the board in terms of kills. He has been having a fantastic game individually.
He's like, what, 17, 18 kills already with 8 deaths? This one, beautiful. And he's always going back. We also saw it in the previous round. It doesn't matter that if there was an eco on the other side. Also the patience here from Sadak to get 2 very clean kills with that Spectre. Well, I said that they needed this bonus round to keep the dream alive. Now, of course, the credits are not going to be the best for Foot. But they still have a long way to go in this map. Still anything can happen. Still need to figure out how to find the gaps into Casey's composition.
A lead is here.
Standing ahead.
And so is Avez. It looks like we're going to have a combo. The nade perhaps thrown out. Off contact as the boom bot is the first one round the corner. There goes nade. I think grab net as well, but no one's going to be caught. Foot being quite cautious around that A-long angle, and it's the push up through short where the main body of force is coming. Avez, though, picking off Zeus, the rifle, the one rifle that Foot have to play with, now falls into the hands of Yedege. He'll be the new man to lead the charge. They've left Ada Captain. He's walled off now. And making the shrouded step, trying to convince them he's gone back, and he'll see if he can find something late. And for now, it's all about just seeing if that rifle can find a pick, can cause some disarray in these lines of KC and make them think it's a B play. Open the door, perhaps, for Ada Captain to get some damage late round. Although I see him rotating already. Looks like they'll just commit to a full B pump.
Cross being held. All too easy.
Rifle down.
And retrieving it. A little bit tougher than the last. Smoke has to be used, but at this stage, that time is starting to get to a point where finding any impact almost seems impossible.
Standing ahead.
Sadak, knowing the positions that have been given up, is really willing to just let this go for free, and with the sensors also catching them as they drop down. Spike only just going back into that, and this round seems more than done, but Crack still manages to find one here.
Hey, Plantis, get some money here. The drone is going to spot him.
Drone didn't turn around for Ada Captain, but luckily they'll deal with him anyways. In goes the second nade off the kill. Avez able to box Cracks into the corner. Nice stuff. The 3-piece from him. The second got the reset of the grenade. The third got them the round.
Yeah, a bit unlike Foot. I think that they're taking duels. I know that this was an eco and whatnot, but I feel like the duels are being very
You
separate.
guys are so toxic with your replays. Why have you just shown a net bouncing backwards because they missed it?
I did say no one got hit by it. I didn't think it was quite that shallow.
No, that is...
If you lose this round, guys, I would literally give you all 1,000 euros.
Oh!
Thank God.
All right.
I like that bet. I love that bet.
I'll be honest, I was a little worried after last week, but that's all right. We'll allow bribery of your teammates.
And we have it on camera, just in case.
KC now, if anything, may even be considered in the driver's seat. On this defensive side, operator in hand. Well, you're not as sneaky as you think, Martin. Timmy the turret is not going to be falling for that. Zeus, though.
Avez is.
This is the thing. You know how good he can be individually. Mentioned that Elite being caught by the null command. It's an important... Oh, it was one they were building towards. And now with the quick res, much faster. How back Cracks can be. 2 players left. Economy's good, but I think holding on to the operator is going to be far more important than fighting for this round.
5v2, Yedege containing them as well. Even holding onto these weapons could be difficult, but won't be, as they're spotted falling back. The op going to the other side. No one there to contest it.
Sadak can look for damage. Like they've got so much in terms of credits that him taking guns out of the hands of opponents is more valuable than just saving his own.
And working towards his ultimate as well, right?
Yeah.
Can prevent some of these situations, but right now, Foot, just go back to classic Ascent. You set up your jet for success, try and find those picks, and just gear up.
Was there setup on that first, or was that just Zeus? Because in my mind, it was just Zeus.
No, or I said, or you find the opener and you gear up onto the site.
Because that's the thing that is worrying me a bit for Foot. Like, you've got a round on the board, great. How recreatable is that one? Because that almost just felt like, okay, Zeus has just got you the piece that you needed. There was a drone, and that was all they needed.
Definitely not set up. Definitely not a smoke, not a drone before.
Yeah.
Definitely no pressure put onto the player, Thomas.
3-round gap. He's the operator in hands of Martin. Won't be looking for an early fight. I don't think you'll see that around short or even the push-up B main. I mean, maybe we will see the push-up B main. At least got his utility down. And it's just early on getting rid of that pesky little turret and anyone that might be behind it. Spreading the net. Foot have got a lurk outside of B without a captain. And the point of contact is Zeus. He's heard the drone, waited out. Has to actually destroy it as it's going to get a little bit closer with that smoke fading. And I thought maybe he's going to continue up that push to market, especially with that deep smoke, but that's what he wants KC to think. Instead, resetting for a fight on short, but we've seen this before, sometimes off a cam, when it was Foot on the defensive side. This time off contact of Aves, there will be a paranoia to fire through on short.
Oh my god.
That's when you know you're nervous about your opponent swinging an angle. Just putting down the nano. Info gathered up, paranoia sent through just to avoid it being denied from the knife, and counter smoke utilized. Again though, they look to walk into the lion's den. That knife already being used, so they can't take away the util this time.
No, and there are some traps waiting. A reveal up top sent through, and it will catch some info. The spam now with the trap, stunning cracks, but he won't be punished. Zeus is up close. Aves and Sagetsu on their way, and that's one picked off immediately. Pressure on backside, Bladestorm active! They don't land though. Luckily, Krax is there to save the day, but there's still some saving to be done at 2 versus 3 that were left in, and a shoulder routine that brings us back even. Bladestorm up top, doesn't land. 3 blades left. Needs the kill to refresh them. The Bladestorm is hunting them down, but Zeus from down below takes Martin first. 1 step towards victory and just 2 away from claiming this series. I mean, they started on the back foot, losing their own map pick 14-12, but came back with a stomp on Lotus, and now it looked like they'd given KC a way in. They'd opened the door on Danger, but soon to slam it shut in their face.
This really breaks this round. It's just the proactivity of Foot. Zeus within the smoke, but it's the reposition from Yedajay. You can see the 2 players looking to come down lane towards the end of the round. They have no idea that he's already gone back towards the stairs. That meant that the angles they had to fight were nigh on impossible. Already, knife is going to catch. No opportunity to get away, but with an easy pick onto Yedajay, it's no problem.
Showstopper fired in. Aves connects it, this time a clean kill. And the advantage hammered home. Cracks. Oh no! It looked like it could have gotten very awkward, but Sagetsu's there to keep numbers in their favor. Now they'll look to isolate him with an aid into the right side. They know that he must be on the left, but the reveal is pixel perfect from Sadek. Last man standing, Mr. Fallen, Spike in his possession, but the full force of the remaining KC members are waiting for him.
Mr. Fallen is literally the antagonist to Angel. Like, so many of this round, obviously 1 player alive. It's just Mr. Fallen. But yeah, round completely necessary for KC. I think that they're also thinking, like, if you are to call a timeout after you lose a couple of rounds, you're also giving 1 to Foot, and that could separate them from getting those 2 last rounds.
He knows the sensors are there, so he's trying to walk past them to almost sell the idea that this could potentially still be an A hit. They've held long enough. They know. An aggressive position though. And you should never doubt Mr. Fallen in these clutch scenarios. So good in the late round, forced to crouch, but they get isolated into the 1 versus 1. Tries to bait the peak, and well, Sugetsu takes the bait, but wins the fight anyway.
Bites the hook clean off the line there.
I thought it was Lotus all over again. I thought I saw that 1v3, gets the spike down. Mr. Fallen knows he can win the round. And Sugetsu.
Do you reckon they're having a mini tactical pause?
Probably, yeah. Like, if you have the time, why not?
They've almost just lost, like, a bit of a silly clutch, because I think it's the run-through from Elite. Like, that was so disjointed in the 1 versus 2. You know exactly where he is. You caught him in a net, and Elite goes way before Sugetsu's even prepared.
I think that, yeah, you use that time. That
dart was from B.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Towards the spawn. Well played, well handled. KC calling a timeout. Never mind the mini tack, they'll go for the full-on tactical. Taking the time here.
I'm not concerned about Gaius, honestly, after what we saw in the last
He's not
map.
stood up anymore. He's going to keep that circulation going in a more healthy capacity. But it's actually Ang going a mile a minute here. Lots of notes for the KC players. And again, this is them trying to keep their dream of that first seed alive.
Both locked in for those playoffs. That kind of pressure is off, but of course, as you're saying, Mitch, getting the first seed could be the difference, because once you get the first seed, it's one win and you're in Toronto, no?
And it's even, we discussed the idea of the 2-0 for KC, meaning that they were locked out of that 4th place. They wouldn't be ending there. That's no longer the case for them. So really, in terms of comfort, you've got to be taking this series and come in strong next week as well.
I think that's due to map difference, because they are, I think they're quite... well, decently positioned when it comes to map difference based on who they played, so a 2-0 would have done it. But yeah, the thing is, first place is great. 4th place is the thing I'd most be concerned about, though, because that is a one match and you're out sort of deal, and likely to play the team in the opposing group, which, when you look at the 4 teams in Group A, there's not a great choice. Maybe there's one you'd want slightly more than the others, but anybody can finish first in that group.
Any names, Tom?
Begins with N and ends in RV.
Oh.
That's going to be tough for the people at home to figure out, Tom. You've done well. Speaking in riddles, Ada Captain already on the site. He uses his ult to get in there, and the rest of the squad, I mean, they're on their way, but they're almost still in behind the spawn walls. This is going to be a big battle for Ada Captain, and he's on his own, finding just the one, and then they walk right into Martine. They're still pushing the site where the rotations will undoubtedly have come in, considering the ult from Ada Captain. Crack's good for one, but the op is still running riot on backside. Sadek, shock dart through. They know without a doubt that this man is here. They have a choice on where they take it, just a pixel away. Sagetsu will find one. And they know this can be an easy wrap from Zeus to the other side of the map, but he wants to force the issue, force the fight, catch Sadek unaware. And they just do that. 40 seconds. Reveal goes deep, and he just about dodges it. Sadek should think he's on the other side of the map now. This swing, cautious, and rightfully so. 11-9, KC bailed out of a bad situation by their IGL.
I need to see a replay of this round because it was so chaotic. As you were saying, we see Ada Captain just TPing onto side, and everybody else is so late. The rest of KC are in very good positions. The utility is not really having an effect anymore. Martine has a very clean shot onto main.
If you want to see this round again, go in, open the game, and play TDM, and that's where you'll end up, because that was incredibly messy. But one that Foot very nearly won. That's the thing that's most surprising about it, with how disjointed everything was in that fight. It almost worked out for them. You probably would have bet on Zeus being able to take that over the line. Lockdown into play. Doesn't look like there's any opportunity to deny it. A firing squad lining up outside of the site to try and spam their way through. Middle has been taken, the drone utilized, but that's the kill that was needed. Zeus removed, utility offline.
That was a really clean shot. Straight through the smoke, good spam, good prediction on the player. Yetajay very low, Ada Captain up close, and he's taking a fight alone with the advantage, with the time on their side. That is a mistake, as we can see, plain as day. Utility cut off for a moment, but the ult now fading. Zeus up close. They should know these players have been quite aggressive. They now know about Zeus. He's got a little bit of backup from main, and he got a lot done there. A three-piece. And with Yetajay low, it's the site itself that we look to for the fights. Cracks and Mr. Fallen, an op to contend with. A shot from Sagetsu and Martine that leaves Yetajay alone, trying to do it all. The defuse baits him in, and Sagetsu with a three-piece of his own puts them right to 11-10. A gap of 0.1 of a second. But it's enough for KC to keep climbing back.
And Martine is determined to win this head-to-head, even though Zeus is definitely leading on those kills and had a great performance even for this round. Him pushing with the operator onto the side, very aware of how the time was working against them. And Sui gets to always be so reliable with those bullets right to the head. What is that?
Foot timeout.
The thing is, this does again seem like a moment though where, well, 0.1. Foot literally didn't need to peek. Like they have the back of the site, they have players in control, they have a player coming round from behind. There was no need for them to even jiggle or swing. If you just wait for the clock, you're out of there. So I think overplaying their hand.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, Geis isn't on his feet at least.
Yeah, that's not him screaming.
That's not him.
I wonder if they can hear him at home.
Okay? just want to look out into the crowd. You doing all right?
It's been a stressful matchup, Tom. A BO3 that could be a BO5 at this point.
BO7, I think.
BO7.
Have we ever had a BO7? I don't think so.
I don't believe we have, no.
I think...
Let's
I
run
think we should
one next
do it.
week.
Yeah, right?
Screw it. Let's take a matchup.
Yeah, I agree.
That matters the least.
I think.
In my opinion, Heretics
would be great.
Yeah. Best of 7. I agree.
Let's make it the second game of the day as well, just to be sure. One round in between them, and what an impressive comeback from KC. 7 rounds out of 9 have gone their way. This defensive side looking a whole lot better, and you even think back to the previous map, Foot were in full control, a 9-3 scoreline here then as well. It seemed like KC had ran out of steam, but that is far from the truth. An opening for Sadik. Pistols in play for Foot. They are conceding this round. Chance to at least do damage onto Martin, but he's got backup. Sadik's on the rotate, mid control is theirs. And no upsets here with the pistols from what we're seeing. 11-11. The game really is on.
Looking like a trusty in-zone flawless. The defensive side has been more than dominant, with a few blips here and there for KC. As they go from strength to strength, the Blade Storm getting nothing and a Hunter's Fury, all that can be relied upon going into the next round. And Foot, they've decided to throw in another pause.
I mean, I think that it's good to use them if you have both of them available, because you've had a 9-3 at the beginning, right? Now you're in a situation where it's 11-11, and if you go to overtime, you will have another tactical pause available for yourself. I think that the tension might be getting to them. Gaius probably is going on about... Oh, Eng is laughing, so that means that on Casey's side, they're just having a giggle. But Gaius is probably speaking about, hey, talk to each other, mind the spacing, mind the duels that you're taking. I think that the pressure's like kind of getting to you after Casey.
Yeah, that notepad's being pulled like the string of a bow right now. I don't know who his target is. I wouldn't want to be it. You can see, though, the difference, right? Harder to hit. I'll say that. For KC, you can see the difference in their coaching staff. Earlier on, we had Zeiss slamming the table, saying GG when they were down, I think, 4-1, something in that ballpark. Aang was not looking happy. I think the best we saw from him this series was a small smirk. But like you said, Bea, now he's laughing. Now he's having a good time, and of course they are. 8 out of 10 rounds.
I mean, Sugits just stood up and saying, I am him. And he is him.
Right now he is. But Foot looked to change that in round number 23.
6-11.
Back-to-back pauses. The chance now to at least guarantee themselves an overtime on a map they looked certain to win.
An immediate pop of the Hunter's Fury, and it has been dodged. Over the top goes Zeus, but Sadak, I don't know if he's been seen. I don't think he's been spotted at all. It's completely fallen flat again. One player in the sight, but that player might just be enough. Zeus, the guy that seems undefeatable within this server, the guy trying to drag Foot, kicking and screaming to a victory, has given them a chance.
That nade made me nervous. It was damn close. He's on 7 HP at the moment. Spam through the wall would get him. He was in prime spot for that spam just a moment ago.
Was available.
Annihilation, where's it going? It's a player in main, but they don't know. They'll go for backside. Great connect. That's Mr. Fallen taken. Zeus holds the line, grabs one more, and Yenishay's in. It's a 1v1 with Mr. Fallen already taken and dealt with. Nano activated. You hear the sound cue. He's got another. It doesn't quite get put out in time. Elite already getting it to halfway. Yenishay playing with him and finishing his meal. Just about. Foot make it to 12. Overtime, the worst case scenario now in regulation. And just 1 round away from claiming this marathon of a series.
That second time might have been it. I don't know, but especially starting off with this round being a 5-3-3 in favor of KC. Zeus being able to turn the tides around, being able to get 3, even in the condition that he was, Tom, was extremely impressive.
I was going to say, unless the timeout was something to do with Zeus's chair position or res or I don't know, something that can make him hit headshots even better. I don't know how it made a difference. And well, you can't afford to miss versus this man. You get one shot, you miss it, you lose.
Spoke about the 82nd province and Foot. They almost claimed it back with flying colors now. The opening pick is there. 20 HP on Zeus, but so much damage returned onto KC. Oh, this fam is so close. They don't know quite how close they were, but he's still alive. The demon lives, and it's not looking like there'll be an easy way back through for KC. The Blade Storm of Martine needs to be big, and it's shut down from miles away. Foot, they stalled out. They waited, but they get there in the end. 13-11, 2-1. And this series, rightfully so, belongs to Foot.
Well, I think there might be a few people arguing that. It was a back and forth matchup all the way through. Sugetsu with a stellar performance, but it was Zeus who stole the show on the maps that were victorious for Foot. There was no one else to talk about.
I think that Zeus, as you're saying, playing the Waylay for the first time earlier in Lotus, changing the composition, making it look so damn good. So many questions, maybe them not being able to adapt to everything, but they found the keys. The preparation was there. The timeouts, even though sometimes they looked a little bit worrying, they definitely worked for the squad. They have to be very, very happy with today's performance.
Without a doubt, a well-earned bow. It's been a very long series for these boys down on that stage, and both teams put up one hell of a show. OT map 1, almost OT on map 3 as well.
You know what this means, right, though?
What's
it means the team that's going to finish higher in the group from Turkey will depend on the game versus each other.
Oh.
That is such a sick storyline going into next week with all the teams in the top 8 obviously already qualified, but Turkey versus Turkey will decide who finishes higher in the group, and that is exactly what the fans of both squads will be wanting.
And with the form that we've been seeing, right? We see a BBL this year that is completely different. We see a Foot that can still fight for every single matchup. Of course, it's very interesting to see what we're going to see next week.
Well, what was very interesting to see, you talk about players being on form. This man brought the bookie to the server with flying colors. He passed the tests his opponent put up for him. Let's go down to the stage with a post-game interview with Mr. Fallen.
It is the fragging IGL himself, Mr. Fallen from Foot. First of all, congratulations on that victory. That was such an entertaining series. It came down to the wire. I wanted to ask you, what was the difference, do you think, between you and Casey in the last couple of rounds on Ascend that meant that you are the winner here?
Actually, on the last one, we just knew, okay, guys, I was playing default and over-rotating fast, so we just said, okay, guys, if they were rotating fast, just go rush somewhere. We just figured it out and we just rushed, and that's all.
When you say we figured out, you figured out? You had the read?
Well, probably it's going to be for the coach part, yeah.
Oh, the coach. Okay, I'm so happy you mentioned Gaius, because there was a moment on map 2 where Gaius...
Screamed yet.
Well, we don't know what he said, but he...
I can't... That's okay.
Okay, you haven't seen this, because obviously you heard it.
Yeah, but I heard it, yeah.
But he stood
I can
up.
imagine.
He was bashing his chest, the table and everything. I know you don't want to leak strats, but could you share a little bit about what he said?
Simply, he said that while they're pushing high revolt with A sides and Atajus going back to on the heaven, and guy said, "Don't go the fucking backside."
Wait, he was saying that?
And okay, guys, okay, they're high, but they can push backside. Atajus hold it. Which can stun you. You have Paranoia, Fez behind you. Just hold the side. Don't go back. Never.
So all of that was aimed at Captain.
Most of the yes, because of the ground, yeah.
Okay, how do you handle that in those moments? Because it is already pretty stressful, and Gaius is somebody, as you know, he's not going to beat around the bush. He's going to tell you how he feels. So how do you guys make sure that you don't feel panicked?
Well, we don't panic because we know Gaius. He will not say anything negative to us, so we just know if he's gonna say good to us, you know, because he's just holding the match right now. Every time he sees the match from everyone's perspective, and he just said, okay, if you don't back up the side, you will defend it because there's a beard stand coming for you, Krax is behind you, you have paranoia, you have so much to stop them, and you're going back. Just don't do it again. That's simple, and everyone just knows that it's a good thing for us.
Do you personally feel Gaius is underrated as a coach? He should be in the conversation as one of the best.
I think he's still best coach right now. Why he's underrated, I don't know, but
I agree with you. Now, congratulations on your ace. Do you know how many aces you've had in VCT EMEA?
No, I don't know.
It's your third ace. So third. It's pretty high up, right? You enjoyed that one.
Yeah, that was a good one because I just look at my money and I can't just buy anything, and I'll just say, okay, I'm gonna just buy Bucky and no armor, so why not?
I loved it. It was very iconic, super iconic ace. And last question, do you remember the last time a team in VCT EMEA ran Jet Raze on Ascent? Do you remember who that was by any chance?
I think that was us, no?
It was you!
You know, because we saw the ways and guys said, okay guys, we just tried the ways and it doesn't work. They can work too, so Atta just knows that very well. Just play the game.
Yeah, it was back in it's so long ago, you know, it feels like it was
okay.
Atta Kiwi, which is crazy.
Yeah.
So when you did see the comp, did you instantly feel like you had a good game plan because you have played something before?
We just said if they took ways, we win the match.
Oh.
That's all, because we just tried ways for Atakatan, and when I give him confidence with ways, by the way, that was not the actual comp for there while we were using that. Atta just said, I want to take ways here, man. Okay, you can take it, so I can take smoke. But while we see the ways on the attacker side, on the Kamil Corp side, okay guys, we won this match because they don't know anything.
You knew exactly, because you've done it before. You've done it before, you have experience.
And it didn't work, by the way. But we worked it, but I think they were bad.
Oh, okay.
Not Kamil Corp, the first match. While we're playing on the waves.
Oh, okay, I remember. But thank you so much for joining me, Mr. Farland. Congratulations once again. We'll see you back here next week. Now, we have one final game coming up now, a very spicy one to close out the week. Make sure you stick around for Na'Vi versus Heretics right after this break.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Chasing my purpose, need a release. My life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. It's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. No Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. It's not a movie, but I'm making a scene. I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you D.I.E. Look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now.
they might be enemies on the server, but for today, Angel and Boo, before their game, will at least be frenemies, because I wanted to check in with you guys and quiz you a little bit about yourselves, because you've both been in VCT EMEA for a very, very long time. There's a lot of history in this matchup as well. So are you ready? You think you can do this? You can work together?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, okay, Boo is at least confident. Now, we'll start with an easy one. Please, if you can, name 3 teams the other person has been on. So 3 different organizations. I'll start with you, Boo. How many? Just give me 3 that Angel's been on.
Valorant only?
Yes. Whoa, actually, you name as many as you can.
I mean,
I'll give you bonus points.
Now FPX before, I know Hellraisers. I mean, that's 3. Was there Party Parrots, but it was not an org.
That counts, that counts. That's a team.
Okay, Party Parrots then.
Okay, 4. He's got 4. So can you do 3 from Boo?
I think Vitality Heretics, or Easy One.
Uh-oh.
Oglu, you've been there?
Okay, carry on. He might be able to do 3.
He might
be able to do 3.
3, 4... No, I can't remember.
I mean, you did one wrong.
Yeah, it wasn't
Really?
Vitality.
Not Vitality.
I was never in Vitality.
No.
Heretics.
Yeah, correct.
Oglu.
Correct.
Okay, 3rd one.
We could even go back to the Party Parrot days, although you never played against each other back then, so...
I don't remember those days.
No Penky?
No, I don't
Penky?
remember the 3rd.
Giants? We counting Giants?
Giants?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Giants.
2021.
All right, we'll count the points, because you named 4, so you know, you technically got 6 points.
Yeah.
You got 6 points between you. Now, if we combine both of your agents that you've ever played in your careers, there is only 6 that you haven't played. Can you give me those 6? Now, Angel's played many, many, many agents, so I think this is a little bit on you, Angel, but give me the 6 agents that you haven't played. I combine.
I'll be honest with you, it should be some new ones.
I mean, Bailey for sure, no one played.
Nope. Okay, that's one.
Deadlock, I think also, 2nd one.
I didn't.
Correct,
So,
yeah, you haven't?
There should be more new ones. What else? Clove, I didn't play.
I didn't play as well, so that's 3.
I think it's a crime that the 2 of you haven't played Clove, by the way. That is absolute crime.
It's absolutely okay.
Have you not wanted to?
Of course not.
But they said your play
There's not enough utility on her. No.
Okay,
Sorry.
fair enough. Okay, 3 more.
Did you play Phoenix?
Phoenix I did. I played everything. Like, I had a fun tournament when I just bet with Shao, played each map like new agent. Okay. So I covered like most of the old ones.
There is a duelist that you've played and he hasn't.
Really? Reyna? No, Reyna I played.
I played Raze, and I think he didn't.
I played Raze.
You haven't played Raze?
No? Then
No?
Raze?
Yeah,
Raze?
he's got the Raze.
Weird.
You have to play Raze now. You have to play
I played
Raze.
3 more.
3 more. So you have Deadlock, Clove, and Waylay. There's 3 more.
And Vice you played. What is the new ones?
Iso? Iso.
Oh yeah, we
didn't play this.
Nope.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 more.
What other new like agents?
I know I played Harbor, so...
Yeah.
Harbor I also tried.
I'll give you a clue. There's players on your teams that play it, especially for you. Right now. They play it and you haven't. I'll give it to you. All right, it's Chamber.
Chamber, okay.
And Neon. Unless you have played Neon.
No.
Imagine you playing Neon over Mini Boo.
I cannot.
I don't think you'll be allowed to. All right, so both of your most played agent is Omen. When it comes to your career high average ACS, there's only 0.8 ACS between you. Who do you think has the higher ACS on Omen?
I think Boo.
Why?
I think Asian.
I don't know.
You don't
I just
trust
remember
yourself.
that I checked my like history and it wasn't impressive on Omen. It was like 0.85, I guess.
0.8 between, there's a difference is 0.8 between you.
0.8, I hope.
Difference between the averages?
Yeah, ACS.
Oh.
You think you or Angel?
Okay.
I don't know.
I think Boo have higher.
All right, I'm going to tell you, it's Angel with 194.1 and Boo with 193.3. Yeah,
Okay.
you've just...
Actually, CS is who fights more, kind of. I was fighting probably more.
Yeah, I guess.
Just over.
Probably.
Do you remember the first time you ever played against each other?
I do.
I don't.
I mean, I think it was when they were FPX and BDG played.
Yeah, but he wasn't playing because BDG played.
Exactly. I joined for finals to eliminate Fnatic and final.
No, then we didn't play against. Was it 2023?
All right, it was 2022. It was Oglu versus FPX, and FPX did win.
Second season.
Yeah, it was right after. And last question, between you guys, how many Americas teams have you defeated?
I don't know. I think I have like
Can you name them?
I mean,
quickly.
Xset, Energy, Americas, like Brazilian counts?
Yes, absolutely.
Crew for
yours is quite recent.
I mean,
you should remember
I
yours.
have Sentinels, Leviathan, G2, 100 Thieves.
Correct. Angel is on you now.
Okay, I counted 3, right? Energy, Crew, Xset. There should be a
Loud, maybe?
Loud, I'm not sure. I played them once and it was triple overtime, third map we lost.
I'll help you out. It was not Energy. You actually lost Energy. You beat Optic.
Well, who was Optic?
You beat the better version.
Same,
no,
yeah.
you beat the better team. I think that counts.
True.
And the last one is also Lev. So both of you have beaten Lev. I don't know how many they got there, but I think it was good enough.
It was decent.
It was decent.
It was very
lost
decent.
only 2, right?
Did you enjoy working together?
Of course.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Can't wait to see you guys go up against each other. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you.
Well played.
So wholesome, so wholesome. Frenemies right now, but for Angel in particular, Meg, maybe more enemies? This matchup has given him a lot of trauma.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we know that Na'Vi have already posted about it today, that they are, you know, pretty often seen losing out to Team Heretics. So I didn't feel any tension between them, though. They seem to get on very, very well, but it will be interesting to see if there's any tension on stage.
I mean, Heretics has been winning every single important match against
He loves this.
I have to say it. It's the only time I can say something about that Spanish team that are winning to something, so I have to take profit. And they're winning every single important match against Na'Vi. And right now, I mean, if there is someone that has to stop Na'Vi from being first seed, it's Heretics.
But that is the crazy thing. Na'Vi could lock in first seed going to playoffs depending on this outcome of this match. But when you talk about Heretics always beating Na'Vi, it is the important games. You know, Angel tweeted about it last year because it was always when they were on a win streak and all of a sudden they play Heretics and they lose. And then a lot of those times, as you can see from this tweet, Uli, it was in elimination times where the end of their season was because of Heretics at this point. So for Na'Vi, at least, there's a lot of stakes. They're going to want to win. I know you're going to be backing your boy on the side of Heretics, but when you do have something to play for, like Na'Vi do, Uli, it's often the most scary.
This is the most scary. They're playing for the first hit. It should be something important. You don't want to end into fourth slot and get into the lower bracket on the first. So probably they should be trying to face them and looking for a victory. And today, it's going to be a hard match because Team Heretics is playing really good.
I also think that Angel has something to prove here. Like, you know, that man has an ego, and I think he's going to want to be coming into this and being like, you know what? We gave Team Heretics their moment.
I love how
now it's my time.
They run this graphic the second you talk about him. And the reason we run this graphic is because we want to talk about the growth and development of Angel as an IGL, as a leader, and as one of the veterans of our scene. He said on Post Plant in week 1, I am the best IGL on Fracture for sure. Now, the results didn't really come his way after that, but I think the important thing is I do believe we have the clip because Koala Noob spoke a little bit about Angel as an IGL on Fracture, and I think for those of you at home that haven't seen this, this is probably going to shock you.
Cool. Like, other than like the Fracture, which like Angel apologized to me after the series because he's like, Johnny, I'm so sorry, you played ass. I'm telling you to satchel into them every round, and I kept getting like, that's where I said like they kept like double rocketing, stunning me, and like neon swinging me. He's like, I'm sorry, like I'm not gonna do that again. And I'm like, it's fine, it's whatever.
You did hear that correctly. Angel apologized to Koala Noob for bad calls on Fracture, Meg.
Well, Angel did say week 2 that they were slowly finding themselves and becoming less serious as the weeks go on. So maybe he's also found himself since then, and he's learned how to apologize and acknowledge wrongdoing. So yeah, it's huge.
Growth.
Yes.
Development. We love it.
He's growing, and also he's the best IGL on Fracture. I mean, but I think he's cheating because he normally dies first, so he's spending a lot of time just IGL in every single one.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's the expert.
Management, he can do anything.
He is the expert at that.
If I was Heretics, I will ban it.
Oh, okay. If you were Heretics, you would ban it. But you know what? If I was Na'Vi, I would ban Miniboo because let's be honest, Uli, Miniboo has been amazing.
Yeah, Miniboo has been amazing. But to be honest, if I want to talk right now about someone, I have to talk also about the team. Because Team Heretics is right now the back-to-back finalist international. I mean, it's true that they don't get to qualify last time into Masters Bangkok. And if we have to talk about his performance going into kickoff, it was awful. Every single one got his eyes on Minibu, and there was a reason for it. His performance wasn't that good at that time. But all the socials, all the analysts on socials were saying that maybe Minibu should get replaced or role swap, making good maybe the duelist. I'm so sorry for all the Twitter analysts. I have to say something. Minibu is back. Right now, we're talking about someone that maybe you can just check ACS and say, oh, he's great. You can check the KD and say, he's one of the best. You can check every single stat and you'll say, okay, but I'm not going to talk about something that simple. I'm going to talk about someone who is dominating right now the competition. And we want to check the statistics. We're going to go into something that is common for us. And it's every single difference that he's been doing to every single player around the competition. If we check it, on the hatches, we have Governor. It's a plus 14. I mean, I know the Governor, biggest enemy, is also Governor, but what a difference is made for Minibu. Kicks on the second, West side on the third, and Scythe on the fourth. And you will say, wow, Minibu is playing so good, but this is not the shutout, because the shutout is right here. 2 evens in between the lowest difference he has made, and only 2 players that managed to win into duel until him, and it's only a -3. What becomes to Minibu an amazing player. And we talk about Minibu. You know him as Minibu, but his real name is Dominikas Lukasevicius. And by now, you will remember him as the dominating Lukasevicius, because he's been doing amazing with a huge performance. And talking about performance, we can check it down on his last match, because he was nailing it against Vitality and doing a huge job.
Oh, wow. Can we just get his government name once more?
Which one? Dominikas Lukasevicius? Or you want to go into the dominating Lukasevicius? But that is what he's doing right now on VCT EMEA.
Absolutely. Now, I was there in the trenches with you, Uli. I was a Minibu defender. You know, I was out here. I was out there. I was never the one dogpiling on him, saying that they needed to make changes or he was underperforming, because he is one of the most talented players we have, Meg. And I'm so glad that he's back proving the people wrong.
Yeah, I think he spoke about how he's not afraid of the big names anymore. You know, the first year that we saw Minibu, he was very, very nervous to go up against the big guns like Durka, etc. And now I think he's warmed up, he's comfortable, and he's matured so much in a single year that I think nothing phases him anymore. And to be so young and go through such critique from literally everyone everywhere, you definitely build up a bit of a wall, and then you kind of go into things fearless.
And I like that he's an emotional player, Uli.
Yeah.
I like that he likes to talk about the flaws, the failings, because that's how you get better.
Obviously, and also every single time we heard him talking about himself, he's probably the most critic person. I mean, you can go into socials and read anything, but he's going to be the first going critic on himself in trying to improve. That makes him the best.
And he has. Do you think history is going to repeat itself today in this matchup?
Heretics is winning. the story is gonna be repeated. I'm sorry, Angel.
I have to defend Na'Vi here for my boy Na'Vi So Marcus. I've got to back Na'Vi here.
All right, okay, we have one on each side. I'm excited to see this. They are both safe. They are both secured. Yet somehow, after everything we spoke about here, this matchup still feels very personal. Na'Vi and Heretics are both playoff bound, but only one gets to walk out with the momentum and a little extra swagger. Let's send it down to the stage.
Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch on that top notch on the block. Shouldn't slide like me, nah. Spice it up with a sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it. I said
these teams had to do a lot to prove the haters wrong just to get here. But today is the real test. If they can win here, they won't just be contenders in EMEA, they will be contenders for Masters Toronto. And Heretics are gonna just like don't care about their permaban. Na'Vi are gonna pick Pearl. Ascent is left open for some reason and nobody goes there. What is going on, Uli?
I'm sorry, I have to love because I was saying that Fracture should be banned. Obviously, they're playing against the best IGL on Fracture. It should. No, but surprised me the most that Pearl is his perma-ban. Well, it seems to be, and it's left open, and it's going to be played by Na'Vi.
I want this to go all the way here because, you know, obviously Na'Vi 13-0'd Giant X, and then on the opposite end of that, you have Heretics who lost that 10-2 half to Giant X, but I don't think they'll make the same mistakes again.
That. Wait, what?
So I think that Split will be an incredibly competitive map. So I want to see this go all the way.
I do as well, purely because Pansy's been here since 4:45, I think, and I don't want her to be able to get home before midnight. But let's talk about this Ascent, because we currently live in a world where Heretics are not banning it, even though they always banned it in the past. Na'Vi was also banning it for some reason. They leave it open today. I thought they would leave it open to pick it, Uli, not leave it open just for Heretics to ban it.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Aston, Pearl, both maps were open. They decided to play Pearl instead of Aston. I'm surprised the most. I want to see, I mean, also, I think Heretics should be baiting on this Pearl.
Yeah, you
or
think
they
this
have
is a trap?
something prepared. I think so. They have been banning every single match on this stage 1, and now it's open. I don't trust it. It should be a bait.
I agree here as well. I think they've maybe missed a chance to take Heretics on Ascent because that's the one map that they haven't won out of the maps that they've chosen. I just don't think they must not be incredibly confident.
No, but they've got like 2 reps on this map. Now Angel has more reps on Ascent than I think I have hair ties.
Is he the best IGL on Ascent too?
I honestly, that's a great question. I don't think so, but he's definitely top 3.
Okay.
Top 300. I think best maybe Leviathan take the cake over his Ascent. Regardless, it is just very odd mind games perhaps we're playing, but let's take a look at Agent Select for this very first map we are going to see here and see what we're going to get on Haven. No changes.
I love this. We heard from Angel that the only reason that Xiao is back on that Sova is because the Angel wanted to play Vice so badly. So I'm excited to watch that again. And of course, we have Vut and Miniboo who put up an incredible performance as incredibly aggressive duelists on Haven. And combined together, I do believe that they're a demon duo on Haven.
To be honest, I thought that it was the last time that I was going to see Vice on Angel. But it's not. He's back. He's going to play one more time. I really like it.
All right, well, if you were here with us for the match before, then you will know that Pansy is already in the building. She is standing by with the 2014 Dignitas Scan UK Invitational runner-up, Jacob Mini Harris.
Wow, that is a brutal throwback. I-Series and Epic Land have never seen scenes like it since Mini has left that era. However, I do want to kind of touch on the basis of this map veto, right? Because the desk was kind of chewing through it a little bit there, a couple of question marks. What do you make of the veto? What do you think they were trying to achieve in this?
So, Heretics ban Fracture. That's just, I think, going to be their ban now from now on.
Okay.
I think maybe even looking to next week against Fnatic, probably not wanting to play it there either.
Yeah, nice long-term.
Na'Vi's side, floating Ascent, I like that. Heretics looked very poor and started banning that a little bit. So I liked the veto from Na'Vi. I actually think that they were in control of this veto a little bit more than Heretics. Obviously, expectations-wise, we're expecting Heretics to take this one. But I like the veto from Na'Vi. The first map's going to be a little bit harder for them. Not a map that they love. Heretics looking good on this map. But Pro and Split, if we're getting there, I think Na'Vi could have a chance.
It could be that start strong for Heretics and then the flip comes in. But we wait and see, obviously. Who knows what they've come up with? Last time these two met, Ardis was in that Na'Vi squad, so you got to roll your minds back. But it does give you a bigger picture of what to expect in the future here. Can they really vie for the top if you're looking at Na'Vi? Heretics already sitting at that 3-0, and Na'Vi on the attack here, already going to be leaning towards C.
Heretics, I believe, running the same pistol as they did last time. Retake C, but they're going to have numbers in for a flood.
Yeah, waiting to see that come through. For now, it is going to be Na'Vi getting to set the tone. Spike down. Let's wait for that flood to come in. Maybe Woot to set this in motion. Miniboo stalled out towards CT. And the first strike comes in. Rien's from afar. Beautiful. I'm sure we'll get that on the replay together if we're lucky. Nice old one-way, though. Gonna reward here. Woot goes down. Hero gets what he wants. But the back of the site now. Under fight. Heretics and Na'Vi. Back and forth we go. Rien's with a belting round already. As Angel left in the 1v2. Smoked off. And forced away. Tries to get a shot, but Rien's isn't losing today. What a round from him.
I believe that shockwave might have been off of that undercut.
It had to have been, right? The combo? Do we get it on replay? I hate to do this to our replay ops, poor guys. But
they're usually good for it. They're usually good for it.
They're normally on it. We'll see. We'll see. They're like, I hate you guys. Let's have a little look. Yeah, so at least we get to see the shock dart there. Oh, see, our team are unreal.
He was just off of the undercut, but he was damaged, so we'll give Woot the assist mentally.
For re-ends. And when we kind of talk about Heretics, we've been looking a lot towards Mini Boo recently because of that form. Has been very good. Uli, obviously, highlighting that one there. But Rien's is one of those sleeping giants. When he kicks into gear, good lord, that man is scary. However, now for Na'Vi, they have to try and suffer through this round.
I think I'd like to highlight, though, is Woot on this map. On the defense side, against Vitality, I believe he was 17-7. So
Impressive.
for the defense on this map, it's a lot around Woot. But as you highlight, Rien's on that Sova, when he can get to play it in this meta, it's a little bit harder to get the Sova out sometimes.
Yep.
Not ready yet.
But probably the best Sova in our region so far.
Says that.
Active.
Active, yeah. I was waiting for the word Leo to come drifting through, but
it's always there.
It's always there. On the other side, Na'Vi, let's see if they can gather a silver lining here. Heretics will be waiting patiently. Woot here, up to be rewarded. First found, no problem so far. And the smoke to reinforce this choke. No one's going to be making it through that.
The ISO judge, a bit of a new look. Not one I see often, but approved.
Oh, Mini approval.
Mini approved.
Now, I'm going to put it out there while we're in a round like this. Mini's a little sleepy today, so he might be getting a little bit edgy. You might be on for After Dark Mini here. And Mini Boo, speaking of Mini,
Spike down A.
he's looking clean. Ruxic, it's just try and do what you can. Surprised Rien's was the one running through, but maybe getting close towards the ult. But Mini Boo there to secure. Really nice from him. Lovely mechanical work as expected.
Here's where we start. For Na'Vi, they played against Apex last time. It was a very close game. They had a good attack side with this comp, which is surprising given it's a double Sentinel. Quite
I
often.
didn't ask you about the comp too much, because I know you were a little bit...
Oh, I hate it. It's awful.
Oh, we're on the word hate.
Yes.
Fair enough. Thought...
I'm grumpy enough already.
It's true.
Yep.
It's true. Hatred.
Wait till third map when they get to split, because that is not good either.
And I want you to explain as to why once we see it really go through this. For now, though, obviously, they have the better buy, but I don't know if we're going to see the faults of it come to light.
I do like their default. They used the smoke on A main to block vision and the thorns deep onto sewers, but already we see the preparation boost up on that A main already. Full information for Heretics on this A side of the map. They should be rotating towards C. That's where we see Na'Vi creeping towards.
Yeah, slowly Rien's. It's tentatively leaning that way, but we've seen them posture for these retakes. Woot again, though. He had to go back to it, noting that decoy ahead. And from afar, Rien's, we're talking about that ult in play. Doesn't get what he wants, but they still have a player advantage here. And Mini Boo, another tag. He's locked in today. Angel going to be on suffering off the back of this with Hero, already HP lower.
Yeah, util here for Heretics. We've got Paranoia still.
So sketchy. Yeah, Rien's could set this in motion with the combination of the two. See how they started. Mini Boo still firing. Just a little close dart there. Oh, we're running wide. Mini Boo just hitting shots, man. What is this? Angel, show me some magic. 8 bullets and a prayer. Oh, it was a damn good try. But the bonus falls to the hands of Heretics, and they'll be grinning like thieves with that one.
Flashbacks to when we casted Angel versus a Fnatic, and we were all doubting. Vando in the same position. Not this time. Look good though. But yeah, the retake from Heretics, curious. They didn't go off of the Paranoia, just Mini Boo running in, scouts, knives, no scoping people.
The 40-year-olds in chat loving that reference.
Loving, yeah, Sliggy's lapping it up.
Yeah, he's having a little grin. But that's a big round. And look, I love the fact that Uli kind of highlighted this Mini Boo presence. He is the 19-year-old sensation, right? The guy has got some real craft to his work. He's exceptional to watch. And now on the Outlaw, massive farming opportunity here. Very hard for Na'Vi to make much of this. We have the Sheriffs. Koala does have the Vandal, though, so that's something to maybe keep in your mind as we have a little check-in. He is towards mid and Boo's position. Feels like the checkmate, doesn't it? Let's see. Boo, asleep at the wheel. Maybe a mini-map moment there for him. Say that a couple times in a row. Woot, only good for one. This is good trading for Na'Vi. And these are individual fights for Heretics now. They slow the roll, or do they have to respect the Na'Vi? Now have the sight. Beautiful flash. Koala Noob outdoing Benji, and again, isolated. Miniboo, this would need to be miraculous. It's already a good start, but Angel better just below the window. Juliet falls as Rien's the last one alive in a 1v3. It's already on, what, 49 HP. This has been marvelous from Na'Vi.
The economy is good, so he could have gone for it, but smart option. Playing it safe with the save. Yeah, and this was a massive round to win. Like, Heretics, I was getting into the mind frame of the economy's flowing.
Yep.
Na'Vi's economy's not flowing.
Yep.
So huge momentum swing back towards Na'Vi.
I'm impressed with this. And it feels like it kind of started, I don't want to say ended, but it felt like Boo was just looking at the minimap, which is always going to be that brutality of being the IGL. Yeah. Your mind's not always, you know, locked in on just the crosshair. You're thinking about everything else that's going on. And it was just a lovely reaction from this side. You know, again, Koala Noob, credit to him in that to find it. And then the individual follow-ups here, Ruxic, lovely, instantly springing forward to take control of the connector. It all looked great. Ooh, Angel. Sorry.
Yeah, he's on a...
Angel. No, don't laugh, because it makes it feels like we're not expecting it. Be like, yeah, of course. Where's our nonchalant king?
Two big aim rounds from Angel.
Has Angel been in the range? Is he even working?
He saw Boaster doing his stuff yesterday.
True. Maybe that's it. Just lit a fire underneath him. Ooh, Boo, right off the rip, though, this time. Okay, this time, focused on the crosshair. It's rare you catch out our lovely observers, but this time it was so quick they didn't even see it coming. Now, we're going to see what they do with this. 4 players are standing. Koala Noob did, I mean, ult's down with him at this point, but Miniboo on the bigger green now. Oh, in his hands, too, if he fancies it. 1 away from Woot. Going to see those cycling in pretty soon.
Yeah, 5v4 for Heretics. They don't need to do too much. Na'Vi just trying to figure it out.
Miniboo wanting that info. Nothing weighing out of B. This should free up that rotation potentially towards A. That obviously gets him over towards his side, but does that then cause pause for thought for Na'Vi? Maybe re-explore the rest of the map. They do have a couple of ults for themselves, or I want to say a couple. Angel's got his, 1 away from Hero, 2 away Shout, 1 away Ruxic.
And again, Na'Vi going towards B, and I think this is a good choice for this composition. Not too much util. B is an easy site to take.
To be forced to respect at least the ultimate coming in from Vice, force them away. Woot's ahead of this, though. Double tap Goody wearing thin, but now it's gone from 1. He's finding 2 back-to-back. Shao and Ruxic suffering on this. And they feel like they're learning on their feet here for Heretics. Can Hero live up to the moniker? Oh, the paranoia is just gorgeous. Boo sending that in, and Woot to find it. An in-zone flawless reply.
Yeah, so I talked about Na'Vi using this B site there, but I think with the Vice ult specifically, I'd rather go for a site where we're set up better in a post plan. B is an easy site to retake. Why not go towards A, use that Vice ult, set up into a better post plan, because A is disgustingly hard to retake. I don't think Angel would even need to use the Vice ult to get onto B there. I would have saved that for the post too.
Could have been nicer, couldn't it? Little smile from Boo, looking happy. And it has forced the Na'Vi timeout. Lovely golf claps, audience. Well done. Very respectful. Yeah, 1 round so far posted for Na'Vi. And it was, honestly, them hitting some nice shots at that walk into B. It looked good. But now this pause, they've got a couple of ults to work with. Shao only 1 off from his. They could maybe make something around that. Or do you think this is more of a holistic change now?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to call something for this round specifically, but holistically, something does need to change. The problem is this composition.
Talk to me about the comp then, because you kind of wanted to, right?
Yep.
Do you think it's short-lived? It doesn't have the versatility here? What are the big downfalls?
When you're playing a Vice and Cypher on this map, on attack side, you're going to be in a bit of trouble because it's difficult to take space. It's difficult to do the XX. You don't have that util power. The default they have usually is that smoke on A main to, you know, make the information game hard for Heretics to get, but Boo has just been disrespecting it the entire time. And the Vice Storms into sewers. But I didn't see many more looks against Apex than that. Like, Apex didn't make them struggle or make them answer difficult questions.
Right. Well, we're going to find those responses now. Looking like it is going to be this work towards A, considering the util.
I expect this round more of a straight approach with the ults. So a bit of an easier out for Na'Vi this round.
Woot's got his ult as well, though. If he does get any real inkling of where they're going, the investment feels pretty solid. Util going to be removed, though, at the 1 minute 15 mark. Back to B, is it, boys? No? Where are we off to? There we go.
Maybe some fake pressure towards B, but
well,
usually you'd expect Woot to ult there, but doesn't even need to.
No, Koalanoop is going to be committing his ult to try and clear that C space, so he should be able to confirm what's going on, but they didn't manage to catch Boo, who's gone away with Daylight Robbery. Punishing Hero on the push-up here, Koalanoop trying to get back to business to try and secure this, but it feels flimsy already with only 3 to secure. Xiao does get the ult off the plant, so that's something in the back pocket, but do they have it to depend upon? Looking to reposition with this and leave Koalanoop and Angel to be at the forefront.
The Vice 1 CT could be something.
See if
Not
Woot catches
going to play
anyone.
off of it.
Don't think he caught anyone with this, and Koalanoop trying to be an instigator to a different outcome, but Boo's patience pays off, and now it gets harder for Xiao in these scenarios. He's going to need Angel to give him a little something, get some work going. It's already been destroyed here. They're going to just face the music. The defuse isn't stopping. Heretics holding it down. Oh, right under their noses. Na'Vi hitting a bit of a brick wall here, Mini.
Yeah, and Rooksik going down immediately is such a big pick because Boo doesn't snowball that into a 5v3. Garage would have been smoked off in that situation, so it would have been winnable.
Oh, that's unpleasant. Boo's having some ratty impact. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be your highlight kills, right? He's not in the montage, but he's got some nice little ratty kills going on. He's
I mean, even the impact him disrespecting that A utility early was pretty big. Not the kind of thing that is like a big thing, but subtle. And Rian's again.
backing
Kid's on
himself.
fire.
Yeah, backing himself in that fight. Didn't want to even back away from it. Took the damage and took the kill. Angel, the one with the Vandal now. Running the remix here.
They could catch Heretics off though.
Again, this contact play will at least catch one, but do they expect the second? They don't. Rienz was the one that they noted earlier, but he's still getting away with more damage. They've managed to carve out some room on the site. Woot gets interested, and Angel greets him at the door, sends him away. Suddenly, side looking there's Angel looking up for the challenge. So Miniboo and Benji.
Spike planted.
It's tough to play this back in. Operator to try and work these angles, but look at them. Waiting. Trip gets broken. Miniboo waiting for a swing. No one on it yet. Clears Graffiti, looks left, spots Angel, takes him away. Where's the swing? Benji couldn't see it, but he finds that one. Op comes in. Oh, Benji! Beautiful from Benji, clutching up here. I thought it might have been mistimed there. Awkward on the counter swing, but Benji controls in the end and keeps this lead building for Heretics.
Yeah, massive round from Benji. And Benji, honestly, someone this season, like, I think all of Heretics have been on fire, but Benji has been a bit quieter. So if we can see more rounds like that from him.
He used to be such a clutch player. And as I said, it hasn't been it hasn't been a highlight run for him yet, but as you said, if he keeps having those sort of impacts,
he's got it there.
That was magic, right? That was real magic. And I've got to flip the script here too. Angel is leading the fray for Na'Vi at 7-6, and that round I felt was off his back too. The entries were great from him.
Yeah.
Where's the rest though? I don't want to see Angel having to be that main man forward.
Yeah, that 3v2 was not played well at all by Na'Vi. The peeking off each other. The first kill with the op, okay, fair enough. After that, there was no trade at all coming in. Nice undercut to deny the drone. Again, with Na'Vi's composition, denying a drone like that, that's big. There's no other initiator util really to take this space. It's going to be a lot of contacting, and that's maybe why they're looking at this operator as a potential win condition.
There. Currently in the hands of Koalanoop and Miniboo, obviously. And this feels very indicative of, again, this B pressure building. The thing that worked before isn't working this time. Miniboo takes a glimpse towards it, and he finds his man. Xiao's gone down. Now Wu under pressure, but he wants back in too. They're not giving this up. Na'Vi are not getting what they need here. Looking to pivot towards C. You can't get away from Miniboo. He's just ever present. Ruxic, yeah, takes him down, but Benji was still here, taking the space on C long. Koala, Noob, and Hero going to have to really step things up. Boo going to give away his position, but Benji could work with him. But an isolated fight gives over a potential situation. Plan needs to come in. And the plan is down. Oh, it's good. Koala Noob, lovely shot. Can they find Rienz and Woot though? Woot creeping closer. You want to play contact plays? I'll do the same. And Koala Noob just lost in the source. Focus down on the other side as Woot takes him out of the game. And Heretics, look, we said this map sits with them. I didn't expect it to this extent.
I think with this comp from Na'Vi, I'm a bit more pessimistic. I think attack side of this comp, I'm, you know.
30 seconds.
Don't like it?
No.
No.
I don't want to say I expected this. I expected a bit more of a fight from Na'Vi.
Yep.
But they're not finding any answers. And they are trying stuff. Like, they tried that operator there. They tried to get messy towards C with that Ruxic ult. But it wasn't enough.
7-1. Brazilians around the world unhappy. Miniboo though. Outlaw is in. So, look at the light shields. It's plentiful. Hero already copying a load of damage. Was that just the spam through towards window? I'm not sure. But it's Rienz to find Koala Noob now. Rienz needs to keep dodging. Oh, he's pretty slick with it. They're throwing everything at the guy, but he's coming out running, trying to do what he can, but eventually just too much utility to deal with. So Miniboo goes fact-finding. Has a look around, and he's going to be in a dodgy position to deal with, actually, because he's got another player joining him too.
And flank's necessary against this Vice, in my opinion. Vice got Thorns and Wall ready on CT.
Miniboo, this is really tough to clear, though. Uh-oh.
Here.
Uh-oh.
Here.
The Grand spotted. The paranoia in. Oh, you can see the synergy. It puts Xiao now in a must-win. You lucky boy, Xiao. Sometimes the gods favor you, sometimes they don't, but Angel is right here. The only one showing up, it feels like, for Na'Vi. But Benji, you don't have another clutch in you, do you? He's going to get half at least. Yeah, this comes a little bit unwinnable now. Xiao in sewers. Angel on the site. The two that made them get up to 2 rounds.
When I talked to Angel about this comp in the post-plant, we were saying, you know, Xiao back on Sova, what's that about? Like, it's back. And he was like, you know, if I want to play Vice, then he needs to play Sova in this comp. As if, like, he was the reason that that was happening. And, you know, he's putting up a good show. He's winning them this round.
I mean, Angel actually looks mechanically really good right now.
Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't...
Again, still at the top of the board for Na'Vi, 9-7. Next closest, Ruxic, but that was a lot of ults invested for that one as well.
I do think this A site is something that Na'Vi could be exploring more. It was something in my notes that Heretics had a bit of a weakness in the mid-rounds holding that A site, but right off the bat, Heretics realizing that potentially, 3A, up deep already, nice crossfire. For Na'Vi, it looks like that B approach again.
But what's the reaction to that trip getting broken? They have to find a solution, because obviously they're leaving such a drastic gap on the map.
Launching thorns.
Woot's still got his ult, I guess, but Benji getting curious. I feel like Koala Noob's got the slam dunk on that. He does. Dipped in towards Garage earlier on, going to hit those shots as well from Woot. And just reinforce towards that B site.
Surprised Benji didn't wait for Woot to clear that together.
Hero feeling, overwhelmed. Does at least get a good read of the amount of bodies coming from that side, but tricky to now clear the back of this B site. Na'Vi looking for some safety by filtering through towards that C connector, but the rest of the squad's coming in from Heretics now. A little bit of a stall out with the paranoia, and Ruxic trying to reposition. Does he get predicted on the spam? No, he doesn't! He makes a meal of it, though! Abu gonna punish. Angel, again, unpredictable, but can he get the reward? Rienz is not stopping! Angel, you have to find them, and he can't! Miniboo kept him safe on the defuse! An 8-2 now, Heretics snatching away another round.
Yeah, very messy round, and Na'Vi are going to be kicking themselves there for not winning that one. I think Woot made a pretty big mistake going by himself, retaking a bit too early, not waiting for the flanks coming in. When you're by yourself on the retake, you want to just wait for your teammates to come in, but ultimately doesn't matter.
One enemy remaining.
The on-site post looking a bit awkward there for Na'Vi.
Phantom, Neil, I bought Phantom!
I bought Phantom.
Are you a Phantom enjoyer?
It's one of those things where I know the Phantom's better,
Yes.
and I've got to pretend when you're coaching, like, you should buy the Phantom as much as possible. But then
you
as soon
never
as I
put one
play
in your
ranked,
life.
it's like, I'm Vandal only.
Literally. Look, Scream made me believe, okay? It didn't go well for him in the end, but, you know.
Whoa.
What? Whoa. What? Which team's he playing for? Now, in shambles. Rusick getting involved. It feels like Na'Vi when they play this kind of fast and loose, it almost works. That should be a nab. It is.
No buy for Na'Vi, but getting on this A side, not Angel again?
Angel's just a gunner. He has been in aim labs, he's been working, he's been doing all sorts, but the problem is you can't escape that. Didn't actually get the tag on Angel, he got down Shout for keeping the player up to the good, but into a post plant we go. I like Benji on this eventual flank as well.
This Vice post plant on an A, again, you see the wall and thorns, it's nasty to get through.
I feel like it's on Benji really, but the timing. Yeah, you got Angel here with some nice post plant utility. He is costing them a lot of this time. I love what we're seeing. They've got to make a go of this right about now. They've waited on Benji, but it's time to go. We're going to take away. How have they just done this? Angel! I don't know how Benji and Wu just got two so simply, but maybe just not expecting the flank at this point, but a comfortable defuse now.
I think just the economic difference there. Some probably pretty easy kills from their POVs. But Na'Vi, again, they did have an opportunity.
Yeah.
I wish they had gone more for this A earlier. Like, it looks good in the rounds where they shouldn't be winning. That's two, low-buy rounds where it looks good. But if they had done this earlier on the gun rounds, potentially a little bit better.
One enemy remaining.
They're pretty nice shots.
Yeah, fair play. I don't think there's much to
It's
really
Roots
critique.
again, though. 14 and 6. I mean, him and Minibu 14s and 6.
They're both doing very well. We've had a couple of Benji finding impact in those kind of like post-plant clutches. We've had Rien's at the start. It's starting to look a bit scarier, right? You see the strength of Heretic starting to return, and it does make you nervous because this team gets scary as they get on. Minibu going walkabouts down middle as well with the support of Rien's. But you can see Na'Vi once again wanting to explore this A, and I think rightly so.
I think it'll be hard for Heretics to hold given that Angel does have Vice Ult. I would have loved to see him save that and see if there was anyone on site there before using it. Saving it for the post potentially, but they'll take the site.
Ooh, the combo! Angel's lucky to get away from that. Sorry, it wasn't even Angel to get away. Who was it who got to quad? I can't even remember now, but bloody hell, that combination is so lethal. And Na'Vi now trying to play on the site, feeling a little battered and bruised. We're going to try and work it from CT, but that's a three-man stack. Still going to get one. Rusick falls. Zhao going to find one, but Benji again in these post plants, working back in. Heretics thriving in all this chaos. Look, we knew this map was going to be good for them. We knew this was their strength and starting point, but 10-2 is a very one-sided scoreline.
Yeah, and going into attack now is Yoru ISO, and traditionally that's where it is better.
Well, we're going to find out after the break if it holds true to trend.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One
Well, Na'Vi, they had faith in this composition. Hopefully, on this side of the map, we should see it in its best form, right? This should be where it finds comfort. However, as you said before we went to that break, there is a lot of versatility and a lot of impact on this Heretics side, and they don't need many rounds.
Yeah, but I would also like to highlight that against Apex, they did only get 5 on the defense, which is usually good for Haven, but for their composition, I'd feel like it's a little bit underperforming, especially when we consider Apex aren't Heretics.
Yes. Yes, but my GOAT Floor was playing, so...
True.
So... Yeah. 10-2. Na'Vi, make me a believer that there's something to do with this comp, right? Make me believe.
They've got the read, it seems like. Big stack towards C.
Yeah, right place
Would
for
go
it.
kill.
Would been noted and in trouble. Ooh, you like to see that. Oh my, wait, how did Koala noob fall there? I thought it might have been Rooksik on the site to get caught on that, but no. That's a little bit of a chip damage on the way out, but going to spot them backpedaling away. 1-for-1 trade out.
Good preparation from Na'Vi. Heretics love to do this with Woot. They send him up C quite a lot, either by himself or with numbers, and it gets a bit of a pain for the defense figuring out if it's, quote, just Woot or 5 people.
Okay, so put Shao then really in the driving seat. The support is not nearby. He can't really afford to fall here. It's a long rotate over towards this side of the map. Is he trying to find comfort? Looks to try and posture a bit more.
He's going to need to do a lot of work here.
He's trying to stick around, and he does have help now. Angel has made it. Jump spot from the back of sight as well. Should be seen. And he's had Miniboo's on the hunt already. Going to divide it. Leave Shao to his own devices. Going to be spotted and dealt with. Very heads up from Heretics. Miniboo as well. Denies any support from CT. And it's just methodical in approach. Very well considered. Rooksik does have the paranoia, but Angel already down so low. Going to make it very tricky to find value in the way of retaking this site. I think they know that now. 11 rounds beckoning for Heretics, and Rooksik has to swing. And there's no spacing, there's no chance in this. That felt so well considered by Heretics.
Yeah, they got unlucky running into the stack towards C. And
Which
still
was well done by
able to-
Na'Vi.
Yep, of course. But composed enough to reset this round. I mean, I do think I want to highlight this too, is the double sentinel you usually say good on defense. I think on three site maps.
Bomb sites?
Sorry, it was
First time moment, guys, first time moment.
First time moment. Brand new to this role.
3 site maps, I don't love it, because 3 site maps, you need to get active and rotational. To just sit back and just pray that they're going to go into your Sentinel utility, I'm not a big fan of.
Okay. He's very good at this game, isn't he, old Miniboo?
Pretty good,
Or
yeah.
young Miniboo, should I say. And I can see what you're saying. I guess it encourages a behavior that may not be conducive to what you like seeing, which is that proactive approach, taking space. I feel like you could play around it a bit more, but I don't know if Na'Vi are the team to be playing around it yet. We may not even really get a chance to look into it, because this is probably 12 here. Obviously with the classics coming in.
I mean, Angel usually does his best. Right? He's running around the map, putting his util everywhere, trying to play dynamic, but...
They've got it all free, and the silence becomes quite obvious. Flank feeling very likely. You can see Boo in a very deep off angle. That's going to be steps heard, and that's going to be called out. Riens!
Bro, his long A, that angle is just his.
He's quite good at it. And it's who goes farming. Who's collecting? Miniboo's only one off the ult, so he would want to get this. Riens nabbing.
He's having to battle for it.
I want to see it from his side, but it's in zone flawless to get up to 12 here. And a reminder, if you're playing along at home with who locks in which side, if Na'Vi lose this map, they cannot lock that first seed. That becomes impossible for them. Let's have a little watch back on this one. Wow. It's just pretty.
Spike planted.
Even at the end there. What are you meant to do?
I thought he was going to hit that there because we had the replay.
Yeah, I want to see this one as well. Yeah, he makes Val look good. Real good. Nice play,
Nice, guys. Let's go. Thank you so much for boosting my KD.
The 12-2. Really need Na'Vi to bring out the big guns. If you got something made, if you got something
Yeah,
you thought up, this is it.
They opted to full eco last round, so, you know, playing with 10 to go. This is the round where they got the Vandals. And you can see already, defense from Na'Vi is very passive, very bunkered. Heretics are going to have the time and space and very little risk to do what they want at the start of this round.
Which is, again, I guess, something that you didn't love the idea of, that this kind of double sentinel encourages that behavior to a degree, but I guess it's also quite hard to be brave when you're facing 12 rounds. You don't want to be made to look silly going for these aggressive plays, maybe getting caught, high risk, but the reward's certainly there. For now, though, going to be on the receiving end of that Yoru ult, coming right towards the A site. Anything to couple it with? Not yet.
Thorns for a stall, though. Miniboo's going to be isolated.
Yeah, but Miniboo's Miniboo is fine! How is this guy so ice cold under pressure? And the support comes in. Perfect. But Koala Noob dives in and gets things back. It's not over yet. 3v3. Ruxic waits. Keeps the space on that CT. Boo tucked on site. One towards Graffiti. One towards Hell. Traditional crossfire. Hero, you're going to leap from the window, try and draw the attention. The flash comes in, he drops down, isolates Shaw, but down to Boo and Benji's been hitting, but not today. Koalu on the case. Boo's got him down. There is life in them yet. Na'Vi staying alive.
Crazy round from Koala Noob.
Yeah, heroics.
Oh, just him.
Pretty much.
Na'Vi did have the read, they were there. I thought Miniboo was going to be in trouble there by himself, but the Yuta was lovely. Miniboo dug himself out of that situation nicely. But yeah, Koala Noob here.
Absolute hero.
One enemy remaining. Last player.
Begging for the Angel ace.
Angel fans in the crowd.
Love to see it. Now, timeout for Na'Vi, right? 3 rounds. We asked for perfect Valorant.
Timing out after winning a round is odd, but maybe, I mean, Happy didn't like what he saw.
Don't remember when he smiled last.
It's an ironic name.
It is.
It's like how I'm called Mini, and I'm
so tall.
Giant.
6'2".
Yeah.
I really want to just get a picture of you next to Potter standing up.
There are pictures.
Yeah, but I want one for myself. And maybe Dryad there as well. You know what I mean? Just add a little height chart in.
Like Russian dolls.
Yes, a big gap between a couple of them though. Crowd's been good today. They cheered on a tech pause earlier.
Yeah, I liked it. I think I presume they're bringing in a PC. That's
yeah, I
what
think
cheered.
so. I think it was pretty good. I actually the monkeys.
Monkey.
Monkey on the car. Can't do the rest of that joke. But Outlaw out again for Miniboo. 3 chances to get some pretty clean kills. Angel Shao Hero only on those light shields. Bulldog still in play, but Koala Noob has ult, and he just had a big round. We're going to need more of that, though. A lot more of that.
Deep breath.
Trying to think of the rest of that joke, sorry.
It's more of a meme than a joke.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry.
Na'Vi seem to be set on the idea that Heretics are going towards B. Double stack in. But Heretics, once again, just taking it cautiously slow. Some proactivity from Na'Vi. Heretics just ticking off the boxes. A main control, now re-clearing this garage space, making sure that Cypher doesn't have anything to give Na'Vi information. But nice re-clear here from Na'Vi. Boo is ready.
Waiting on this one, the barrel will give away. And that's the heavy hitter from the last round gone. Koala Noob making... Oh, Ruxic! What was that? I've been watching too much Gordon Ramsay. I want to do the impression, you know what I mean? Donkey! But now, Boo. Ooh. Oh, God! How is Woot just still... Maybe thinking, oh, they could have stacked it, because we've already seen 2. But the awareness is there. Hero and Angel. Yeah, you're absolutely fried on that one. In zone flawless wraps up map 1. Team Heretics 13-3 Mini. That's a clear-cut result.
Yeah, Heretics look great, but as we expected, Na'Vi it's not their comfortable map. Hopefully in map 2 and potentially 3, this might be a bit more competitive.
That is what we're waiting for. Map 2, map 3 is where it gets interesting. Don't miss this one.
Nice! Let's go! That's how you do it, bench. Oh my God!
I told you, this morning I wake up and I knew you're gonna get this question, you know? Even in the morning.
Thanks, Corey.
I
them so hard. I hit everyone.
Angel uncle is sleeping, bro.
But you stand at 10, bro. Top right.
Just waiting for the defuse to come on through, the time ticking down. All you need to find is one headshot. Might just be able to clock this one out and send them to the grand final.
It's all left on Vanya's shoulders.
There's one way to do it. That is the way to do it.
Time, bet I'm coming in clutch, no hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. To a monster.
Benji, why are you not on the cover of Valorant yet, man? It's pissing me off.
Because we haven't won anything, mate, that's why. Let's win something, mate.
Let's win something indeed. Every single Heretics fan, especially you, Uli, I think are waiting for that moment to come. And they might just do it if they keep playing like this on Haven. We talked about how traumatic it could be for the side of Na'Vi. And I'm afraid, Uli, it might be happening again.
It seems to be happening. It might. It could be. I mean, right now, Heaven is not the best map to see. How is the Na'Vi performance? We have to go through Pearl. It's a permaban. I want to see maybe them playing a mid better. But to be honest, Minibu still dominating Lucas Evicio.
He is. And I think it is shocking, actually, that I know that they can't ban 2 maps, but maybe why Haven wasn't a consideration more so, because I feel like their fractures maybe a little bit better than that. And also, Heretics looked so strong against Vitality last week, and they echoed exactly the same performance again today against Na'Vi.
Yeah, and this is the problem. Na'Vi's first seed dreams are officially over. With that one map loss against Team Heretics, it will be absolutely impossible for them to make seed 1, which means it will come down to Heretics and Fnatic next week. We'll find out. But let's talk about everything we saw on Haven. Meg, the retakes were beautiful. I was kind of getting Sunset Heretics flashbacks with the ways that they were diffusing the spike with the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, their retakes were so aggressive and more often than not successful. Even in rounds where they were at a disadvantage, of course, the Benji clutch with the mini boo op retake, that was a 3v2, so you really don't expect a team like Na'Vi to be losing that out. But they did. They gave those 1v1s, and yeah, I mean, of course, it was ended out by Benji with an insane flick, but yeah.
Honestly, it's hard to know that there is a team like Team Heretics around. It's been a long time, and they still keep playing mostly the same basics, fundamentals, strong, playing together, retakes, knowing that they only have to look to play together. And with all the macro around, they're playing much better right now. I mean, they seem to be one of the... I will say, I think they're going to Master Toronto for sure. I mean,
okay,
the spot is already locked. I'm so hyped. I'm so hyped. Sorry.
Do you know what's even more hype is that they actually retook 11 rounds. 11 out of 12 they played retake there, and they won 9, of course, out of those 11. And again, so beautifully done by them, and everything just came together beautifully. Benji was clutching like this, and we saw your favorite player, Miniboo. I can't do his government. Oh, hello. I think he heard me there. I can't do his government name. I'm not so good at it as you are. But Miniboo, I don't even like to say that he's back. I think it's more like he's just Miniboo. You know, this is what we expect. He's just Flourish. Yeah, this is just what he does on a regular schmegular Friday night.
He was normally doing it, but there is a lot of people that like to keep the eye on him because sometimes,
and they're stupid. Sorry, carry on.
It's okay. I mean, sometimes people like to talk about someone, and it's true that Miniboo performance on kickoff was awful. But right now, he proved to be one more champ, one of the best. And to be honest, if you track him from the whole career, sometimes he could be having a bad day. But normally, he is the same.
He was here, there, and everywhere, and he was making Na'Vi's life hell. And I have to say, Mini did mention over sort of one of the rounds that he was shocked that Na'Vi weren't hitting A more. That seemed to be where their success lay. And it almost was like that when they went onto the economy rounds, they were like, oh, let's just run it down A. And then they were nearly working out. So it was almost like, why not just do that on a buy round? Why not just keep chancing it at A? And hopefully more rounds would have come through.
Mini's such a Na'Vi hater. You know
I know. I hate agreeing with him.
Yeah.
You cannot hate it. He was saying Uncle Angel.
Did he say Uncle Angel?
Not Mini.
It was not Mini, it was Benji.
Oh my god, you scared me. I was going to be like, Mini's 30 years old saying Uncle Angel. But let's look ahead to Pearl, because this is where we perhaps didn't expect to be let through at all today. It has been let through. Uli believes it's a trap. Meg, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, we saw Heretics play this in kickoff twice, and they won out against BBL and Mates. And we do know that, you know, obviously that Na'Vi have played this. I just think it's a really interesting choice, considering that Heretics do have good reps on this map, and they do have good reps on most maps. So I think Pearl is definitely a good choice for Na'Vi to maybe give them a go.
Yeah, bring it back. Bring it back.
I would like to see it back, but to be honest, it's been a long time. In kickoff, maybe we've seen something. But it's been long from the last time I've seen them play on Pearl. They don't used to be that strong. And if they're playing Pearl, what are they playing? Is Neon back?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, would you like it to be?
Yes, sure. I would like to see Neon back. I'd like to see something. I see your...
I was just going to say, I think it's really interesting.
Let me know. I want to hear you.
I'm going to tell you, Uli, that last time we saw Heretics playing on Pearl, Vut played Astra. And I like that. I love seeing that kind of aggressive duelist go on.
I'm giving you a look because I don't like that.
You don't?
I don't like that. He's on a team with Boo.
Yeah.
He's on a team with Boo.
I quite like it though. I always love that kind of controller duelist switch up. Yeah, when you kind of flex between the two.
No, I'm not. I want the normal, you know, Boo, Astra, Vut, KO, the normal schmegular stuff.
I think for a viewer experience, it's fun though, because you're like, oh my god, are they going to play the duelist? Are they going to run it down on an ISO? No, they're going to sit back and play post-plant with Astra.
And also my biggest question is around, what is Benji going to play? Is Benji going to bring buys?
I don't think he's going to play the Killjoy. I think the Killjoy is kind of that's the thing of the past. Yeah, maybe he does. We'll see it in just a moment. Neil, can I get your cap? Do you know what? I will do my goddamn best to make that happen for you. If he doesn't give you that cap, I will take it off of his head and give it to you. He is an injured man right now, though, so I want to make sure I don't do anything too outrageous.
It's not stealing if you just take it and people run.
In fairness, he was playing Badminton and he injured himself.
You're joking.
I'm not joking. And I believe he didn't even win the point. I believe he went for something.
That's hilarious.
He went for a play and it didn't happen. But let's talk about Na'Vi's Pearl when it comes to what the win conditions are here, Uli. They picked this. How do they win?
Being honest, it's hard to know because I mean, one of the biggest plan that we will see from Na'Vi coming for today will be maybe making a counter-attack against their opponent. But it's going to be a matchup where they cannot counter-attack anything. So mostly, they have to, first of all, step up. Hero has to be playing. I mean, on the first map, Hero was completely out. He didn't shine it. I mean, it's probably his worst performance ever. I never seen him. I mean, remember, Hero was the same one that hit the best KD from last week. And it's hard to know. So I would like to see him playing properly. And
Wow, it looks like we will have... Is that the same?
That's the same as
Double Dolly?
It's not quite the same. It's not quite the same.
Not on the side of Team Heretics, but it is on Na'Vi. And I do like this because they did win out against Giant X when they last played Pearl 13-7. So I feel like they're pretty confident in this comp pick. But yeah, the Heretics one is interesting. We did obviously say that Benji Fishy probably wasn't going to play that Killjoy, and he is going on the Cypher instead. You've got on Jet. So he's not on the Astra as he was previously.
I like good to see in Jet. I mean, it's mostly the same composition we used to see with Chamber. But instead of Chamber, you're going to be playing with Jet. You should be getting some pressure on main A, main B, trying to adapt what they're doing and trying to also counter-stat. This time the Tejo is not having the utility, this 45 seconds bridge. So probably there is a chance that we can maybe see them shining with this combo.
I really like this. Obviously, the Jet on Vut, he has whipped it out before. Sometimes good, sometimes not so good, but on the whole, I think people enjoy it. People enjoy seeing him on this. Certainly a global event, absolutely fabulous, fantastic on this agent. Mini Boo, again, on that Yoru. I know you wanted to see a Neon, but you understand why they go for something like this. And of course, Benji the Fish is going to be on the Cypher instead of the KJ. All very, very, very interesting. And you cannot not like and not enjoy Arian Sober. He's just so, so good.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say as well is Mini Boo and Vut have just played that duelist role together previously on Haven, so they're warmed up and ready. And I feel like at this point, they are so aggressive and they know exactly how each other plays. So I do think that's going to work to their advantage coming into Pearl as they do it so often.
And also bringing Yoru instead of bringing Neon is going to be much better for them. But right now, with the middle they're playing and playing against the combo they're playing, having a strong operator where they can be flexing and moving in between A and B is a good spot for Mini Boo and also for good playing that Jet.
Was that Rian's mum?
I'm not sure. I didn't see it.
There is a mother in the audience. I love
shout out. That's someone's mother, you know. So shout out, shout out.
Absolute legend. I love it.
I was like, where are we going with this? This is it, you know? Heretics, they could come out of this with a very solid 2-0, which makes the game next week extra interesting and extra entertaining, because that will be the one that settles which team comes out and secures Seed 1. But for Na'Vi, they have to try and fight back here. We're talking about a team that's haunted the dreams of Shao and Angel since last year, where over time and time and time again, every single time where they looked good as a team, they will go up against Team Heretics, and Uli, they will just lose all their confidence after, because they either get knocked out by this team or they end up losing this team and then getting knocked out the week after.
I would like to know if it's really a mental issue at that moment. It's a block when you're playing against Team Heretics, because sometimes we've seen this kind of curse that's being there, and I have to say that Heretics already broke himself, because we have to remember last week they played against Vitality. It was the first time that Heretics got to win them. It's not be Na'Vi winning for the first time? I don't think so, but maybe they will try. And also last year, I remember that they won both times on qualifying match and on playoff, both of them, eliminating match, sorry. But also they win on the regular season. I think it was 3-0 last year.
Sorry, as if we just showed a sign that says Tech Pause presented by Pansy.
I never got to do my Tech Pause song.
Okay, let's do your Tech Pause song.
Even though it's not technic. Oh, it is?
Yeah, it's a Tech Pause.
It is.
I hope the imagery, the directors can bless you with some good imagery for this. A music video for Meg. Take it away.
Everybody, I'm going to set the scene. The stage is red. Lauren is in the building. And it's about to go down. Okay.
Let's go.
We got a tech pause, shut the doors. Crowd are sad, screaming, please no more. But life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant!
I love Valorant! Let's go, Valorant!
Yeah.
I feel like the crowd really enjoyed that. I saw a couple of girlies bopping their heads.
Thank you.
Shout out to those girlies bopping their heads.
I'm glad I got my girlies supporting me.
I want to make sure we work on getting, securing the rights to that, making a jingle, so we can maybe play it every time it happens. What are the lyrics again? I want to learn the lyrics.
We got a tech pause, shut the doors. Crowd are sad, screaming, please no more. But life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant.
Nice. What do you think about that, Uli? Can you translate that into Spanish for, I
have it here
for the international audience?
Be a hard one.
Yeah?
Tenemos una pausa técnica, cerrad las puertas. Está muy triste la audiencia, así que empezar a gritar no, no más. Pero la vida es difícil y estas cosas a veces pasan, así que vamos a levantarnos todos y a gritar ¡que amamos el Valorant!
Yeah. Vale. Okay, if that is not the greatest thing ever heard, because over in Americas, I believe G2 have a song, and I love you G2 so much, but that song is diabolical. So I think if we start making our own songs, if we start doing our own jingles, I think we can, rival them. We can really one up them on everything we do anyway.
And we can do several remixes for every emotion.
Yeah, maybe like team specific.
Yeah.
We can do some team specific ones.
Listen, if anybody after the Koi chant as well, I feel like I'm really making a name for myself in the songwriting Valorant sphere. So look, if anybody's looking for a new jingle or a jam, I'll do it free of charge. Just let me know.
Don't price yourself down. You gotta be. You should be.
I want my talent to be seen and heard.
Okay, but only in EMEA, right? You're not. America's come knocking. You're gonna say no.
No, that's a big hefty charge. If you're from America.
I like that. Stay away.
Dale a
we
tu
got
cuerpo alegría, Macarena, que tu
Do you know
cuerpo
what?
para darle alegría cosa buena. It's the song.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Honestly, I think Maddie pop off queen. I think if we do the tech port song, we gotta do a tech port dance. It's only natural that we have a dance that goes with the song.
I think we get Boaster on that one.
Yeah, we need. I think we need the Robbie BK. We throw in the Robbie BK in there as one of the moves. We throw in the Fnatic exercise.
Yeah.
What other icon? Maybe the Gaius chest bash.
Yeah.
Chest pump. Yeah. I think we got
a desk smash.
Also, table smashing the table should be in.
No, I don't think we should smash the table because I think that's going to cause more tech pauses.
A pencil, just throw in the pencil like LOL times.
Yeah, I don't think that should happen. All right, okay. Oh, yes, they know exactly what I'm talking about. This crowd slaps. Best crowd in the world, by the way. I love our crowd today. They're joining in. Oh wow, okay. It's been one map. Is that you out there, Uli? That's something, a Heretics plant that you
It's my pay actor.
Yeah. Uli just plants people in the crowd to big up Team Heretics. But I'm glad that we have some Team Heretics fans in the crowd because they'll remember Voots Jet. And just to give you a tidbit, shout out to our stats. God, Captain Cal. Can I get a move for Captain Cal? Lovely. He just informed me that last time we saw Voot play Jet, it was on Icebox, EMEA Stage 2 last year versus Koi. Yeah, and Koi won that map.
Wow.
Yeah, Koi won that map.
How the tables have turned.
Yeah, I mean, they were really good at Icebox last year.
Funny
I really enjoyed it.
Because probably most of the people, the Spanish, that's gonna be looking on the co-streamers right now. I'm gonna tell you a meme about Navi.
Oh, hit me. Is it
and Movistar
B2B?
Koi. No.
Oh.
We have to go back to 2023. It was a tech pause where Navi was meeting Koi. And
I remember this. Yeah, carry on.
After that tech pause, I had to call in Spanish that round was for Navi because it was an issue and exploit, and it was wrong for Navi. And I said in Spanish, ronda para Navi. And that becoming a meme for the Koi community, and every single tech post, doesn't matter which team are playing, every single Koi fan is gonna say Ronda para Navi.
It's a dream of mine to become a meme, so
Can
you're
you
living my dream.
Can you repeat that in Spanish, Meg? Can you?
Say that again.
Yeah.
Go again, Uli. Give me one more time.
Ronda para Navi.
Ronda para Navi.
Well done.
Buenísimo.
Gracias.
Buenísimo.
Buenísimo. Oh, I think I'm afraid you have to sing your song, Meg. They're dancing. You got to sing your song.
Here, let me do my song.
Yeah.
Can you beatbox?
They're dancing the Macarena.
Okay.
It's amazing.
But we're doing it to the new song.
We're doing it to the new song, Uli. Can you give us a beat?
Give us a beat, Uli.
Can you give us a beat?
I will try.
Yeah.
We got a tech call, shut the doors, crowd outside screaming, please no more, but life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love Valorant!
I honestly think they love Valorant. Like, I think I thought I love Valorant, but then I saw Maddie and Mia mouse in the crowd, and I'm like, no, they love Valorant.
Yeah,
I don't love Valorant. They love Valorant.
I think the way that people from Europe and America express love for things differently. Do you know what I mean? Like, from Americas, it's real enthusiasm, like real energy, and I think from anywhere in Europe, it's. I mean,
no, not Turkey. Turkey, they do things, or France,
yeah,
or Spain. So basically the UK.
Just the UK. Okay,
just the UK.
Thank you.
Just the UK.
The miserable Brits.
While we're here, while Mia is being shown on camera, let me give you guys some Mia Mouse lore, because I love her, but I might accidentally send some haters her way by saying this. But she is a judge-only Raze main.
Oh,
she is a menace.
You're definitely doing her dirty here.
No, but she's so good at it.
She
like,
is.
I see her TikToks and I'm like, she's got the techers.
She's
She has got the
unbelievable,
techers.
but people won't even care.
Yeah, but just the techers are crazy. I've seen her do unbelievable things with a judge on Raze.
I think she's the one person I would let judge me in the face.
Yeah, I don't think you have a choice.
No.
I think if she's got the judge, it's gonna get you in the face.
Yeah.
It is gonna get you. I'm trying to think if we have any shotgun players in this matchup. I don't.
We did see Vut Garage Haven with a judge.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
sure.
yes.
So we
I think
saw a bit
Boo
of
is
that.
partial. Boo is partial
Yeah.
every now and then, but they're all Sheriff players.
Yeah. And Xiao, a long time ago on Split, used to play a lot of Judge.
He did, you're right, he
But it's
did.
a long time ago. I'm talking about maybe 2022.
Yeah. Do you remember
Or
when they tried to
2021.
play Sober on Split? Just for the bants?
I do.
Yeah.
I remember it was against G2
Yeah.
on Ignition Finals.
Well, do you guys know what? We, I believe, have sorted the issues. I gave Minnie such a lovely welcoming on map 1, so it's only fair to send this back to the 2011 Vita Novaland runner-up, Lauren Pansy Scott.
Get off the esports
Right, what was
earnings
that one?
website. It was just a random event Tom put on. It's
Mine wasn't even
at
online.
least
That
I'm
was
second.
online.
I think I've outdone you at Epic Lands and iSeries too.
I won an Epic LAN.
Have you?
Yeah.
I don't believe it.
Epic LAN 8? 7?
I don't believe you for a second. If we can get the stats guy on that one, any proof would be ideal. However, thank you for your patience. We are being told. Don't start. It's not there yet. It's not there yet. Hold on. Oh, you guys are demanding a production more than I am. Even the Angel fans are asking for it. The timer in-game has started. We're at 29 seconds. 28. We're getting there, folks. We've made it. Oh, the atmosphere in here is electric.
It's been a long week.
It has, and we've all collectively lost our minds together, and there's something quite beautiful about it. So we focus up with 8 seconds remaining, and hopefully no red stages. So, map 1 was a 13-3 blowout. Heretics did what we expected. This, however, is a different scenario. Mini, this is very much a arena for Na'Vi to do quite well in, so we focus towards Heretics for now as they are on the attack. Na'Vi are on the defending side. And we'll check in to see how this goes. Already a lot of presence towards Art.
Woo already. Woo? Sorry, it's really the V, the W, it's whoop. Sorry, whoop. Already getting impact on that jet.
He certainly is, but Rienza's fallen to Koala Noob, so trying to bring back these numbers. Rook sick. The flash just caught him in the end. Koala Noob, the only one to really keep this even in the realms of reality for Na'Vi. But the plant's going to be in, and they are ready for this. Stacked up towards Pit. Does leave the plant a little vulnerable, but now support can come in, and they know where Hero is.
Tough task from Hero. He's won a clutch from here before, but this time on the retake, going to be a bit more difficult.
Oh, it is, especially on 19 HP. And you were kind of enjoying Na'Vi on this map in moments, and we'll get into that once we get past this, once this is confirmed, because you can see the reposition from Heretics too. They're not taking any chances, going to make this very hard for Hero. Trying to pull off a 1v3 like this, if no one's giving you isolated fights, it's tough. And I think they know now the time is a huge indicator of this. Just a tap on the spike. Benji will give himself up for it, but it's fine again. Still got Mini Boo and Boo there in case necessary. Job done. Round 1 in the bag for Heretics. But let's talk Na'Vi on this map, Mini, because there's a couple of key factors that you like about this.
Yeah, I mean, we cast our minds back to the desk when...
Cast our back minds.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
Yinsu saying I'm a Na'Vi hater.
Yes.
And apparently, you know... But it's not true.
Okay.
I actually just hate teams on maps where I think they're not very good at.
My brother is
and I
not
think
him.
Pro is a map where they are very good at. Specifically the attack side, so hopefully when we get that map switch, half switch, we can see Na'Vi pick up the pace.
Yeah.
But what I love about them is on the attack side, just solid macro. I think most teams are going to veer towards that A main control, but Na'Vi, one of the teams understanding that B long's a very important part of the map. Art control is very important in this map, just like Heretics did last round. Defense, they're okay.
Okay, we'll see if they can make it through with enough rounds to play with. That's a bigger thing here as well. Very patient and very, it seems, aware of what Na'Vi might be wanting to do. Boo reading it like a book. Again, Hero, last one alive. We've been here before. And this could be a really hard start. You're starting cold into this after a blowout map 1. A little extended pause there in the middle. Obviously, contractually, I have to have a tech pause. My personal sponsor paid for that slot. I'll use it as I want. But it does mean the Na'Vi are going to be feeling a little bit cold now. They need to warm into this game here. Oh, that's not how you do it.
Hero didn't have a great first map.
No.
So does need to warm up into it. Heretics, I'm interested by this comp. It's not a typical comp you see on this map, a little bit off-brand. We saw a very direct approach on the pistol, and I think that is the strength of the comp, just very direct. Anti-eco just seeing a very passive, safe approach. But into these gun rounds, interested to see what they do. The last time they played Pro, I was also quite impressed with how they approached the map.
Last Yoru standing wins.
But with a much different composition.
Go. First big challenge, first big test. And I love Woot in this role, but again, he's been taking... Oh! I thought he was taking damage, but it's fine. Beautiful reveal sent in from afar. That's a gift from Rien's there.
And A-main was all a ruse for this art walk down. Nothing there, but great control from Heretics.
Yeah, going through the motions really nicely. Start to see those fundamentals in place. Got to see something to dissuade this outcome. As for now, they've fought for the space. Apart from that, Kwalnoob has been finding this value. He was the one who found impact in the first, even turning the flash. Fight back from Hero. Finally, a player advantage here. Rien's, Boo, and Benji going to be put in place, even just Benji alive. A 1v4 too much, surely it is. Lovely synergy for the way back in for Na'Vi.
We talked about Hero needed to warm up into the series, and there we go, 3K off the bat. What I liked about Na'Vi there, not committing to that A site being relatively easy to retake. So if you do lose the numbers there, I will be grumpy Mini.
Also, I'm looking at the prompter here, and we're being rinsed.
Why is that? Mini earned £148 at 3 Epic Lands.
Yeah.
Look, it was a different era.
I only got 60, apparently, at Epic Land.
I already have more kills than last map. Let's go.
This is brutal. Brutal. I was coaching a couple of teams. I don't know if that counts, but you know.
To be fair, if we were to do the maths, you did earn on average more than me in that head-to-head.
Esports has changed these days. Kwalanoob's got ult early on here, and I'm kind of liking what Kwalanoob's been up to. He's been looking pretty solid on this. Big redeeming factor for Na'Vi, even their more woes. Mid-war? Still going to get that, are you? Fair play. Okay, Kwalanoób goes down. I was bigging him up. That's what I get, I guess. Cursing him. My bad. And then 4v4.
You can always expect Heretics, when they bring out something new, they're always going to have these micro plays, these new ideas, this creativity from the coaching staff. Nice to see already on Pro.
It's just slow mid-routing now, trying to reassess the scenario. We're going to be left inserted towards B long.
You can see here, Heretics using the smoke. making it feel like a B long exec, but doing a little bit of shenanigans around middle.
Kind of posturing towards the side. Does that get rid of the alarm bot? It doesn't. So that keeps that security there, but they still have 2 players posted over towards this side. So Woot's creeping down. Shao touch
just
stay.
hidden.
Did he see a barrel? He did. Oh! That's all you need if you're Woot. Just a pixel out of place. The body drops, but Angel unchecked on so far. This position always seems to be rewarded. Not today, though. Benji clears it fine, and now they've got to respect that smoke.
Boo also caught one with the lurk, getting the second.
That is beautiful mid-rounding from Heretics. It's something that is such a strength for them. Finding options here, and I was worried when they weren't able to get rid of that alarm bot over towards Art that maybe they could have cheated that additional player over for Na'Vi, re-secured it, but again, Boo finding that space. The pixel that came through there, this is the one. Literally.
What I loved here as well is that traditionally you see a Jet player there, keep going. Yep. Woot disciplined enough to just wait for his teammates.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Not happy.
Yes, guys, let's go!
Good work.
I'm hoping to see some rounds here from Na'Vi. I do want to see their attack side against Heretics and how it plays up.
Well,
but not looking great so far.
Not yet. Not yet. We wait with bated breath. Hope sky high. We can will it into existence. I've seen a Bucky look rather good recently. Ruxic, you got any of that sort of magic? I don't think so. I don't think Heretics fancy going through choke points. Benji.
Nice little camera for Benji to be safe. Watching over middle. Heretics grouping towards A main. It's going to be a free site if they decide to commit.
Time to jump.
So far, good read of the approach. Clean on entry. A little bit of a chip damage coming in from, I guess, towards Art, but that's about it. And the patience. Let's see if it pays off here. Yeah, very disciplined from Benji. Might be overwhelmed, but no, that camera keeps security. Very well handled. Eventually traded in on, but he's done his job there. Now down to the remaining 3, Shao, Hero, and Angel. Now with the odds even further against him with the divide coming through. Miniboo just going to wait on the other side in case someone dares attempt it. But it's towards Woot. Yeah, sharp. Yeah, very sharp. And gets away with plenty of time to spare. This is looking sewn up again.
Yeah, I was interested by why this pairing of duelists for Heretics, the Euro and the Jet, but already Woot looking extremely comfortable taking all the space with the Jet. Fragging out, just like he was on ISO last map.
That's 3.
I was a little bit critical of the idea of them going double duelists on a lot of these maps, but it's been looking incredible so far.
Yeah. You're getting rinsed in Sliggy's chat, by the way.
For what?
I don't know.
I mean, I was startering earlier, and I've only won 180 quid at Epic Land apparently, but...
No, they're really going in.
What's this?
Look, they've realised they've been caught, so they're just trying to hide the evidence.
What was the evidence?
I'm just saying Yinzu was in there. She's been stirring the pot. She's stirring the pot. How did you feel about the chants, by the way?
The little, like... Well, it felt like a rap to me.
Yeah.
Like a little rap.
Yeah. Remind me when you're like doing, like in school, when there was like, don't worry, we can make maths cool with this simple rap. Meg's got a real career.
Hey, I thought it was cool, okay?
Right. Well, for now, Na'Vi fighting for the space towards A main, which is a bit of a difference here. It feels like traditionally to this point, Heretics had won that out. This time, actually going to commit towards it. Wonder how long Angel wants to stay here, though, because it does get real tricky, yet having to backpedal, but at least finding indicators of presence.
It is a strength for the Na'Vi competition. They've got the Astra, Teo Salvos to fight for that A main space if they want to. Usually you'll see Koala Noob there with them as the Yoru. But Angel having a bit of a day with the aim, so maybe just him is enough.
He's reset the tempo a little bit, and I like the Heretics are already looking for a new option. Now, Koala Noob's position, though.
Time is ticking away a little bit. Your op's going to be big, though.
Yeah, he has to respect it. That's sight on a platter, really. Miniboo trying to find his man, and I think he has. Yeah, commitment made. He's taken over so much space already. They're forced so deep here.
Just like I was talking about how the post plants on Haven A site are so strong, giving up this B site is a nightmare. The retake for Na'Vi is going to be very difficult. Your ult might be enough.
Might. switching out that operator here. Oh my word, that is a lot of bodies. This could be hugely valuable. Oh no! Woot had him red and gets another, bringing Na'Vi to their knees until now. A 3v3, but then Miniboo is so much potential here. Angel's still standing though. Clears backside. He's got this. The first step in a long road back through here. Trying to check on the smoke, but the spam comes in and both players now noted. Who takes that next layer of contact? The time forcing the hand here. They've got to get moving, and Na'Vi know they're out of options, and they are out of this round. Another foul for Heretics, and the scoreline running away from them.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems that you'll see when teams are fighting so much on defense for that A main space, is B is a bit weaker, and then if you're losing B side, the retake's hard. We saw Heretics with great post-plant theory, having the Astra and Sova alive towards that B long. The rest of the players making the delay on the site, but Grav well shocked darts and recons for that post-plant. Simple cleanup there for Heretics in the end.
It's normal pause. I get nervous. I've been hurt in the past. But Na'Vi do need to get a grip on this. Is there a simple solution that you see? Because, I mean, we get to see the full picture, but right now it feels like Heretics, their mid-rounding is just perfect.
I don't think they need to fight A main this hard. I think that they can play more for an art setup where they also want to make sure they're ready to fight for this B space if it happens. I think as long as they got some deep information towards B and then rotate quick enough towards B, they're fine. They look good on that A retake. Why not play towards that A retake?
Okay, maybe a couple options. I do wonder what they go for. It looks like Happy leading the conversation here between them and Na'Vi. I do worry. As much as we see strength in this team, this is a really hard way to start map 2 after what was a brutal map 1. Oh. Very nice.
Koala farming with the op this time around. Even on Raze, like I was watching VODs earlier, it seemed like every time he's playing Raze, it's almost looking like Jet or Yoru, like somehow, you know, Raze not traditionally the best operator. Duelist, but
it's scary times though, because we're having Woot having a game here. This time Angel not even going to get towards posturing that deep. Already forced away, so the question mark remains towards A main.
Yeah, but as I said, I didn't want Na'Vi to fight for A main. They've left Art completely open, and I thought Art was going to be the place that they needed to play heavier. And it becomes a problem. If Heretics get towards this A site and have Art control the post plant, it's going to be difficult for Na'Vi. They have stacked 4 people now though, rotated across.
Right place. But we've seen the mid-rounding. That's where a lot of our compliments were placed towards. Koala Noob still in position here.
Heretics doing a Na'Vi cosplay.
Cage triggered.
Taking it very slow right now.
It's not 20 seconds yet, don't worry. There we go. Oh, I love that. On the corner, very heads up and cleared. Heretics, it just feels like they're crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Now, they find Hero. There's still Koala Noob. He's kind of your heavy hitter. And he's going to be spotted now off the back of the hat. And it looks like they still want to pressure the point, right? They're still heading this way. Disrespecting the operator in his hands, but Woot's managed to slip through. It's an awareness shown, but Woot is hitting today. And he slips away. Doesn't need to outstay his welcome. He's done the damage. Leaving Shao still alive with just a ghost. Rooks it. Yeah, he's got the Vandal and Koala Noob having to run this back with the operator. And the temptation surely to save becomes bigger and bigger.
He's going again.
Round 2. Oh man, this is... I guess that's how you answer a timeout, though. An in-zone flawless for Heretics and Na'Vi. Once again, the woes continuing. We were talking earlier about how this is a bit of a test of form. How do they shape up against the big boys, right? How do they look against your Vitality, Fanatics, your Heretics? And so far, it's not looking great.
No, yeah, Na'Vi this season, it seems like they beat the teams that they're expected to beat, but against the tougher opponents, a bit more tough.
One enemy.
I did love that from Heretics though, the little push through into the sewer side through middle. The little jet updraft to distract the crosshair. Nice micro from the discipline as well. Ooh, playing a good jet.
Over towards B.
Simple approach this time.
Yep. Keep it
Straight
simple.
exit.
Rupsik. now overwhelmed. Can he try and make it out of this with any positivity? Already going to be noted and spammed. Down to 47, he's in trouble. Hero fell, who's probably one of the closest, but he fights his way forward. Finding one in a second. Spins for the third! Ruxic putting up numbers for Na'Vi. But Woot's still breathing and Benji still standing. It ain't over yet. This might be too far though. Benji late to the party as Na'Vi, off the back of Ruxic's work, give themselves a chance for a second. Benji, once upon a time, these 1v3s felt almost fated. Not today. Xiao there, and Na'Vi make it up to 2.
Yeah, beautiful round from Ruxic. He had a bit of a rough kickoff, but stage 1 he's been up there. I think him and Hero have been Turkish duo looking quite good on this team.
Yeah, spot on.
6-6, baby, let's go.
Nice little exec from Heretics, the double dive, you saw the TP and Woot going into the heaven.
Yep.
It looked good, but heroics from Ruxic in the end to win it for Na'Vi.
They got some ults now for Na'Vi. This could be it, 6-6, as said by Koala Noob. We gotta run it back every round.
All missiles away.
This is where I really expect them to be able to play these retakes. Hopefully towards the A side of the map. I don't want to see them dying whilst they have these ults on.
Hero, Xiao, and Ruxic are the 3. 1 off for Angel. And a heavier emphasis towards this B site for Na'Vi. Hero waiting. Feels that pressure building now.
It's clearing out the util. Heretics aren't fully grouped towards B. It's just trying to push off any info lines from Na'Vi, making sure they don't have information towards B long. Inserted Woot for an option later on. Gonna go back and explore elsewhere.
So far, so good. It's a very different tempo to this round. Patience being displayed.
Just bit of noise towards A, softening up that B side, and Woot's got a free kill onto Hero. That's one of those big ults down.
Yeah, 2 remaining. Ruxic 1, Xiao the other. Oh, the double stack is so nice though. The high-low there, just perfect.
30 seconds left.
But now they're looking elsewhere. They're trying to pivot back towards A, but it's going to be late.
Yeah, just 20 seconds left. If Koala can get one here, soften things up.
Oof. But this is getting so hectic here. 15 seconds. They ain't got much time. They got to go now. 12. Xiao, he's in place, in position. Spots out another. This is good from Na'Vi. There it is. The fight back we were waiting for.
Yeah, I mean, we were complimenting Heretics' mid-rounding, but if you mid-round and something goes wrong and you've left a little bit of time, those are those situations that can happen, especially when you're playing against those ults. Those ults could be used to stall, as we saw from Xiao. A bit of a melons moment from Heretics.
10 seconds left. 1 enemy remaining.
Very nice. Heretics feeling enough of a resurgence to slow things down here. Wanted to keep control of this. They have a couple of ults of their own, and of course we noted earlier that Na'Vi have 3 of theirs. So time to talk, time to check in.
Yeah, good time to take it. Lost 2 in a row, momentum shifted back to Na'Vi. And Heretics have 3 rounds to work with where this timeout could be useful.
Is it Weber having the chat there? I saw that Niels had finally stopped talking. He kind of led the initial part, but yeah, it looks like Boo kind of maybe going through the options of what they want to be doing. Yeah, Weber having the chat. Which chat do you prefer?
Which chat do I prefer?
No.
I mean, the Omen one.
Heretics hater. Crazy.
I mean, if I was going to wear a hat, it would be the Omen one.
Okay.
I think it'd be a bit weird if I wore the Heretics one.
Or it's just a leak. Maybe you're the 3rd coach.
Ah, the secret, yeah.
Giving over the strats.
That's not a competitive integrity moment, potentially. I don't know.
What's competitive integrity, between friends? Focusing in now. It looks like Woot is banking on that ult. On the other side, though, they found a cure for the woes, Na'Vi. 2 back-to-back. Koala Noob in place. Last time forced off from this by Miniboo's ult. Now going to try and stand his ground, at least for a moment. Not too worried yet until then. Decides to respect it and fall away, but look at the reaction they've caused.
Yeah, 3 rotating towards B now, and Heretics walking towards this A site.
This could be Lovely. Xiao has to over-deliver. Already the knives start flying, the stall comes in, Woot trying to find his way forward. You can see them trying to gap close now. Xiao in trouble, he's gone. He couldn't stay alive much longer, it felt like, but still didn't even grab one with him. Sight under control now. Ult's still here for Na'Vi, we're hearing them go off here. Angel trying to find a connection, and he does. Good tags, great pickup onto Woot. And the plant not in play yet.
Miniboo's gonna have to fight out this one.
Oh, the shot goes through, this is time. Oh my god, what a shot! Miniboo dragging them down with him, costing them time and comfort. Divide on top, it's all three ults here, and Rien's might have been spotted getting closer now. I think they're aware of this. But he's gonna make the run, he goes down, but Benji ready and waiting, but it's up against Ruxic, the man who got Na'Vi started. Gonna get it to half, Benji, patience, looking like it's gonna pay! And Ruxic, a second to try and change his mind, was never gonna work out.
Yeah, and even with the Killjoy Astra ult combo, it's not enough for Na'Vi. And I gotta highlight Xiao there. I think he's got stuck on the back of that A site by himself. In a round where we have these big retake ults, I think that's a blunder by him, but great kills from Miniboo here. Shot himself out of that corner nicely.
Bro, give me that handshake. Bang.
Big round there. You love a coach reaction, don't you?
It was Neil looking into the sky, like talking to God himself, just thank you.
It is pretty sick though. I mean, you just got all the ults out of Na'Vi. You just turned that on its head after a couple of rounds that Na'Vi looked like to be rekindling some of that fire, but pulling off the perfect fake.
Portal closed.
It's been a long day. He wants to get back. Another simple approach for Heretics, grabbing that orb towards A, moving towards B. Astra ult online, very strong towards that B side of the map, able to facilitate the plant and get into a good post plant quite a lot of the time.
Revealing area.
Alright, this is good from Angel. Whoa, a little slow on the corner, gonna be punished for that, down to 39. And there's commitment here, that's all the players seen. We'll try and play on this smoke. Na'Vi have made the rotations, but the divide comes in as you expected. And it just doesn't. It feels like Angel just didn't expect Woot to go that far. And he absolutely does. Now Na'Vi gonna be held back, forced to respect this ult. Spikes in. Na'Vi, what do you have left to do with this now? Woot waiting, and now striking. Miniboo the first to find it, Xiao falls, we're down to 3. And the chaos continuing on the site, leaving Hero, Ruxic, and Koala Noob in a world of trouble. Miniboo doubles down, and the save becomes, well, it feels like imperative. That operator a prize possession, dragged out of the hands of Koala Noob. As Miniboo carrying on his march towards the remaining Na'Vi man.
Looks like Ruxic should get away with this. Economy low for this last round from Na'Vi. Heretics like the approach, very simple, very standard, very known. But I did like the little addition to that Woot updraft onto the box.
Okay.
Being able to go through that Astra wall on a very awkward angle. But like I said before, playing retake towards that B side of the map, that retake's hard.
Miniboo's got ult as well. 2 off from Koala Noobs. Oh man, this is getting tough. Because as you said, we hoped we had enough rounds to witness the other side on this map, but 3 is looking minimal. Hoping they can get another here, so we at least get to see what that side looks like for Na'Vi. And that's
smoke.
That's. Oh god. Oh god, Koala Noob. Takes a lot of damage just to pick that Vandal up. And now Miniboo gonna try and spring into action and take the space away too. Spots out at least another. It's gonna be, I think that was Angel potentially, yeah, it's Koala Noob the one over towards the other side. But Angel, a lot to navigate through here, and a lot of problems to try and clear.
Just the Sabos ready for this retake. Nothing too much from Na'Vi. should be another comfortable position for Heretics.
Should be. Can anything change that outcome for Na'Vi, though? No Rooksik to have that moment of the 3K again. Rien's going to find the connection on Koala Noob. Hero doing well. Xiao on the follow-up, punishing Mini Boo. Hold on, it's not over yet. We're into a 3v3. But the time ticking, and Rien sets himself up for success. As Hero and Xiao trying to step into the ring, and it's not looking good. Xiao is going to be on a heater. He's got his ult. He's got the right choice here. Boo has to play forward, and Boo does enough. Calm and composed. And minimal rounds to be walked away with for Na'Vi. Managing 3 is going to put a lot of strain on them going forward, as diligent as we may say they are on this other side. Their work is now going to be incredibly hard to try and close this one out in a positive aspect. Look, Mini, 3 rounds to Na'Vi. I think you were highlighting you wanted to see Na'Vi on this side of things. Being realistic, is this enough room, or do you think this might be a little out of their reach?
I think it might be a little bit out of their reach just because, like, do they have the mental fortitude to know that their attack is as good as what I actually think it is? Like, I think it's a really good attack side, but 3-9 down, got blown out on the first map.
Yeah.
Gonna need to at least get the pistol to get some momentum going.
No, it's it is uphill, but it's round by round, right? And it starts really in this pistol, and it's imperative now for Na'Vi. Anything less than a good start is going to be a problem.
Right here.
You see the ghosts coming out and about for Heretics with the Sheriff on Mini Boo. On the other side, no Sheriffs, just those 3 ghosts.
Interested to see what Na'Vi do with this insert. Heretics don't know. Koala sneaking up.
Yeah, this jump spot's not going to see it, and he's going to hear this. There we go, nice. Patience shown by Koala Noob there. Didn't get ahead of himself, and that's a big scalp to claim. Rien's going down, opens up chances. You clear Woot though, don't you? You clear Woot, don't you? You clear Woot! Well, that's what you get when you don't.
Yeah, Heretics didn't move at all from that kill, from that death even. Able to answer back. We already see Mini Boo getting all that information.
Oh, this is tough now. Woot in the right place, but he's feeling a bit of pressure. He can't really evade this. He has to stand and deal with it. It looks like he wants to fight forward. Feeling a bit brave, and that's why sharp shooting from Woot. And now the rest of the cavalry's arrived. Boo's on the case. Na'Vi have to dig deep here. Angel and Hero in combination. But look at Mini Boo's positioning. Long way around, and patience from Boo. Brothers in arms now, Mini Boo. Oh, this is the death of them, surely. Oh, look at this. Oh no, shooting with the Sheriff in the back. There's something about it. I tell you. No way! Gosh, shades of Nuke and Nico in the back of my mind, but Angel pulls it off and gives Na'Vi a lifeline.
Yeah, I was about to say how Heretics were shooting so nicely into this round.
There's something about it, though. If someone's turned around,
no,
it's just...
true. It's true. I'll give him a free pass.
You get that. You get one. You get one. Especially at the scoreline. But that is a huge sigh of relief for Na'Vi.
Yeah, needed that pistol, honestly. I don't think they had a
To be
chance
honest,
in
I
this
would
game
prefer
to get it.
Sheriff and his bump Ruxic. Two things which is priority, okay?
Miniboo does have a Marshal into this one. Classics for everyone else. He's looked so good today with all the snipers.
But this shouldn't go anywhere. It really shouldn't. You're looking at 5 for Na'Vi.
I'm trying to reverse curse.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Na'Vi taking space. This is good. Boot timing. Ooh, I think Kuala Noob saw him there. Yeah, he did. The pathing from Na'Vi.
It's curious, given, you know, you usually don't want to go through those tiny alleyways against classics or potentially shorties.
No shots coming in this time for Miniboo. Cross to be made, plant to be in, Na'Vi. This could be another.
Yeah, set up nicely the post plant, 2 killjoy mollies, art control, everything you need.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Xiao's there. Don't worry. Xiao's in the building now. Ignore what happened on that B site earlier. All good. Woot and Benji. Didn't see much from it.
Last player.
It's already, yeah, there it is. Nice. Na'Vi, make it through with 4 standing. That's round 5. This is perfect. We wanted to see this. The fight back for Na'Vi. Maybe a chance to show what they can do here.
Yeah, bonus round for Na'Vi, but the economy looking good. If they convert this round, their economy is going to be insane, and Heretics is in the bin.
What's the buy though? The bonus. Okay, that Outlaw with Ruxic is interesting me. You've got 3 light shields to work against. That's some potential. And pace to start with. Na'Vi bullying their way down A main.
Ruxic's already out on that B line with that Outlaw. He's going to get information there. Hero's in a tough spot though. 3 Heretics players right beside him.
It's just a little pop flash waiting, isn't it? Look at this setup.
Trap play.
Yep. They're going to hear these steps towards A main.
Ruxic's getting good information here. Might call the team back. Feels weak on B. And he would be right. Like I said before, if they get this B site, retaking B is hard. So good call from Na'Vi.
It's a lot on Benji's shoulders. Got his cam towards that kind of mid-link, but other than that, very open towards long. Only one indicator of presence. A lot of util. I think he knows, he can't stick around on this too long. Calls in the cavalry, but let's look towards mid. Hero. Oh, he's cleared quick. I thought he might be able to maybe do a bit of damage, take one with him. No. Okay, game back on now.
Getting proactive with that mid push.
Want to take some space back. I like this. Benji seems aware of the possibility, though. Yeah, triple swing. Oh my word, Boo just puts himself to the blender. Benji having to turn it, respect it, but they punish him for this. This is great. With a trade out of space, Miniboo taken back from the site. We're down to 2. Ruxic and Kuala Noob trying to do some damage. Miniboo on a tear, but a 2v1 in time. They want the ace, but I think Heretics just want the round. And Ruxic might have to go wide to try and deny this one. Oh, he can't see the defuse. Woo just has to defend. And yeah, it's stunning, and it is an ace for Miniboo.
Yeah, the retakes are hard, but if Miniboo's running around, shooting them all, easy stuff for him.
Oh man, and I feel there for Hero, because it felt like there was a chance for a bit more maybe.
If they're going to be hypercritical, I think that he shouldn't be in that forward position already. Just
slip back, play back now,
If they push mid, you can see them run away. If they don't push mid, then go for that link back. You saw Benji, he had the Cypher cam ready when that happened. I guess the turret is there for him, but overwhelmed in the end.
Okay, Na'Vi, this doesn't completely change things. That was, I believe, their bonus, so again, they're fine. This is the buy back into it, right?
They're so close to being that round that could have changed everything.
And the setup never got found, right? It never got sniffed out, it never got cleared or seen, so they run back to it.
That's the beauty of playing traps on defense. If it doesn't get caught, you just run it again, because why wouldn't you?
Playing this building. But Boo this time falls very early, and we've seen this as kind of like a 1-3-1 setup. That little trap play towards Art, but I don't know if they're going to hear any of these steps. I think they're going to be shift walking by the time they get any closer, but there's a lot of faith in this. Not getting a reward now.
With this AX, I want to see what space Na'Vi end up taking. Like, do they try and push through the CT for their post plant? Do they push through into Art to take some fight? What space do they want for this post plant?
I almost wish Koalnu did take a look towards Art there just to see what he'd find, because they're going to try and backfill this. Yeah, Woot's going to go forward. This is going to be a crunch now. Rienz actually gets Angel on the way through. Koalnu is the one to try and save them. And already slipping away though, Miniboo falls. It felt like it was half-cooked almost. Rienz and Benji now, tricky, beautiful from Na'Vi. Koalnu pathing back here to make sure that crunch didn't come into play was the right call. Now Na'Vi very much in the driving seat.
Yeah, Benji's going to go for the save. Not even a great gun here, just the Guardian. Yeah, I think I got to be critical about Heretics there. Like, Na'Vi, they've done well, the AX, like, whatever, but we're playing a heavy Art setup. Holding on to Art for that retake. What are Na'Vi going to do? All they're going to do is they're going to have to push CT. As long as you contain that CT space, they don't have any space to work with from an A main exec. I don't think the post plant is good enough without Art control, in my opinion. So I think the flood-in attempt from Heretics there was a massive mistake.
And I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone can disagree with that. We've seen the outcome right in front of our eyes, and it's obviously the save for Benji, and of course another correct step for Na'Vi. And this was kind of the midst of the battle, trying to flood back in, but kind of putting themselves in that pinch position, right? It just didn't work out how they wanted. And maybe there should be layers to this trap play if they want to go back to it, but looks like that's off the menu for now, as the Classics and Guardian are all they can bring in with.
That goes there.
Yeah, Heretics, just that Guardian, one Sheriff.
This should be 7. I say should. We haven't seen too many messy enter. Oh god, what was I saying? What am I saying? Miniboo! That was a headshot as well. Okay. But again, you know, realistically, you still got 4 rifles.
With rifles.
Yeah, and you've got the divide as well. Lots of nice stuff here. Lots of nice stuff.
I've had this over ult, but someone died.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh my god.
What's this about? I don't fully understand the investment of that, but it's getting a bit dangerous now. This reposition down long is coming in. Heretics need to make their move. Na'Vi should be fine. Should be fine, should be fine, should be fine. Everything is fine because Xiao's here. Takes away Miniboo. Yeah, lovely. This is good. Na'Vi doing exactly as prescribed. But bloody hell, I get nervous.
A bit of a wasted ult, in my opinion, from Xiao, but got 4 afterwards, so he's, you know, close to it already again. Halfway there.
Have we seen... I swear these tail ults have been absolute bin juice.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah.
I feel like no one's really found something
they look bad when... They look worse than what they are sometimes, if that makes sense. If someone calls or someone's close and then used.
I mean, to be fair to Xiao, he's already got it halfway back almost at this point, right? So it's like, fair enough, maybe...
He's having a game, 20-9. I didn't quiet one of those quiet games where he's just popping off and not realizing.
But... just... Don't love it, but it's alright.
Yeah, to me there, like using it for the post plant seems like a reasonable idea.
Sure.
You know, Salvo's a backup. If we really need to use the ult, use it
another tool.
as another tool.
Yeah.
Save it for next, if not.
And it feels weird to be critiquing usage of an ult when we're so often saying, oh, these teams aren't using their ults, you know, in the quote-unquote correct ways, or, you know, using them when they have them. But yeah, that one, is what it is. We're, you know, being a little critical, but...
At the end of the day, won the round.
Yep. Round win. Love it. Big fan.
It was that low buy from Heretics.
Yep. And this is another timeout just being burnt through, so...
The economy again for Heretics, though, if they lose this round again, they're in a rough situation. Na'Vi's bank account is looking tasty.
Yeah, they've built up some good old money. Rook 6 sitting on 6k, 4k, 4.8 for Xiao. 6 for Hero, yeah, it's lovely. And again, nice to see Xiao looking solid here. It is a quiet performance though. It's not like, oh cool, another ace coming in, but he's leading the board overall.
Another A main fight for Heretics. I'm not sure exactly what it is they see on this side of the map. Na'Vi aren't contesting too much.
And if only they had that little trap play in place.
Yep.
Not to be this time though. An Angel feeling some pressure, feeling the presence, and slipping away from this. Got to be cautious with that spike. Don't want to lose it in these predicaments. Koala noob, hold on, easy. Okay. Gets out of there, deals with the util, and backs away. We're still above a minute.
Yeah, just taking that util out from Art, making sure that info isn't there for Heretics. They have inserted Jet into A main though. So there is a bit of information on that side of things.
Yeah, they've pulled the rotation, which I like to see. It's good for Na'Vi. This might make him second guess. I'm waiting to see what the pathing is. It's weird again. Is this a Na'Vi-esque round from Na'Vi?
Both teams exploring this space. It's like weird. It's a weird space to explore.
Yeah, Miniboost is agreeing. He's like, this is weird. We're at
Something's
35 seconds and something weird is happening. Where are they? Because they're not in art. They're not over. They're not in mid. Guys, I think they're coming towards you on B. Get ready. What the hell is going on here? Trying to play a little bit of a crossfire. Oh, Rien's clean as you like. This felt awful. A little overcooked and just not done in the middle. End zone flawless. What was the intention, Mini?
The intention was to do a B split. And if you've heard me cast before, you probably heard me say that I hate B splits because you got to go for a tiny choke point. For the tiniest choke point in the game you got to run out of. They've got to use a Euro 2P in the corner. It's the easiest kill of, I think it was Benji's life, just sat in that corner next to the cage, knowing that Euro is going to TP by himself and die. And then Riens just has to take a nice little off angle. Nice shots from him, but, you know, there are too many angles to clear and it's such a tight choke point. I do not approve. Do not approve of the B split. Saying all these nice things about their attack side, you know, using that B long control, using art control, and then they throw in a B split, and I just disappointed.
Oh no, they're disappointed.
Disappointed.
Do you ever tell Boasty you're disappointed when they played a bad game? Disappointed in you. You ever hit him with a disappointed
No,
dad?
I don't think so.
No.
I think my face did enough to...
Yeah, your coach cams were lethal. If your boys ever watched that back, it was brutal. Even in the
We would
wins.
bot review sometimes with it, and I'd have to remember which parts I was very angry at. Just skip very quickly through.
In the 2x speed, don't worry about it, guys. Anyway, into the next one. Okay, 7-11. Look, as much as Na'Vi looked very competitive here, there was a big advantage on the half for Heretics, right? So they're very close. A couple mistakes, a couple missed calls, and that would be enough for Heretics to push through towards a 2-0. Na'Vi can't afford to be making those mistakes. They still have the money to get this purchase here, still have these ults that I feel like they've been sat on for quite some time now.
Yeah, the irony to me is if Na'Vi played with the game plans they have before, where they're using this B long space, they would notice that Heretics are playing extremely weak on this side of the map, could get a very easy plant down and win the rounds like they have done in this half already. This time a B long pressure, but look at these two ready. Looks like they might go for a little bit of a fake towards B long with two lurkers coming through late.
Okay, like seeing the divide. Whoa! That was Koala Noob who barely came out breathing from that. And yeah, he stabbed Benji, backfills the space, disrespecting it, doesn't care. Miniboo trying to bait it out, trying to play this one forward, but they're just greeting Na'Vi on all occasions. Rien's from afar gets his shot as well. It looks like Angel took a boatload of damage. What? Oh no, okay, it was Xiao who got that, but Benji is immovable, it looks like. Ruxic and Hero, positions are seen. This map feels inaccessible. And Benji's had a round. We noted this side looked weaker from the mini-map, but Benji putting up numbers. Once again, Na'Vi held in this terrible choke point. Spike down towards long, trying to daisy chain their way in, but boo. Making light work of what Ruxic was trying to do as Hero's options become nil.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, gotta say in this one, the chaos the Heretics caused and Benji at the helm of it was magnificent.
Yeah, Benji played fantastic, but the unsung hero of that round for me was Riens. He droned back through middle and caught those two sneaky pests trying to lurk through that B doors. And it meant that Na'Vi's exec looked a bit awful because there's only 3 people there.
Feel good moment though for Benji. Quieter side of the map. Sometimes feeling a little bit behind the curve on it, but they're showing his presence. We've been seeing this A main push up from Heretics that I don't think has been challenged by Na'Vi traditionally yet. Oh, there's bodies here. Oh no, why do I feel this is gonna work? Okay, it's fine, it's fine. But you check on Woot, right? You clear this. Yeah, there we go. Going through the motions, but it shows a lot of intent to invest this amount of utility here, especially the out drone to follow. And Woot playing it to the second, but backs away.
Yeah, unlucky there, Angel didn't get the tag, otherwise he would have popped his server ult.
But look at the damage he's taken for this as well now. Down very low. Does only have the Sheriff, but still. Shao one off from his ult here. Should be able to get that ult orb if they feel that they can secure it, but the amount of bodies from Heretics on this side of the map is vast.
Looks like Angel's going to set up his ult and pray, but Heretics looking to re-clear.
Woot is such a risky player. Happy to take those chances. Where do you place this one? Towards pit?
Yep, 4 players here from Heretics.
And they're not sitting deep, they're sitting close. Woot's fancying another go at this. This time gonna be damaged up, but nothing there to really force him away. No Aldro now, the dart already got used. Now comes the fight though. You're gonna have the Hunter's Fury coming in. Rien's gonna find Hero, finally cleared out his Woot though. Took a lot to try and push him off the angle. Boot's gonna hold this down, oh my word. We're down to Boo and Benji, up against Ruxic, Angel and Shao. Angel earlier on so damaged. Still a divide for Boo as well. Plant in play. Doesn't get to deny. Boo wants to fight, he gets it, but he doesn't win it. Angel still standing on only 10 HP. Looking bulletproof until now. Benji, can you clutch up, roll it back? No, Shao extends play. Na'Vi still alive.
Sound a little bit like a broken record, but once again, Heretics, I think, overcommitting on that A side. You know, they had the 4 players there. I mean, Shao has had to hit some shots to go through and trade up all that out. I know playing towards that pit and playing for the retake would have been difficult against that tail ult, but just maintaining that art control for me would have been enough.
Without Shao, though, I feel like this map would have been wrapped up before.
Yeah.
Nice, Shao!
Beautiful from him. Nice to see that as well, because I feel like we talk about a lot of the other players, Koala Noob having impact, and here and there others. And it doesn't feel like Shao's had that conversation in a minute, but rinse and repeat feels like the answer. Adjustment made on the other side is Woot, though, with the operator. And this time, obviously, none of those ults to bank on, barring Heroes. But not going to commit to getting that ult orb yet.
Yeah, Na'Vi have gone back to standard pro. Go towards A main. Maybe go back to explore B. Inserting Ruxic, though, as the Astra on that A side of the map. Not sure how he's going to get into play later. Who's going to peek after this drone?
Cool. Hero, there we are. He's awake. Benji, he over-delivered last time from a position somewhat similar to this. Are we going to have another Benji round, or can Na'Vi hold on? Benji again! Rolling it back, that's his site you're trying to take! And he's having none of it! Down to just Ruxic in a 1v3, and he could not be further away, Mini.
30 seconds left.
No. 1v3 needed for Na'Vi to stay in this one. Gets the first.
Okay.
Bit of a drive-by.
You got
20
more
seconds,
of that.
though.
All right, Ruxic, you pulled off that miracle earlier on that first half. That 3K was gorgeous, but this, 12 seconds. And Rien, does he wait? He does, plants coming in. Ruxic doesn't get away. Heretics get the job done. Na'Vi couldn't quite get enough rounds on that first half to really challenge here in the second.
No, but Heretics looking good. A 2-0, they'll take that one. They can contend for first seed next week against Fnatic, and I think that that's the kind of level we're talking about with Heretics now. You know, they had a bit of a rough kickoff. They looked a bit shaky coming into stage 1, but I think they're looking strong. One of the best teams in our region, I'd say.
Yeah, I think you're right with that, and this was that litmus test, right? We were talking about this. How does Na'Vi compare up here? Still very much towards the top for Heretics. Na'Vi, they were sat at, what, 2 wins, 1 loss until now, losing out to Fnatic earlier. Now going to be sat on 2 apiece. But still, I think there was room for them there, Mini, but it just didn't come through. Just not quite enough space. And Heretics closing out in 2 maps. I think a lot of us were a bit worried about the veto. Well, we had nothing to be worried about. Looking solid across the board, a lovely performance throughout. Yeah, absolutely stunning from them. The crowd, got to give them a shout out as well. They have been marvelous today as well. So appreciate you guys for being very much involved. However, we have a bit of a treat coming up. So let's take a look at the Paysafe card play of the week. Of course, it's going to be Mr. Fallen's Bucky Ace just earlier today against KC. Let's have a little reminder of this one. Yeah, this was quite pleasant, wasn't it? Are you
FC,
Bucky
like
enjoyer?
A Bucky FC, that's a reference to me. Summon FC. I didn't actually see this earlier.
I saw the end of it, I didn't see the start. It's pretty wild. Like, look at this. Yeah, real nice, real nice. You can't deny that sort of thing.
If you're gonna get a Bucky Ace, it's gonna look something like that.
Yeah. Well, thank you. My ranked games will now be absolutely insufferable for the next couple of goes. Yeah, you gotta love it. All right, but again, the day is not done.
Hey,
just yet. It's not done just yet. Yes, there's an earthquake apparently. That's amazing. That's amazing. But to round out the day and wrap up the day, we're going to hand it over to Yinzu with Woot and Benji.
Very much. It is not quite Boo. We do have, I think you said, I don't know, we've been here for too long. But congratulations, boy, that was a fantastic performances. We've seen a string of fantastic performances from you guys now. So I wanted to start by asking you, is this the 2024 Heretics bag or maybe even a new and improved, better Heretics? Benji, I'll start with you.
I think we took a little time to warm up this year, but I think we're definitely back. I think you can tell from our gameplay. We're actually a team now. Whereas in kickoff, I think we were a lot of individuals that couldn't shoot very well. But now we're a team who can shoot well, and that's why you're getting these performances from us.
We're officially back.
Officially.
I mean, I think we are completely better than last year. Like as a mental, like we have experience now. Like for example, if we had that tech issue today, we would saw off and we would lose that map for sure.
New and improved, you know,
Yes.
some same things, but some really nice new things. And speaking of new things, now Vud, you don't have to play the Astra anymore. This week, we didn't even see Tejo, no KO. You're just ISO jet everywhere. Is this your version of living your best life?
I think so. I am so happy that I'm playing like duelist in a couple of maps. Thanks to my coaches, first of all, and then thanks to my teammates that letting me play that duelist that I wanted so much. So yeah. Dankeschön.
Wait, okay. So what was the reason behind bringing back the Jet? Because it's not just any duelist. You know, we've seen the ISO quite a lot this split already. The Jet is something we haven't seen since last year.
I mean, like, it depends on map. Like, for example, like in split, Jet cannot do nothing. Or like Heaven, I mean, it's worse than ISO. But in Pearl, there is so much value that like you can get from Jet, so that's why it's Jet. Like it depends on map and it depends on our like game plan.
And Benji, I think you're always living your best life, right? You don't need to be playing Jet.
You know, I'm kind of just like, I'm in the background, you know. Right now, I'm just letting Woot and Domi, they kind of do their own thing. I'm just, you know, I'm on the other side, you know, I'm chilling. But, you know, I think on Pearl, we had some pretty good defense. I had my boys come and back me up. So yeah, it felt pretty good, man. It felt pretty good.
You had some unreal rounds today. Some unreal rounds today. When is it going to be your turn to play Jet?
Oh, that would be, I don't think.
Why are you laughing? This
I mean,
good.
listen, back in the day, my first ever team, shout out Suda Woodoos, I was a Jet, one trick and chamber, but I think those days are over, sadly. You know, maybe if we're feeling it, we could put me on a Jet, but I think, what's the point of putting me on Jet when you've got this guy, you know, or Domi?
True.
So.
What was the reaction there? You looked like you laughed at even the thought of Benji playing the Jet.
I mean, I trust Benji, but I don't trust myself on Sentinel, so.
Oh, I see. I mean, you guys have, like, to an extent, best in slot on a lot of the roles, so I understand. And speaking of that, you will be playing Fnatic next week, and it is the game to determine Seed 1. There's a high chance we're going to see the Haven. So I want to get a reason from each and one of you to try and convince the people that are watching right now why your Haven is going to be better, because there might be some doubters. I'll start with you, Vut.
Because our double duelists are better.
Your double duelist is better?
Yeah.
Is your ISO better than Alphea's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Benji?
I think in the past, for example, if we take it all the way back to Shanghai, we stole 100 Thieves' bind comp, and we made it better than them.
And we won against them.
And we won against them. If I'm not wrong, Fnatic made or at least made the comp popular, so we've stolen it and we've made it better. So.
Wow. You brought receipts.
Yeah, exactly.
You've actually brought receipts to this.
I know my stuff. Don't worry.
Yeah, you could tell who's the duelist player, you know, in this duo. But it's just like, yeah, I'll just diff them, you know. That's how it works. And last question before I let you go. I believe G2 are just about to play Cloud9 right now. I don't know how much of America's you've watched. Any prediction with that game? And
G2.
Why?
I love G2.
Aw.
I love Oxy. I mean, listen, if Oxy has a good game but they lose, I'm happy. That's fine.
So you're going Cloud9?
No, I'm going G2. G2's going to win because I think they're too good, but I want Oxy to have a good game. You know, maybe a 2-1.
Stop talking like politicians, bro. Like, please, like,
just say Cloud9.
All right, Cloud9. I want Cloud9 to win. Fuck G2. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to swear.
All right, and on that note, thank you very much, and Benji, for joining us. Thank you to you guys for staying and coming out here and making today such a joy here in the studio as well. As I said, if you guys feel like it, please switch over to VCT Americas and watch G2 versus Cloud9. But otherwise, we will see you back here next week for the fight for Seed 1. Have a lovely weekend, and we'll see you then.
It's all down to Ada Captain. The spike already being diffused. He's going to pop the stun, and it's beautiful.
But he'll come out with 4. I don't know how they've won that round.
But Mr. 5! He's got all 5! This is when he will get. And another spray down from Yetajay.
Don't kill me.
Remaining. Spike planted.
Thank you so much for boosting my KDA.
We got a tech call, shut the doors, crowd us out screaming, please no more, but life is rough and stuff happens, so let's all cheer. I love VALORANT!
Bro, give me that head check. Bench. Phantom Ace.
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away.